Why do it yourself when robots do it better? Robots do it better. Robots do it better. Why do it yourself when robots do it better? Robots do it better. Robots do it better. Why do it yourself when robots do it better? Robots do it better. Robots do it better. Why do it yourself when robots do it better? Robots do it better. Robots do it better.
fucking all coming right up. Big fucking all coming right up.
Why do it yourself when robots do it better? Robots do it better. Robots do it better. Why do it yourself when robots do it better? Robots do it better. Robots do it better. Why do it yourself when robots do it better? Robots do it better. Robots do it better. Why do it yourself when robots do it better? Robots do it better. Robots do it better.
fucking all coming right up.
Good evening, everybody, and welcome back to EU League. It's Playday number 3 of Stage 3 of 2022. 1 year away from saying the whole thing like we did in last stage, right? That's how it works. Numbers, crazy. I'm Elshtaminic, your host here on the show. With me are two beautiful lads on the desk, Fresh and Demo. Gentlemen, how are you doing today?
I'm doing pretty well. Milosh, how are you doing?
I'm good. It's a rainy day. I'm happy otherwise. It's good. It's a good time.
Good, yeah.
I'm
Good.
What was that?
Actually, to be fair, I actually like the rain because I'm back home. That's what it feels like. You walk out, it's
We
like,
were
oh,
back in the UK today. It was very,
great.
it was very rainy. It was very dull.
Whole
Dull.
dull.
Sums up
Rhymes
yeah.
for a very good reason. Oh, my weekend wasn't too rainy, I'll tell you that much. It was a very good thing.
Yeah, no, we've got to talk about this, Milosh. Congratulations, because Milosh got engaged this weekend, everybody.
Thank you.
So big congratulations.
I'm getting old now.
See, I don't know if I want to go down the Entero approach and say, God help that woman, but because that's what he does. But no, congrats.
God
bro.
help that woman.
Good
yeah.
luck to you, I suppose.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Actually, not to derail this too much, but we met because of Siege. So thank you, Rainbow Six Siege, for putting me together with the love of my life.
I met Jack through Siege, so I get you. I know what you mean.
We all meet amazing people through Siege. That's what we're trying to say here. That's the story.
Are you sure? Okay. Anyways, on that wonderful, beautiful note to start it all off, let's move on with things here in EWL. Of course, it's day 3, like I said, out of 9. So we're hitting the 3rd of the league. And we want to talk about some very important things for the stage so far, which is how do things shape up meta-wise? Are there any operators that are really showing up? Any changes over the past stage? Because every stage has got to shake it up, right?
Well, this is the thing, Milosh, is this meta that we're operating in, we call it the flexibility meta because it is so dynamic. Teams can play how they want. However, there have been some big winners and some big losers from the meta in terms of operators, and we really want to hit home how the operators have changed. So we've got 2 graphs for you. The first graph will be the winners graph. These are the operators that have won because of this meta. Lion, Dokkaebi, we touched on it last week in No How Siege demo about how these 2 have now got Gone 6s, global abilities, and impact EMPs, making them absolutely amazing. And Diana, it's only a slight increase, but she's increased more pick rate due to the less presence of Finka.
It is weird even to see Iana go up because remember she also got a nerf. No Gone 6 for her anymore, which was always a big thing we've seen. Iana, that's another thing as well. Just minor adjustments to I suppose comfort for players. But yeah, no Gone 6 in Iana. It's I think Iana was always good because you had the nade, you had the Gone 6. Iana being that entry, you might be looking down a long corridor, you can see like a bulletproof or a shield. Oh, I'll just pop up my Gone 6, get rid of that quickly, allow yourself to start moving in, finding those entry kills. So I think that's probably it may be a minor percentage change, but you would have thought it would have went down.
Yeah, it might have gone down. I think the one thing that makes it not go down is the value of nades. Now, Nook could have quite easily been on this graph as well. However, Nook is banned that much. That,
Give us a ban rate and we'll see what happens.
If we showed a presence rate, Nook is off the presence chart because banned all the time or played all the time as well. So Nook is also a big winner, but yeah, those are the 3 operators that we think actually they're commonplace in today's meta, especially Lion and Dokkaebi. They've really come back into the fold.
Okay, and are there any losers in this meta?
We've got a graph for that as well.
Have a guess. Have a guess.
And look at how big this line is from Finka.
God.
Nearly 80%. And this is, I must stress this is a UL stage 2. The kind of grayed out operator icons were stage 2 for UL, and the fully lit operator icons are stage 3, the last 2 play days. But Finka was like 80-something%, all the way back to a 5% pick rate. Maverick, we mentioned those nades demo, fallen off the cliff in terms of Maverick.
Yeah, whenever I seen the Maverick change, losing nades, I thought, this is a sleeper. This is going to be one that's really going to hinder him because as, a support-orientated role, which Maverick is, having those nades is so strong to allow yourself to assist your teammates. If you get a call saying, oh, can we get a nade over here to burn a shield, whatever it is, Maverick was great in those pocket scenarios. So yeah, losing Maverick, it is massive. If you look at maps where he's really good at, like, Clubhouse, I suppose?
Yep.
Yeah, big change.
And then the one final one is Thatcher. Now, Thatcher's a kind of a winner and a loser, right? This is due to the impact of the pocket EMPs, the impact EMPs coming in on other operators. Thatcher's actually seen a much less ban rate, but also, because those operators exist, seen much less play rate as well. So Thatcher's kind of fallen into the meta. Still very strong. We've seen multiple times how Thatcher is the king of, breaching.
He's easy. It's easy to use as well.
Yeah,
there's no brainer in terms of what he can do.
In terms of play percentage, has actually come down because there are so many more options that you can bring that has that EMP effect.
Such as the Lion, such as the Dokkaebi, which we've touched on.
And those are changes to the operators. We talked about it at the beginning of the stage with both of you, actually, depending on the day. We sat down, we talked about here's the changes in operators, and now already within a couple of days, there are massive impacts. Of course, things normalize over time, but that's something we'll have to see till the end of the stage. And of course, the major in November. But we've got to talk about our last Playday, which looked like this. Here was the schedule and the matches that we went through, all best of 1 series. A 7-5 for Outsiders against M&M, 7-4 Rogue versus TT9. Our match today was all French Derby. BDS versus Wolves with BDS victorious in OT. And that's 8-7 Secret versus G2. Finally, 8-6 Heroic versus Navi. And that is how our day wound up to be. What does our ranking look like, though? Just to make it clear for everybody as we start off with this Playday. Heroic at top, 5 points. 5 points for BDS, 4 for Wolves, 4 for Rogue, 3 points for M&M, Navi, and Outsiders, 2 points for Secret, 1 for G2, and none for TT9. And that is how Set Cookie, I guess, crumbles. But if you missed the action, we got a handy dandy recap just for you. Enjoy.
Thank you very much, Milosh. Welcome to the European League's Day 2 recap. No fancy intro this time. let's get into it. Game 1 saw Outsiders taking on everyone's favourite Flaming Marshmallows, M&M Gaming, on Villa. M&M had some fantastic aggressive roams in the first half, challenging Outsiders for every square inch of the map, but couldn't close the rounds. M&M mounted one hell of a comeback on the attack, punishing the more defensive playstyle of Outsiders, but couldn't survive the sizzling that Outsiders dished out in the closing 2 rounds. 7-5 to Outsiders. Next up to the plate were Rogue and TT9, formerly known as Pones. Rogue's reign as major champions looked a bit rocky last week with a loss to Navi, so they had to bounce back today, and bounce back they did. A 5-1 defensive half on Villa saw this game almost wrapped up pretty quickly. TT9 held Rogue off for a few rounds with 3 multi-kills. Deepak ensured his team took home all 3 points. Our third game of the day was a classic, a French showdown between Wolves and BDS. Like their previous 2 encounters, Clubhouse was the chosen venue for what proved to be an absolute spectacle. BDS would win 8-6 after both teams won 4 of their 6 attacks. Half of the rounds featured multi-kills, so if you wanted flash, this was the game to find it. BDS's win against last stage's top team showed that their new pickup in Likafak, a name that none of us can still say right, was one that was sorely needed. Game 4, G2 versus Secret. We stepped into Back, a map G2 have played countless times in the last few months, yet they narrowly lost to Secret 8-7. Superpower player 7 was back at it again, going 17-9, whilst on the other side, New Man Blur topped the charts. For G2, a disappointing result that moves them further away from the November Major was all they walked away with. For Secret, these 2 points pull them further away from the bottom of the EUL 2022 table. Last but certainly not least was an incredible showdown between Heroic and Navi on Cafe. Heroic were embarrassing their opponents, with Navi unable to get themselves inside the building in one piece. Heroic were up 6-2, only for Navi to pull off an incredible 4-round streak to send us into overtime, carried there largely by Teb, who had a phenomenal game. Despite the performance from Navi, Heroic went on to win both overtime rounds, taking the lion's share of the points and the top spot in the EUL table. It's still early on in the season, so there's plenty of surprises waiting around the corner. Enjoy day 3, and I'll see you guys on the cast.
And there's all the action. Thank you very much, Des. That's how it all goes. Thank you for that. Our ranking, I will show that again to you because our next segment is relating to one of our teams on here. And let's see them at 8th place, Team Secret with 2 points right here in EUL. I'll return to my wonderful analysts because you guys wanted to talk about Team Secret and what's been going on. We know there's been many changes over in Team Secret that kind of forces a lot of swaps and playstyles, yada, yada, yada. I'll ask you, what's the deal with Team Secret?
Team Secret are a side which I think many would probably write off immediately just because of what they've been like in the past 2 years. Team Secret were a team that you would have said they're going to be at the bottom of the table. They're going to be scrapping for wins. You were never really going to see them in that title race. Mm-hmm. But I think from what we've seen in the past 2 play days, it's actually a lot better for Team Secret than what you may think in the surface. Sure, they've had a loss. Sure, they've had an OT in there. But think about who they have played. Secret lost 7-4 to BDS, a team that we're predicting to be #1 at the end of the stage just because they're back. EFAC.
Go.
There it is. You need to make sure you're up for that today.
I wasn't expecting it, to be honest.
Come on. And then you take a win against G2. Sure, we know G2, everyone likes to take the mick out of G2 and says this and says that. You still have to respect G2 as a team that, on their day, can be world beaters. We know that. They've proven that time after time. Secret's done really, really well in the first 2 games already. And those are tough matches.
And that's the thing is, we expect Team Secret. There's 3 things in life that are certain. Death, taxes, and Team Secret making roster changes. But the thing is that actually they've improved. They've actually gone very well. They've looked particularly solid. And I think genuinely, Demo, they might be on the precipice of being a top, middle to top of the table team, chasing that top 4.
Yeah, I think it's possible for them. I think we have to mention Twister. That change in coaches.
That's true.
It's probably the biggest thing. We're going to be looking at the players and the players that they brought in, but just that coaching change, especially of that caliber. Yeah, and I think Kendrick said it really well to you in the interview, Milosh, didn't he? He said, Twister came in with ideas and we were more than happy to give them a go. They're ready to put in the effort because they've seen that things haven't worked the way they were playing. You need a change and you need a coach to come in and say, right, this is what we're doing. This is our game plan now. This is our different mindset. And you put it to it.
Execution. Say again?
I agree with what Demo said.
Thank you very much. I mean, as an ex-coach, but not for G2, because Wasn't official. There it is. So you guys know how it is to kind of get all of this running together. Twisters Edition is a massive one. And, you know, we're talking about how this team has been. I'm sure there are stats to reflect that and also certain clips that can help out with it if we got anything ready. Maybe. Do you think that our analysts and our production team are ready to use up any graphics or have anything prepared? I don't know. Will anything show up on screen in the next 2 seconds?
Well, I heard it was a telestrator.
I've got something.
Do you? Oh, he's
winking. He's trying to wink.
Beautiful wink. You got a telestrator for us. Devon, go ahead.
So, disclaimer, it's going to be a bit weird. I know that we're talking about how... right, no. I know that we're mentioning about Secret, you know, they've actually done a lot better. These clips actually showcase them losing rounds, which I know is probably a bit strange when we're talking about how good Secret have been, but it's more showcasing that Secret can be a lot better, and I think the potential is a lot more than really what we've seen. And the first clip we're looking at is them against BDS. This was one of their rounds where they were defending Border. As we know, Border, very turbulent. Really anything can happen in Border. But we're going to be looking at a situation where there was an opportunity for a Brazilian playstyle with Secret. We mentioned about Twist. We mentioned that this coach coming in can put these new ideas to this side and really showcase that, you know, LATAM being a very dominant region in this meta specifically, you can have a lot of flexibility, which obviously has been the main theme. So you're looking at a 2v2. And as you can see, we're going to be pinpointing a couple of different things you have to look at. You've got Renchi, who's just dropped the hatch. He's going to be looking to go for a plant. And you've got Shaiko upstairs in office on the hatch, giving that cover. There is a bulletproof camera, which is, I think, around about there. You can just, I can zoom it in for you. Right there on the wall. It's going to be feeding that information. So Secret have everything for them right now. They have information. They know the location of two players. And one thing that Brazilian teams like to go for a lot is these quick little retake strategies. Brazilians don't mind letting teams have that diffuser go down whenever they know that they can go for a big retake. If you look down at the bottom, you can see that they're looking to go for this kind of retake, which I think probably they should have went for, but they didn't go for it, which is probably the biggest issue. You can see Secret, they were maybe thinking of going up the east stairs, but instead they stick to their guns. They think, okay, let's just try and kill the planter. But in reality, in this scenario, sure, you manage to kill Renchi, you get that trade-off, which they do manage to do whenever that diffuser goes down, but then you have to challenge Shaiko on the hatch angle. That's not going to work. Surely you look at this and think, imagine if they went above, imagine if they actually challenged Shaiko, took the 2v1, and then Renchi's all by himself. Renchi's having to deal with somebody on the hatch with a constant information from the bulletproof. And as we've seen, you know, yes, they've managed to get their trade-off, but look, Shaiko upstairs just has to sit back, relax, really doesn't have to do anything magical here. So that's just a little moment where I think Secret are looking at that and, you know, take that risk, take that, you know, headway and really think, okay, let's try something different. Let's take the risk. Let's go for the retake. And the second one that we're going to be looking at as well is one against G2. And this was a bit of a blunder. All credit, I think, to G2. This was, you know, Blur, I think, showcasing, you know, what he can do in the clutch situation. But you look at it, it's right now it's a 3 versus 4, and it does go into a 2 versus 4. I'm sure quite a lot of people probably remember this one. You're dealing with that open area. We'll skim through it a bit, so we'll really set up to see some of the main angles that you're after. So you're sitting here now. What do we see? Who dies? There we go. So you're sitting now inside of a 2 versus 4. And you're looking at this kind of quad push that we're seeing. You've got 1, 2, 3, 4. All of them linear inside of the lineup. And Brazilians are really good at saying 3, 2, 1, go. And they do it with confidence. They go for the pushes. This was a bit of a mistake from Secret, because as you'll see, if you specifically look at the main man who we're after, is going to be Kendrew with that diffuser. They go for the push, but it's just Kendrew by himself. Gets killed straight away, and this is whenever Havoc just ensues. We know Blur then plays out of his skin, but moments like that, simple things, simple communications, these, you know, levels of confidence that you need to push in and just stay headstrong in this meta, that's where I think Secret were kind of getting lost a little bit. Again, this is no slight of Secret. You know, obviously we're giving a lot of praise. Remember, they went on to beat G2 in this game, but it just shows that there's so much room for improvement in this side. I think give them again a few more play days, especially considering they'll be against easier opponents. It's going to be looking really good for Secret at the moment.
Man, trying to set up a whole push in the last 7 seconds really is a tough one, isn't it?
Pretty much.
We're seeing Secret have these good improvements, I think, is the key takeaway from this. Is Secret have had good improvements that we expect they can be hit in middle of the pack. I think those small changes that Demo identified and Twister will be identifying, they make those improvements, they can really be pushing every team right to the limit.
All right, then our schedule for today. Who will Team Secret be playing up against later on? That's a question on many people's minds. Let's start off at the top, though. TT9 will be facing off against Heroic in just a bit. BDS versus Outsiders is second. Our match today is M&M versus Rogue, and I'm very excited for this one because it can be incredibly one-sided, one way or the other, or a grinder until the end, and I'm really looking forward to it. G2 versus Wolves might also be in the same vein, but also Navi versus Secret. I mean, that is a big UK massive matchup. People are looking at it thinking, okay, these two squads have a lot to offer. There's a lot of changes. You, specifically, Jack, said that Navi are the biggest winners of the transfers phase when we started off at this stage. And now they'll go up against Secret, another team that has massive systemic changes within the team.
I think, yeah, genuinely, that game that could have been wrote off over the past two stages as a bit of a sleeper game.
Yeah.
That's probably the game I'm most looking forward, probably, to that game at the end of today.
We don't want to leak too much, but we've got some really interesting things as well, some really interesting points about that game. So stay tuned. Make sure you come back and see us.
Intriguing. I'm very intrigued as we talk about all of this. And of course, that'll be for later on. We always pull up with our pre-match analysis, but I want us to talk about our match of the day, M&M versus Rogue. And I'm talking about, hey, this could really be one-sided one way or the other massively, or really be a grinder until the end. And I don't know if you agree with me on this. Of course, I'm merely the host, just, the dumb guy that talks about things here, big oaf. But what can actually happen here? Because we've seen so many teams like Rogue in the past go off of massive victories over a stage and then have trouble in the one after.
It's you'd actually be forgiven me, Losh, when you said it, the history, of these two teams might go one way or the other. If you look at the direct head-to-head of these two teams, which is one massive indicator for how teams will do, guess who's won both? Because we've already spoke about it. M&M have actually won against Rogue in Stage 1 and Stage 2, beaten Rogue comfortably. So even though Rogue are the best team, they are currently the major champions, they are the pinnacle that everybody wants to take down, they've got a little bit of a mental block where they cannot beat M&M.
Yeah, I think Rogue have identified that in social media, haven't they? I think Leon said a few times about M&M has caused them issues. M&M always play better whenever they're not expected to win. That's a fact. I think we've seen that in the two Playdays, haven't we? Whenever they got up against sides that we say, yeah, M&M will beat them, they've shown us enough over the past year, and then they end up just looking like a shell. But you put them in a room with a world champion or a major champion, all of a sudden fireworks explode. It's unbelievable how you can describe that team. Because they should be world-class for what they've done in the past year, but it's so strange to explain. It's such a weird dynamic with M&M.
Let's try to put it this way, at least talking about highlight players from these two teams. We have a head-to-head, one player out of each one of the two teams, as we always do. And which ones did the analysts select? It's Nello and Leon. Wow,
they're both called Leon.
An anagram of...
We've got the Leon off.
Leon Pesic, right?
Yep.
Medics can probably confirm, but yeah, that's... What's going on?
We've got the two Leons going head-to-head, and we actually wanted to select these because the reason that I think these two teams frustrate each other is because they both play in a very similar vein. And what I wanted to show on this head-to-head was actually these two players both play the traditional hard support for their team. I know it says Leon Gids is the Dokkaebi main, but they both play generally the hard breach, generally the site setup operators. I call them the backline because you can't call them hard spots generally these days. But what we see out of Leon and what we saw out of Leon Gids through Stage 2, through the major, is he takes risks, he gets in and get amongst it. But also, during Stage 3, we've seen Nello do the same.
Yeah, we talked about a role switch that was happening between Neo and Nello. And we say that Nello, he's going to have a little bit more flexibility. Nello, smart player. He sees an opening, he'll take it. And that's why I think, again, we've mentioned you have to play the meta. We have seen immediate impacts. Nello's walking in, finding quad kills, for goodness sake, off just these little pocket plays. Giddens was always like that. That's in Giddens' DNA since he started playing this game all the way back in 2018. He was always someone who was just appeared out of nowhere, opened up a round, can single-handedly, win you that round or give you an opening death. One of the two. That's the way he works. But overall, both players very, very similar.
And they both operate the teams in a similar style, where they've got two backline players.
They are the voices off their team.
Yeah, you've got Nello and Neo, you've got Leon and Deepak, and then you've got a frontline three who are both exceptional in both of the teams as well. And I think that's why when these teams clash heads, it's usually very entertaining. And also, for Rogue, it can be very frustrating because it's a formidable opponent for them.
Two teams that know one another very well, even with all the iterations that Rogue has gone through. When you can highlight, okay, well, I know how Leon plays and how he runs the team when they're actually in the game, something M&M M&M can use for themselves, but also Rogue know how M&M function. They've been in this kind of setup for quite a while, trying to find their footing for the past year. So, yeah, actually, it's weird to say it. M&M a year ago were just being formed, really.
Just about, they were just a conception of a Challenger League team, right? They'd been together a while, but they knew that they had to go into Challenger League. And obviously, the journey since then speaks for itself. Challenger League, SI, a
major,
EUL, a major. The progression of this team has been absolutely nuts.
That's honestly
living the dream.
Pretty good, I have to say.
And stuck together. No roster changes.
That's true. Man, it seems like I don't know, I hear this a lot from Heroic, but I only see it applied on M&M. The whole not doing roster changes.
Heroic's catching a stray here, I feel.
I don't know. We'll see what
just be bad.
I mean,
nowhere.
They are up for...
The Heroic boys watch the pre-show like, this is good.
They are up for next game, so let's hope. They are playing in York. We'll talk about that in just a bit once we kick things off. But any final things then on a Rogue versus M&M matchup that we kind of tease before the match of the day?
I think from speaking to Rogue, they certainly know how M&M play. They're certainly ready for the frustrations that they might have, and they're certainly ready to be as disciplined as they can be in order to win this game. But for M&M, I think it's the up and downs, right? It's like you said, they look great against the against the good teams, bad against. They need to find that level of consistency.
I think Rogue has that more consistent factor. I think Rogue, you can predict. That's probably why a lot of people will predict Rogue today. Is just because you know what they're like. They're going to put on a performance. Especially look at how Rogue played the last Playday. They bounced back after that kind of blip against Navi. M&M, it's just the consistency where they're hit or miss. They're either there and they're brilliant, or they leave a lot to be desired. And you're kicking yourself thinking, this is not the side that we know. This side can do so much better. And that's the way I felt even on the first Playday. Even though they won against TT9, I was still sitting there thinking, God, this is not you. This
they could be better.
Well, that's our teaser for our match of the day, so make sure you're tuning in for game number 3, M&M versus Rogue. Very much looking forward to it as we're talking about it here. But it's time to kick off with game number 1, Heroic versus TT9 in just a few. Welcome back, friends, to EU League. Game number 1 about to begin. TT9 versus Heroic. Very excited to see how TT9 fare today, but also Heroic coming off of a, I guess, failure in the grand final, in the NPL finals.
Ooh, you might upset them calling them that.
No, he's not upsetting them because it's true.
It's a failure because they should be winning it. Come on, man. What is this, NA League? We don't talk about
Aren't
that.
they just saving shots? No? Wasn't, they were playing tier 3? Surely you saved
You
shots.
sound like Fabian. Get out of here.
Yeah.
Anyways, let's talk about this first game. And I want to see, first of all, what TT9 has to offer. Because every time I look at this roster, I'm like, oh my God, this is diamond in the rough. They just need some time to warm up and get into it.
I think so, Milosh. I go in on TT9 a lot. And, Nico's often in my Twitch chat saying, why are you bullying me? And honestly, I don't bully them. But I think that they had a massive amount of improvement to produce. They've improved, I would say, in terms of performance.
Since the first split.
Since the first split, since the second split even. They've improved in terms of performance, but it's been no wins again. Unfortunately, 2 losses coming in against M&M and Rogue. The one factor that I would say is actually really good for this team is the fact that they've had a little bit of a role swap. They've been getting a mission going up next to Exodus as well, playing together as more of a duo that's actually freed them up. It's freed a mission up as well, as to not be the hard carry of this team. And I think they can continue, they can improve, they can upset teams, but again, it's looking like it might be a little bit of a rough stage for them.
Yeah, it just feels same story as what I think we had last week, where if a mission isn't there, what do they have really to offer? Until we see a game where Emission's actually just having a stinker and everyone else is performing and they win, then I'll kill that narrative. But until then, you always look to Emission. And if Emission isn't there, who is there? Because I think, again, Exodus, maybe put him a bit closer towards Emission. Is that going to rub off on him? Is it going to make him a bit better? I'm not too sure. But
I hope so.
For TT9, again, it's going to be another difficult game, which I think is what you have to keep in mind. They've had quite tough opponents so far.
I think the big thing for TT9, just quickly, Milosh, is that they've struggled with map pool. Now, we'll go on in probably the map bans about their map pool. The last 2 times that they played up against Heroic, they've been absolutely bullied in the map ban phase, and they've been exposed for their shallow map pool.
Okay, well, now what about Heroic on the other side? And we have the scoop from the insider man who was at the NPL finals in York. Were there viewers there that were there in person?
Nope,
Well,
just the players.
You were there, and that's what
Demo.
matters.
I was there.
Well, Demo,
yeah.
what can you say about Heroic?
Not good enough. I'll be honest.
Fair.
Not good enough. Sure, you can use the same old question. Oh, we're a tier 1 team in a national division. We're saving strats. We've got bigger fish to fry. We have majors to focus on. We don't care about this league. Load of nonsense. Let's be honest, right? It's a load of nonsense. You're playing this game. You're playing to win. No matter what it is, you're going in to win. If they cared that much, they'd do what Navi did. They'd drop out. They wouldn't be playing it. Heroic went there. They wanted to win it. You know this side wanted to win it. Grizzly's been playing in our national division for 6 seasons now. Everyone else has won it. You know, the Navi boys, they won it. M&M boys, they won it. These were the only, professional UK players that did not win their own nationals. And we know they wanted it. And it just wasn't good enough. I think you can, again, like I said, you can bring it down to we're saving strats. There were just basic fundamentals that were not being done well by Heroic. There were throws, like 3v5s, just being tossed away. I was able to actually listen into Heroic and, listen in the same room with them and hear their communication. Very, very shallow comms. There was not a lot of fight, really a lot of passion. It felt as if at times that actually 10-Star were the professional team who were up for it.
But they're still, winning. That's the thing. They're winning. They're getting points. And, it was not like it's an easy one to go up against G2, beating them in the first play day, beating Navi also. Yes, OT, but Navi is a completely different beast now.
There's a lot of redeeming factors for Heroic. As much as they did kind of troll the Nationals on Sunday, which they did, there's 2 big signs for me that I really like about Heroic. The first one is the playstyle that they introduce, where they've got the 2 backline, the 3 at the front. And then the second one is the fact that they're actually on a winning streak. They're playing very well inside of EUL, and they're very effective. They're very confident. So I want to see that more from them, going into Playday 3 and onwards.
Let's see what experience they've gathered from playing there. And they are playing in York, by the way, right now. Yep. So that's an extra thing for Heroic to kind of play along with in their matchup. Which map, though, will we be on for this first series out of 5? For today, it's TT9 that'll have the last say. They remove Chalet, take us to Villa, where they start off on attack. Heroic picking defense, which is definitely very normal. But Demo, what do you think about this?
The only map that they beat 10-Star on in that best of 5 grand final. So I suppose that's something to look at. But even still, it was not the cleanest Villa that you can say. I mentioned about 3v5s. There was a lot of those that were happening to Heroic where they were losing easy rounds. One thing I will say about Heroic is I think Benja is... I got to watch a lot of him over the weekend. He's so good. Like, I'm sitting there watching him and I'm mesmerized by the things that he can do. I've never seen someone who can rack up multi-kills like he can. If he starts off with a spawn peak, there's a big likelihood he'll get an ace. The guy, he just infused with momentum. It's unbelievable.
One thing that I will say about the maps is actually it's very surprising that Heroic banned away Bank. It just shows that they've fallen off a little bit on that map, which has allowed TT9 to get away from their small map pool. It's allowed them to get on one of their favourites of Villa. However, TT9 did play Villa last week against Rogue, and Rogue actually banned away the Sledge, was it? It was either Sledge or Ayana. Took another set of nades away, and it really scuppered TT9's game plan on the attack.
Well, from this point now, there's so many variables that we have to think about that I don't think would be fair for me to ask you, who do you think will take this?
I went with Heroic, but you can ask me anyway. I went with Heroic, but I wouldn't be surprised if it was TT9.
I wasn't going to, as I previously stated.
I'll just give my opinion anyway, man.
Good. Who asked?
Nobody, but I'm still here anyway. So, who's the real winner?
These streamers.
The viewers.
On that note, let's toss it then to our casters. TT9 versus Heroic to kick it all off on Villa. It's Hap and M. Enjoy.
Thank you very much, Milos. It is, and the opinions were shared, but only the result matters at the end of the day. Top of the board versus close to the bottom. Who's going to be the one that finds the points?
That is going to be the important question that we will have answered over the next hour or so. But what we can say is what was just said on the desk as well. Villa, a very, solid map for TT9. They really like to play here. They come back time and time again, but also the only map that Heroic was able to win in their national finals earlier. So, if there is anything to go at here, it should be quite explosive with both these teams feeling confident on the map. Now, Heroic off on the defense, probably favored as a result of it, considering the true nature of Villa.
The true nature of Villa
Yep.
It is one as well where we've also got the true nature of Heroic. It's a roster that can get itself moving. It's a roster that, sure, they won in the national finals, but it wasn't without error. It wasn't without a couple of questionable moments. And there's only, as Demo sort of said, how many times can you say whether they're playing to win or playing to whatever? You're in a finals, you want to win it. That's just what it is. And to sort of come off the back of that now and roll into this, the reason there's no cams, as we said, is that they're in York. Unfortunately, we wouldn't be able to get it sorted. But how do you hit the energy with today? How do you sort of realize, well, we've lost this, should we win this match today, or are we a bit down in the dumps?
That's it, right? And of course, they know themselves as well. They missed out on that last major. They really want to be going back towards November major this stage. And that means they need to continue performing. Currently, they are in that first spot. If they win here today, then that is 3 out of 3 out of the 9 play days that we'll have, which will definitely set them up well. But if you recall, that is when they started dropping off last stage as well. They got a very solid start, and after that, it all sort of started slipping. And they found themselves just outside that top 4. And that is something they need to prevent from happening. That is something they need to be vigilant for, to make sure that they can continue in the rhythm and the pace that they are currently starting to build up in the European League. And it is up to the players themselves and Mr. Officer as well, of course, as the coach behind them, to make sure that they do stay in that positive mindset. Like, okay, we lost that one, but we will be focusing on the European League right now. It's a different league. It is a different result. Let's see if we can separate those two. And thus, as they start off in Aviator Games, I instantly see the clash on the board from Grizzly. It's an operator I do like to see from time to time, because it is proven to be difficult for some of the European League teams to actually deal with that operator effectively with some of that utility.
All right, on these removals, on this drive, TT9, what do you have for us? Because so far we've seen not enough. We haven't really had that pressure that we've wanted from this roster. There was obviously changes that came across the board, and there's little sparks, little moments, and there's a mission. There's the sort of huge performance he can put in. They were lifted by it on the first play day and missed it on the second, comparatively, but here, what sort of drive are we going to get from them? And in response, what do we get from Heroic?
The thing is, though, if you go to TT9, you cannot truly and only rely on a mission having these pop-up games. It's not consistent enough. It's not viable enough. Not in the long run, at least. Like, yes, he might be able to carry along for 1 or 2 games, but you cannot expect him to be dropping 20 kills and 1v5 ace clutches every single playday.
Grizzly playing the clash role as a mission suffers first. I was going to say, but Melo's actually the one gets dropped in the engagement. They're able to pull themselves back. The pressure from underneath is caught out. Benja gone. Slapped around the side. They expected that rotation. They're able to at least get one player up. The second grenade, though, it could spell the end if it's a little bit close. It's a little bit close. Doom is the other one. 3 different Heroic players have found the wrong end of engagement so far already. TT9, they're putting this pressure all from one player underneath. Across, obviously, the explosive, the pressure from the angle, and now this, the swing. It's going to be a lot of work here. The Clash is going to try and hold on to as much time as possible. Pulls back away from this. The impact and the pressure of the grenades over the top drops the ADS. There's obviously still 2 grenades in the pocket of Scyther. They can try and keep putting the pressure here on this side if they want, but with the 5 versus 3, they have a lot working for them.
For sure, Exodus now will finish off Melo as well, and that brings it back to a 5-on-2. With which one of these operators is carrying a big shield, and Grizzly will now swap over to the SPSMG9, deals a little bit of damage. Juno will finish off that player. Exodus does go quite low, but TT9 still with a massive advantage here.
Well, they're inside the site. They're looking to put the pressure onto the player, and Amision finds it. Grizzly is caught out, leaving just Uno alone and by themselves. Trapped around the main stairs. They're inside the site itself. They don't currently have the kit. That's one blow to them, and Uni might be able to put some pressure, and does. Nico tapped off the window. 50 seconds, though. They have so much time to either try and formulate the fight or find the player here. Hopped out, broke that one gate. Uno's going to step a bit closer. The gate going down reveals his rough positioning. The drop, is it going to be into open hands? There's a mission trying to hold the angle. There's the fight, and there's a TT9 round.
I just wanted to say, started off with the round saying, like, you cannot rely on Emission every single round. You cannot rely on him every single game to pop off like he did. And he starts off with an injury and 2 kills as the very opening of this game. So he definitely starts us strong, looking to prove otherwise that he can indeed carry TT9 across for the majority of these. It's a good start for the Russian team, and with that, they hope to carry that momentum into the next round. Aviator Games will be rerun by Heroic. Of course, spotting out some of the mistakes that happened, stacking up a bit too much, being prone to these grenades after you just suffered from some verticality there. Also trying to go for these re-peaks whilst clearly not having pressure from both above and horizontal at the same time. And thus, Heroic, they have faith, they can rerun this, they have faith that they can, you know, make sure that they get the actual victory out this time.
False start, I think, is how it runs there for Heroic. False start, and we'll see if, I guess, there'll be the drive-through of anything else behind it. Sens now in the pocket of WTG. They've got him with the kit as well, the player, and alongside Exodus, who's going to potentially be offering some support. There is something pacey potentially on the boards here for the approaches. Another AVG, and we're looking at a few hatches that find some curious lean-ins. The ones around 90, the one that they can otherwise put the pressure onto if they want to hit statuary as well. It's all about a bit of pace, and yes, study too, but that might be the most dangerous. Although this, instead of taking the 90 hatch, why not the window and the door itself? The Sens can draw some attention. A straight dive all the way through potentially. After these Aruna get burnt, this could be a 3-2-1 situation, and Exodus is waiting for that count. Scyther's in, Scyther's out. Doom has it. Exodus is up through the window. The roll of the Sens is a little bit creative, and Benj is able to get one more out of it. Exodus now caught on the backswing. It was a bold play, but not a play that counted by the end of it. The reverse of the score from before, and the clash is now that monolith mountain nightmare. Emission gets 1 as his way out the door. He's got to find another 4 to find the perfect ace clutch here, and at least he's got time.
He's definitely got some time, and as he went for the aggression, it didn't pay off. Emission still trying to find some isolated shots here. Quickly has to throw that grenade through before the laser gate activates again, but a magnet will be catching it off, so no joy with that explosive. Has to rotate around and will do so from below. They are aware. Grizzly has been sent down. Just a slow Emission if he does decide to come down and up these stairs, as a small rotation is called, headed towards the red side. He's looking to find an entry somewhere, make some noise. Gotta be aware of his position. The guns and the shield are slowly shifting position as Doom has heard that perfectly. Another Magnet will catch that grenade and will not find or give any further information to Emission. And especially with the clash pushing him down now, it's just so much time that will be wasted slowly but steadily. And as the roamers are coming down from the bottom floor now as well, Emission is truly in a bit of a pickle here.
Well, more than a pickle.
Yeah.
I think an end.
An end to it. And that leaves us equal. They indeed spotted out there was some mistakes that happened in that first round. They decided to run it back, and it paid off for Heroic as they find their round.
Thank you, Emission.
Not sure for what.
Just thanking him.
Maybe for not clutching up against them.
I mean, to be fair, wouldn't be his first this season of an ace clutch. No problem.
I still have no clue.
He knows he can do it at any point. He can turn it on.
Yep.
He has that power.
Still, like, I didn't believe it when I saw it. It wasn't Chalet in the basement. He was literally surrounded by M&M players all over the place, and somehow he came out alive. Last man standing. And that is when everybody went wild, and that is also when we're like, okay, but if this is the reason, if this is how you're going to win these rounds, then that's not going to be a viable strategy. So everybody needs to fire up a little bit, like Emission currently does. Because only Exodus is a player with a kill, besides Emission on the side of TT9 right now. A bit more spread out on Heroic. That's what you like to see.
Well, the second round there, I mean, it was a pocket play. They went for something a bit sharp, and
they got him. That's not going to detonate.
WTG takes care of Uno early on. Gone. You assume the gadget's down, but that one went down without any more aplomb than a bomb could. As I was saying, though, it was a pocket play. They tried to full send it even when the wind was already taken out of their sails. At that point, the boat isn't really going to go on a steady rotation on the ocean. here. Benja, he's trying to draw some attention underneath. He's a player that can. He got a couple of sparks into the previous round here. Emission up round onto the study says he's going to swing for the fight. There it is, the Wamai disc. Oh, and the pickup from Wamai themselves. Mello swings onto the door itself, finds the alternate angle, and here, this is a heroic that we desperately missed in the first round.
When this kind of aggressiveness, the snappiness, when they do decide that a player has located themselves, openings will be made. Bathroom is taken up above by TT9. Grenades are being tossed in. Some are caught by magnets. Don't walk in yet, Sider, just in time. C4 pops, finds Nico. Somehow they're starting to fall on the TT9 side on the top floor. They're heavily being contested out here as June retakes.
Oh, WTG is down though. Scyther, he's able to be tucked into a corner, looks for the next engagement. There's two of them on the stair set, but a pre-fire pulls them back. The shotgun opens up the angle behind. They've decided and opted to drop back instead. Leave June. See if he can try and take another engagement. It's Benja through the floor! Benja with the calls, and the idea gets the double from underneath, and Cypher is left for a second before Doom wipes him up.
That's not just the calls, that was the beep beep, beep beep proximity alarm that has been going off there for like the entire round. They knew someone was out there, and because of the fact that it's placed that close on the window, well, chances are there's about to be a pickup out there, and that shotgun shell, two of them coming through the floor, able to pick up the kills. And Heroic, even though they lost the very entry fight from the spawn peek attempt with the C4, still managed to come out on top as they aggressively try to retake and hold on to that top floor, not wanting to give it away to TT9. Successfully achieved so.
The further and further we get from that first round, the more you're sort of like, who was that? Because it wasn't the Heroic that we've seen over these past two. TT9's kept up a good pace. There was obviously the procs, as you said, not being dropped there was a bit of a nightmare. The positions and the play, they're still getting into it though. They still have these engagements. However, Heroic have started slapping back. And it's been a very powerful response. Down to Kitchen, down to this mid-4 place here. Heroic on their tertiary rotate. They're going to give themselves, I was going to say, a little bit of a lock-off here onto the sitting area, but instead might play with a little bit more stretch.
TT9, I mean, you are on the attack. All you really need is 2 or 3 rounds to find yourself in a good split.
What?
That was a drone, right?
Yeah. I have no idea.
Target practice.
I have no idea what that was.
I'm like looking at this like, there's also no Mozzie.
Fresh, my boy, I'm going to need you to break that one down for me. It was, even then, a Mozzie that far out, how would it have got there?
It would have been like, not destroyed, but disabled afterwards.
He's able to look for a fight on the door. Mission gets a little bit of a scrape on a big double, but pulls away before the painting on Art Studio is on the Blood of Doom. He knows that TT9 can respond with multiple angles pretty quickly, so instead Mission keeps driving, keeps applying the pressure. WTG has catched a drone that gets dropped by the opponents. This time round, where can you go, Doom?
TT9 slowly starting to put some pressure down, but as we continue talking a bit on that drones, they only have 5 left now. No, not even 4 left currently. So there's not a lot of information they can gather in these next 2 minutes, which will result into some face checks to come out, and that is not ideal, not in a 5v5, not when there's a pulse on the board that can just feed all your information out to the rest of the defenders, and with them hiding in sneaky corners and bathtubs as well on that top floor, this could be a slaughter to come through on the TT9 side.
Steady pings, steady catches, steady reveals, but this is all information fed and filtered by the magical gun of Uno, the pulse round to the pressure and the play. Exodus trying to get a catch on any of the destruction on this wall itself. They've got themselves a bit of a retreat on the back line. I'm not sure if the hatch is open, but the stairs are still there as an option. There's nobody currently on the window on the far side of Aviators, or Solarium even. Astronomy. The pressure starts to bounce his way. Now there is that repel. Nico has taken up the mantle, makes things a lot trickier for the player inside the bathtub. Doom's taken the hatch. He's not going to stick around. Have they found that one bathtub player? Well, they found a fight on the stairs. Doom almost gets scrapped, but somehow wins the scrap. Benja's now in a good permission. Mission gets the pick up on the far split. Will he still stay squeaky clean?
is going to be the big question. Mission will go down. That was from up above. Grizzly retaking will be punished though by Scyther, but you still have him thrown in the bathtub there. Benja just hiding, and he's not going to stand up until they are right next to him. That is when he will strike. Uno still there with the heartbeat sensor, is going to be able to give him information, as there he is. Benja will take down one, has the top floor still under control, and there's 2 TT9 players left, of which one is not going to get struck from above. It's Nico that will get the turn on him. 8 seconds left. Can he clutch this out? It's a 1v2. Doesn't find the first though. Uno locks it off.
Oh, I mean, there was a lot of resilience towards that top floor there. Heroic. They had the man in the bathtub hiding for the whole time. They also had Grizzly go for a retake. June winning a fight on a stair set that he shouldn't have, but at least the mission was there to pick up the pieces directly afterwards. And this is the thing about TT9, is they keep being in the right place, but Heroic also have a habit of being in the wrong place for them. And it's just something that kept on biting them multiple times throughout that round. 3 in a row now, Heroic. They're setting themselves up for a decent sprint here on the second half. As you said, you only really need a couple on your attack here onto Villa, but that second is looking tougher and tougher for TT9.
It definitely is, and I hate to bring it back, but by the moment that they started to take the top floor that mattered, right? Like they took Statuary, they took Trophy, the bedroom. They only had 3 drones left, and they were all placed. Now, I think those are placed in flank watch positions. That should have caught off Grizzly, fair enough, but you will not be able to find the players that are hiding in these little corners. On the staircase, for example, looking to push up when the time is right. That is where they struggled. That is where they took most of the scraps. And then when the chaos was all there, that's when Grizzly rotated up, got himself a kill, almost a second as well. So you're really going to make sure that you're careful with your drone game.
Okay, TT9, your opening bout and pressure was on this side, and the only round you've got so far, and so far it was a very well put together round. Heroic, they had a good response before, but we've gone back to a little bit more of a steady opening position and proposition here. Some of that sprayed through and some attention paid towards the stair set. That was that first point of pass. There's no clash though. This time around, clash has been removed, swapped out for a slightly different hold here, something with a bit more energy as Heroic have this stretch over to red and Benja stretched all the way over towards Pantry and Prep on the far side.
I want to know if there's a flank drone ready to catch Benja if he does decide to move up laterally towards these TT9 players up on that first floor. Mission gets taken out by Uno from the main staircase here. Well done with the SMG. Knows there is still pressure coming down, though, as impact landed on top of the barbed wire, not on the Goyo canister right behind it. Important to mention, because they will still be able to detonate that now and slow down the attack if they do decide to come through. That's some feet being spotted out by Uno.
It's an awkward fight, because if you can see his feet, chances are I can probably see a bit of you. There's Scyther caught out by Melo, took the drop on the hatch itself, and the double for the trouble. Exodus gets Grizzly. Exodus gets at least one more, but Benja was there for support. And WTG, all that's left once again, Heroic. They take a gamble. They took the drop from the study hatch, hoping and sort of assuming, well, all the attention is being paid towards Uno. How do we know that they're not there? And, well, they found out with their face, and their face then found 2 of their opponents. A minute on, WTG has 3 more players to take through, but structurally they've done really nothing. There's 1, there's a response, there's 4 for Heroic.
TT9 nowhere to be found in these last couple of rounds. Yes, they started to put up some good pressure onto the main stairs, but again, not ready for the flanks that came through. Both Benja and Melo, well, Melo dropping, Benja coming up laterally, able to just shut them down as soon as they put up a little bit of pressure onto Uno there. And that puts it 4-1. And we said it, 2 or 3 rounds of what you're looking for on the attack to find yourself in a decent position to head into their second half. And that means that this is the moment to strike for TT9. This is the last opportunity they will have to find that second round on their attacking half. But for now, Heroic has been walking all over them. They're just completely in charge, bar that first round that we have seen. And TT9 unable to find a response. Solid enough to at least put these rounds on the board.
It is a game of 2 halves.
It is, yeah.
It's time to sort of remind that, but well, I guess if one of the biggest aspects that we've talked about is TT9 losing sight of the loose players of Heroic and getting a little bit blinkered towards the route that they want the horse to run, well, that's something where you might not encounter that so much on your defense. You have that as a little bit of freedom, the movement, the width, and the chance to try and pull from the intel placed rather than the active intel you're trying to grab. Here, though, one more before the split would do them absolute wonders, and it's been absolute sort of heroic since then. The round that we saw here before did stumble quite early on.
It definitely did. And thus they need to change. They need to find a better way to approach this. And I mean, it all started out with these quick swings that came through from Mello, and Mission now receiving a bit of pressure from the top floor, saw an elbow. The challenge has been aborted by the heroic player that just fell off, not wanting to stick around there, made his presence known. That means they need to go for a full clear up on that top floor now, because they will not feel safe otherwise going into the actual site.
Mallo's playing the position he did before as well. He's got the chance to swing either side of China towards the pressure onto the pantry doors. There's the ping, and Emission's moved much deeper than he did last time and gets into an engagement. Can't get the cement down. There it is, finally on the tail end. But look, two heroic players want to try and make amends. Grizzly almost looks the wrong way, takes the kill, but Nico gets Uno at the same second. Benja pulls a little bit away from the rotation that he wanted to make. They've all headed up to the top. The bottom floor has fallen. And this is a much better start here for TT9.
Do they know, though, that this bottom floor is going to be completely clear because they still have a flank watch and Nico up on that top floor. The rest of TT9 is all downstairs. They could just try and retake that, but of course the side is trophy statuary, so it doesn't really help them much. You can maybe play with some of the grenades that you have on site, but that's only two. Is it worth it? Taking the risk, potentially running into a rogue member still out, being out there from Heroic.
You can see they're trying to just get the last pulls to break the hard wall and make things even more awkward for the remaining defenders just to sit and survive on the far side. The breach is about to come through from the ex-Kairos. They're just trying to find the last bit of jam, and I guess that might be the response. There's at least some of the breach and the pushback of the players. The final step, Valk's trying to find a fight through the gap. Cannot quite go reverse fishing, or standard. Spray through, Doom on the rotate. There's Benja, though, biting from underneath, takes Exodus. The C4 goes for a catch, but nobody's currently in the bathroom. A bit premature, but TT9 was playing cautious. Now's the time. Move into the space and see what they can do.
Still a player downstairs, though. They have retaken that ground, and that means they can start coming up from the bottom again. And if they do decide to go for an execute from the astronomy room, that could be massive. If the flank is in time, June will find it first. Is looking to go aggressive onto Saito right now, who hopes to swing himself, but he's about to walk into a crossfire. Finds one, but gets punished instantly after. WTG brings it back to a one-on-one up against Benja. You heard Demo praise the boy earlier on. Now he is waiting patiently. 9 seconds before this plan needs to come down. The diffuser only just in hand, and that means there's about 3 seconds to spare for Benja to close off this round. He gets the pings, he knows where he is, and he will finally find that kill as well. It's 5-1 for Heroic.
It was all watched by a Bulletproof. We saw it at about the 5-second mark, just as much as they definitely saw it. Popped around the corner, really sort of revealed at that point you've either got to try and throw yourself into a fight, but if it is where you think it might be, they've got the drop on you anyway, or try and tuck, hope for the plant, hope that they get a little bit antsy, swing you first. The timer was out, and now they're out of their attempts onto the attack. TT9, they get the sort of blessing of defense throughout this. Heroic, they have 2 rounds to try and shut it out. They're usually an all-or-nothing team, but we've seen them be close to all and it amount to nothing before.
Have to make sure that they approach this the right way. You can start this off with a bit of pace if you want to. That first round is often the way when you have the opportunity to surprise and shock your opposing team. But at the same time, Heroic, they might just want to close this off as soon as they can. They've had a long weekend behind their backs. They're instantly playing the European League right after. Can imagine if they want to close this off as effectively as possible, not give TT9 anyways back into this game. So they, Heroic, that is, can start focusing on the remainder of this stage.
Still, tag timeouts available for both teams. TT9 have the option, and they're going to see if they can try and at least get one before potentially taking it, or find themselves suffering with only the guarantee of overtime. Here, though, the leading on AVG, the pings and the players just toasted outside the bathroom. They have some of this thread of intel, some of this thread of an approach But with double boxed off, you're looking towards this big sitting area. And Amision has the backline. Doom taken off as the early lead in there. Still caught on a drone. A Twitch drone and one more for the trouble. He knows it's going to be a tricky route out, but does have a C4 for a quick escape.
The drone was half a second too late to save June there. He was trying to go in. He was trying to secure that ground. The drone a little bit too late. Could have saved June's life if that one came through just a little bit earlier. That is a bit of sloppiness we see there from Heroic side, and a bit too much of that could lead to these rounds starting to slip towards TT9 as Amision somehow barely escapes with his life. He's getting sapped as well, but it wouldn't matter too much. It's only single points of damage done. And as he still lives, takes it out, does a little bit of damage to Benja, but he lives on.
Both Grizzlies Twitch drones lost. The first they understand, the second there, maybe they thought he was more damaged than he truly was, and they tried to just push that little bit over the edge, but it doesn't do anywhere near as much as it used to. Benja here, he's looking to try and get some of this revenge, but we're looking at a minute 30 past, and all of the fighting has found itself sort of structured around here. Right underneath the site itself, there's still the pressure to put towards the building, and the top second story, they're pulling a bit further back. Benja wants to see if he can try and do a little bit more recon for his own drive here, as the rest of Heroic, they're starting to restructure, reformulate, and refocus. Exodus helping to cause some problems, creeping a bit closer, offer some support underneath. The swing player on the top of red as well gives them a route out.
Benja has no idea of where Exodus is currently at, and as he continues to go a bit more aggressive, they might cross paths out here as Benja is looking to move through the red hallway. She's holding top into Piano, making sure there's no roamer out there, but he might find himself into combat as soon as Exodus opens up with the MX4 Storm.
Exodus suffers a little bit. He's battening down the hatches as best as he can, but tucked with only a little bit of heart between him. Benja's going for the swing, but he doesn't look to the side. It's Amision striking a second kill on the same spot as before. And now with Cypher under pressure on the red stairs, he's dropped. Their route out has been taken away from them, but you're looking at 15 seconds. They've still got to drive towards the plant itself. That grenade swings around, the kick goes cold. The smoke pops off a little late. WTG close with a shotgun, goes for the audio and doesn't quite get the full scrap. It's a drop shot swing round. There's the final hit, but 5, 4, 3, 2, no. TT9 get their first AVG and their first round since the very first round.
They got too caught up, but trying to take care of Amision in that bottom floor. Not enough information coming and flowing through, because if you remember, 3 drones taken out after the first engagement, the second Twitch drone following up, but after that I didn't see a single drone rolling through that living room, trying to isolate the players that were out there, because it was both Exodus and Amision. Whilst they might have only thought it could have been just the pulse. And there you see it, a tiny missed drone. The drone being half a second too late, or June being half a second too quick, resulting in you being caught up in trying to take that area under control. Because you might just say, well, why don't you just hit the side instead? Well, that's because it's a C4 operator playing right there with a heartbeat scanner. He can find you anywhere you go. If you stall a bit too long up onto that top floor, either you're going to get yourself taken out before you can even go for the execute, or you will be taken out right as you try and go and attempt the plant. And that's when I wanted to get rid of him, but not committed enough to do so. Thinking it was only one player, only committing once back yourself.
TT9, they have, as we said, the first round in a while, and they're going to see if they can try and drive that a bit further here. Instead on the top floor, the Thatcher. They showed it in the graphs before. He's had a little bit of a drop-off in the amount he's been played, but it might be because of he's just got a lot more times he can be played. Here is one of them. The drive and the support should make very quick work of any hard setup onto the wall itself, spraying through and looking for a little bit of an approach, but
Clemmer there now. WTG should definitely spot that, but if any other player wants to push up into the bathtub there, he might get blown up, so there's that.
The Selma's come across, the breaches, that should all pop off fine. Look, they're inside the site, they're spraying down. Benja moved behind it, but gets caught. Very important take. Doom's there on the door to get a quick revenge, and they're going to see if they can try and keep this. A shaky control of the site as Exodus gets the C4. Grizzlies round on the back line. They have the player caught up on stairs. There's one swinging their way from red as well. Kanuno try and put this kit down. He's going to see if he can get the stick on the far side. There's Grizzly suffering. The retake's coming across the board. Grizzly gets dropped. It's Uno with a post plant, but now with just a player on the window and Uno tucked around on the door, he's able to slowly slink himself. It's a 3 versus 2. They have the time to get themselves rebuilt here. They're looking for the fight as they're going for the pickup. Uno gets one, gets dropped by the second swing round. Just one from range and from distance. Oh, he's getting a little bit of damage done, just enough. Melu has the angle opened from earlier through. A very decent bit of play there. How are they going to try and get this caught out? This is the concern. Can they get a tricky, cheeky long arm angle? He's going for it. He's holding for it. Can he be caught? He can't be. There it is, though! I was about to say he can't be caught and sticks it, but Mission has very different ideas. Pops up, drops him down, and more than enough time for T.
Wanted to make sure he took that fight and dominated, so he had plenty of time to go for the defuse afterwards. 2 seconds to spare. If he would have stuck it, could have been quite dangerous. He could walk up into an angle where he can actually find you, so right call made by Emission as he finds yet another clutch. And now a tactical timer to be called by Heroic. 45 seconds to discuss. I mean, it did get the plant down. It's just that the cover wasn't quite there. They got taken out by TT9 on that site whilst they were trying to set up that control, never really being gifted a break. TT9 keeping that pressure up is absolutely crucial in that situation. So, well done to them. Now Heroic looking to find a difference that they can make over the next couple of rounds.
I mean, here it is, TT9, they're starting that fight back a round at a time, and Heroic know the importance of this, the tertiary site, and a site where they're able to get themselves in. Benja moving directly behind the breach, almost, you know, if you're running an offside trap of when it pops off versus where the player is compared to the line, it was almost caught out. He was that aggressive, and it can work, and did work for the first, but the quick response from Scyther there was that massive, devastating hit back. The other players tried to filter back and forth behind it, but again, the C4 popping off the positions of TT9, the clever angle to go on the retake on the side of red instead of just sort of throwing yourself at the problem. I really enjoyed how TT9 built themselves back into that round from what should have been pretty handily a Heroic one.
All right. We head downstairs to kitchen and dining. TT9 looking to close the gap. They've done so by 2 rounds already, needing 2 more to equalize that score. Can they do it here? And will Heroic finally be able to strike and find gold and put themselves up on 6? Just a round away from picking up those 3 points and putting themselves in an even sturdier position up on that top spot as they look to make it to the November Major after just missing out on the Berlin one.
Heroic, as you sort of highlighted. Now's your time, lads. Let's see if they can try and piece this together. They have a threat on a loose player, a mission around the bedroom. Oh, in fact, no, it's not a mission around the bedroom. My apologies.
It's underneath it.
It's underneath it. But there is a player up there that they're trying to drive some information towards. It's this, though, the spread onto the back line.
Now, drones are still being taken out here. Heroic does have some information coming down from that IQ. Trying to figure out what it exactly is. Now, they know that was a Prisma they just scanned, but they've spotted out the pulse earlier, so definitely will be aware of the fact that C4s could be coming in from the bottom.
It was Exodus that was playing on the top. If you've not noticed, sometimes we get logos above players, and sometimes we don't. Here, though, Exodus is forced very quickly off there. As I said, they had his number, and they wanted to make sure that he couldn't sit around on the bedroom on the far side. Now, can they try and move behind it? This is a much more cautious Heroic than what we've seen before at this point on either of the 2 rounds. They'd at least lost a body or 2, and there's the first for them. Benja gets 2, goes for 3, and well, nobody told him the LMG meta was over. But he's at least able to do some business with it. WTG does get dropped, and there's the swing around from Nico, and suddenly it's become a little bit of a fight back. Uno gets the lock-in, but gets locked out as a quick response to 2 versus 2, and even with the lead-in of a double kill within the site itself, TT9 once again have found themselves clawing this back to an even proposition.
I'm not even going to double kill. It was basically a triple kill. They downed a 3rd player out there before the trade finally came through. And they just get too greedy. They want to secure that kill, and now they're being taken out one by one by one. Only up to Grizzly and June now. A lot of damage done. June a little bit too late there on taking down the Valkyrie, rotating back into Memorial, so grenades need to be tossed in right after. Grizzly, though, with the MK14, looking to find an angle onto Saito as well, hoping to catch him if he rotates out, but he gets caught from above. Now it's only up to Nico, but he downs that diffuser yet again, and we're in another 1v1 situation.
29 seconds, Doom. He's got to try and find a route down. He's hoping to get gifted an angle from here, but now that's another 10 seconds less he's got to work with. One more grenade, rolled from the top and delivered to the back end of China, but he's able to pull himself away from that. The call on the cam, the change of pace in place. Nico's pulled himself out of there. He's not going to sit around and try and find out what a firefight happens because, well, they've got to get the kit and get it planted. He's looking for the fight. He's holding the stairs. He's going to swing his way around. Nico is long since out of there. They've just got to get himself pocketed. Nico's making the distance. He's pulled himself a little bit too far away from this. It's a gamble, it's a swing, it's a fight. It's Doom that's able to take it out. A difference of about 5 steps separates that from an easy pickup to a heroic round.
He thought it was being chased, and fair enough, but he got himself a little bit too far distance from the site, and as soon as that clock hit 0, he started to run. He definitely tried, but there was just enough time for Doom to get that kid on that ground, reset that timer to 45, and get the gun back up, most importantly. And that is now match point for Heroic. Right after the tactical timeout, needing one more in these next 3 to find 3 points.
Oh, it was only just though, wasn't it? And it still doesn't really feel like it should be only just. That sort of situation, the lead in, the 2.5 kill from the side of it, and you're thinking Heroic, this is their round. And against a lot of other teams, maybe it was, but TT9, they just keep pulling themselves back in.
They're complete top control. Benja walks in, gets a 2 kill and an injure, and then they just try and chase it too much. They were too aggressive, too greedy to lock in that kill. Whereas they could have done it from the top floor. They had it under control. You know exactly where that injure happened. But well, what's past is past. Managed to get the round in the end. And that is what is most important currently. You will work on those mistakes afterwards. And of course, it's been a very long weekend for Heroic. Played that best of 5 yesterday for NBL. And now up here on the first match of the day against TT9. This lineup does look like they might go quick though. There's a Ying on the board. We have the Amaru as well. There's, however, some magnets that need to be cleared. The flashbangs will do that. Nico on top of those stairs is supposed to hold that back. One smoke unfortunately pops back a little bit too much. But the push is about to come in.
Here it is. They've also got the sends. The swing comes around. The blind over the top. The first is dropped on the window, the same as it was before, but a response this time round as opposed to the TT9 push. It's starting to pull itself back. Exodus and WTG with a swing and a swipe each. Suddenly it's a 4 versus 2. Either side very locked out in a cold kit inside study. They maybe got a bit of a foot in, but the rest was instantly removed from the building. Heroic. They tried to sort of do a similar sort of swipe that TT9 tried. Both have failed, and, well, now at least they've got 2 minutes to have a bit of a conversation. TT9, there's 4 players that stand between Mello and the site.
This should be a conversation as well. Melo's just finding himself a way to parkour down, so he can still be in the fight a little bit. It's definitely doable. We've seen it before. And if you don't try, you'll never succeed, so... As he takes it a bit slower, smoke canisters are being tossed out. WTG playing on the door, Mission on his contact, on the hatch. Next smoke canister as well. He's definitely being kept at bay here. You can shoot it. Hello. Oh, now it detonates. But this is probably not going to go anywhere.
No, I have a feeling this might be the sort of drive and the rest of it. TT9, they're not going to overhand. I was going to say.
Out of ammo.
Out of ammo there. Caught out. Sprays through. A Mission gets out of there. The pulse isn't going to stick around. And, well, that's 30 seconds forced to play. They rotate round onto the far side of the stairs. The placement of the air jab. And the placement of WTG. He was the constant threat there. Okay. The 4th round, it goes into the favor there of TT9. Heroic, to be honest, although it had similarities to the TT9 attempt at exactly the same site, Heroic has a habit of being on match point and trying a rush.
I mean, especially if you're 3 rounds ahead, there's a good opportunity you can go for it, and it might work, it might not. Now they still have 2 other rounds available to themselves to play this a bit more conventional, slow down the gameplay a little bit, be more methodical about it. But the thing that I've seen on the attack is that they might get a bit too greedy here and there. That is not that last rush round I'm talking about, but the rounds we've seen before that, and that is something they need to make sure is going to be out of that game style for these next 2 rounds, because otherwise TT9 has a very good opportunity of bringing this back towards an overtime. And remember, we said it before, Siege is a game of 2 halves. TT9, they might have not had the best attacking half with just that single round, but that's all Heroic currently has on the board themselves as well. So TT9 looking to equalize that score in the next 2 rounds if they can.
Wow, they just need one more push here, Heroic, and you cement yourself at the top of the board for the day. You started the day there, but it was with, technically, 2 wins. 1 in the overtime, though, that probably shouldn't have been. So here, you need to really make a statement. Once again, got to clean 3 points, because your end of the season was a bit of the scarped suffer from the previous split. Vincere, he's been having a fantastic game so far. He keeps causing problems. It's just on the back of that, the problems seem to arise sometimes. I think a player with an LMG is a lesser seen sort of relic of 2 months ago.
Can still find its impact here and there like we've seen before. It's not like it became unplayable. It's just that the recoil kicks a bit harder than before.
Trickier to play.
It's trickier to play. As a mission finds Benja off the board. It's one top fragger that takes out the other and puts TT9 on its way towards a 5th round potentially.
The roll and the pressure. Once again with these Selmas, it was a bit of the game before, but there's a Bandit that has a game of his own. Tricks out the big angle. They still have the one towards the default potential plant. However, it's not really one for cause of rotation here. They wanted to force out WTG's position on the far side, and that's going to come down to having to reevaluate this. You can put pressure underneath that wall as well. You can try and force them to be a little bit more awkward, but if it's not the plan A of the take, it means you've got to do a pretty much an entirely different take, which they're trying to work out right now.
Especially the way where they open it up and the height that they did it with. It's going to be giving them a pixel into the side. It's going to be enough to do some chip damage, but not enough to get an instant kill down. This, however, is going to be a better angle for Doom inside the walking closet. Has the opportunity to shut them down if they rotate back in from the landing to statuary side. So TT9 needs to be a bit careful with that, but Nico is approaching that fate we just talked about.
Second attempt on this, and at this point, the Bandit is slightly further away. They played onto the middle wall instead of the swing, just to give themselves this wider angle. They've realized that there was probably a high chance of them, again, stopping that single wall there. So instead of risking it, they thought, well, let's go against the expectations with one of the pocket ones left. Still time to drone out, try and apply some pressure here. They've got obviously one body left, and there's the big steady hold here. The player still tucked on the back line of Astro, one up the stairs for the swing too. TT9 are offering them nothing on this approach.
Like they should not give them any ground that they are in need of on that defense themselves. The big danger, however, is Grizzly coming in from that back. Now, yes, Nico is watching that, but do they have any information? That is the most important part. There is a Banshee out there, but by the time that starts ringing, that is going to be definitely known. Saito finds one. Nico takes a lot of damage as he drops back into Statue, gets taken out by Ju, and suddenly it's only 2 members left of Heroic.
10 seconds, they're blustering their way through onto site itself. By the time the animation's done, Exodus has already popped up and put another TT9 round on the board. 5-6. It now sits. All they have to do is try and, well, change the fate of what was potentially previously a 1 versus 1. And we find ourselves from a 5-1 into OT.
The 1v1 we had earlier, not won by Heroic, could be costing them massively now. Dining Kitchen, again, on the board. An extra round is what TT9 needs to pick up points here against the current leading team in the European League. Heroic are looking to close it off here, not give them anything else to ensure themselves 3 points, which, of course, keep them on 9, keep them on that top spot. Round differential won't matter if you are in that top 4 points clear of anybody else down below you. It only starts getting tricky when you start dropping points. That's when a round differential could be meaningful for either making it to the major or just missing out. And of course, seeding if two teams on the top would be equaling on points as well, but making a major is always the priority. Seeding is secondary.
Elo is forever.
It is.
Heroic. I mean, it's becoming a little bit of a frequency, this, and that's always the worry. The coordination just needs that one final push, one final step, and still, obviously it's a roster that's finding its feet. It's had some major changes coming into this. Some of the most major changes we've had from this roster since it got its statement into CL, let alone Tier 1.
They spotted a player on its chems there, but it was the black eye that was right in line with WTG, so as a result, they have no clue.
That was so swift.
Yeah, and he takes out the Selma. It's not even going to be able to start its detonation sound, and that keeps the pantry wall shut for now. Also gives them the idea, though, that someone's out there. As WTG rotates out, closes the door up right behind him, gives him the opportunity to go for a plant now, but his mission's still waiting. Has a C4 ready to go from WTG. He's just waiting to make that call.
One more pocket EMP as well, so if they want to try and play that trick, it's going to come at the cost of a big rotate. The awareness on whether that wall got popped open, I mean, by the time it was shot out, they're probably still within the audio range, so you can assume they know, and they've got to apply the pressure in a slightly different way. I talked about this in the previous round, is when plan A fails, sometimes you've got to do plan B, but in Villa, it's a big two-story problem. And that's one where they've pulled themselves back up here to do it.
It's not a lot of room for error here. Nico still up on that top floor as well. Heroic, they need to be very certain of their flanks to be safe. That's a spot of that Nitro cell. They'll not be caught off by that, but that's not what I'm worried about. I'm worried about Nico being able to go for the strike here.
Exodus takes a big scrap of damage as we get closer and closer towards that minute mark. You can see the top control is starting to entirely flood into the side here of Heroic. Steady. They're not quite throwing themselves so aggressively into the engagement here. They're moving behind the push of the E1Ds, keeping at least a string and a tether between the rest of the teams. They know when to move and when to pull back.
To down below in the living room, you see that they're not all completely on that side. They want to give themselves some opportunities to fall back and retake if necessary, but with 40 seconds left on that clock and limited control for Heroic on that first floor, I'm really wondering how they want to go for this plant, because if you just look at it, all they have is the top floor directly above the side and Benja on the staircase. That is not a lot. They need to start dropping into the site soon, and that is proven to be massacre.
Here it is. The drop starts to come through on the side of Laundry. Uno's getting himself a bit of a A-line route towards the side. Exodus on the rotate round towards the top. Is he going to be able to get a scrappy fight? He sees the first, but he doesn't quite get the coordination. Tucked in and going for the plant. There it is. Uno just on the corner. Benj is offering all the support that he can. Do they know it's going down? June gets one more. Emission's a little bit too late to the party. Police gets the player out the back door, but they're now in behind Emission, and Heroic somehow just pull it out at the last possible station to get themselves home for 3 points.
It took them a long time, and it had limited control up until these last 30 seconds when, to be fair, it was still very limited. Benja coming down the back stairs and just planting in the middle of that breach. A C4 flying through could have ended all the dreams and hopes of Heroic there and sent us to OT. But there was none on the board anymore as they used them all from up to top, trying to take them out as they hope to get top floor control.
I think there's still a lot for the drawing board there for the side of Heroic. TT9, unfortunately, there is still nothing on the board of points for them, but it was that bitter close fight. When will that be broken? I don't know. We'll leave that after this break for the desk and the analysts to break it down.
A grind on Villa that ends. Heroic victorious against TT9. Let's talk about our victors. Heroic, we're saying there are issues, things to solve. And in the first half, they definitely had a massive advantage. Almost slipped, but their experience carries them across the line, Demo.
Yeah, win's a win, I think, for Heroic today.
Yeah.
Depressing weekend for them, that has to be said. And we knew that coming into this game, there was always going to be moments, I think, for TT9. I think Heroic showed a couple of weaknesses over the weekend, but they bounced back. They take the win. Not saying it was great from Heroic. I think they know themselves it should have been a lot cleaner. You know, we've seen them try rushes, for example. It just did not work. We've seen them run out of time, for example. There was a few rounds there for Heroic that they think, yeah, that needs to be sharper, fellas. That needs to be better. But similar to what we said about M&M, Jack, in the first play day, you're not at your finest, but it really shows a bit of character where you can grind these wins out even whenever you're not at your best.
I'm not at the point of calling Heroic a champion team, but you know when we watch football and we watch professional sports and we look at the teams that are the champions of the league, over the course of the season, they have these games where the performance is not great, but they pick up the 3 points. That is exactly what Heroic just did there. They're playing from an unfamiliar place. Sure, they've been playing LAN there all weekend, but they're playing an online game from a LAN location in York, in the UK. They're big thing.
Being in York is already depressing enough.
No, York's lovely.
It's lovely.
It's the most middle-class town in the whole of Yorkshire.
Very Tory.
But what I will say is it's not familiar, right? You know, the positions can be off, whatever, especially now that it's not the buzz of being at a LAN event.
And they've played
3 points was
maps,
important.
They've played 8 maps already this weekend. So that's even just another map. You know, you're going to get a bit of fatigue there, aren't you?
It was a good enough performance.
Well, I have a chat with our victors on the line from a laptop in an undisclosed location in New York. Let's go. Hello, Anarchic. Congratulations on your victory. First up, how are you feeling?
Thank you. Yeah, good. It's always nice to get a win, even if it was way closer than we wanted it to be, but it's fun.
So first up, of course, you had the MPL finals over the weekend, and you're still in New York now playing. Was this like planned that you guys will just spend the next day in New York, compete for the EWL day, and then go home after?
Yeah, I mean, if we wanted to go to the MPL final here, really, because we didn't have time to travel home. So I think it was pretty much guaranteed to have to happen. Otherwise, we wasn't going to be able to play one or the other.
Was it a good boot camp experience for you, I guess, with this? I mean, quote unquote boot camp, I say.
I mean, it was definitely fun for the boys to play over the weekend. You know, it's better to play official games instead of scrims. Scrims can get pretty boring, and we were trying to have a bit of fun over the weekend. Even though we lost, it is what it is. We managed to still get the points today, even with some issues in the game, but it's all good.
Well, were you surprised when Villa was picked? Because it was between Villa and Chalet. That was the map that went through. What was going through your mind?
I think the main thing was they're not going to play Chalet again. So I think Villa was pretty much guaranteed. I don't think they wanted to play that map versus us anyway.
Fair enough, and you go into it, first half goes well. Tell me, what happened with the second half? Was it the side switch when we want to attack, or what were the issues?
I think definitely, as we said, lack of practice over the weekend. So some of the counters and ideas we had, we didn't really coordinate as well as we had practiced before. So that kind of made us mess up the coordination and not be able to get it done properly. There are a few close rounds as well that we should have won and we didn't. So I think it was just being a bit rusty and playing for fun instead of actually playing to win consistently.
Okay. Well, it's still a win at the end, and you've gotten a couple, actually all three so far with the OT against Navi. And the next play day, you have another challenge coming up against BDS, who so far have been doing quite well in the league.
Let's go!
I wish, look, Anarchic, I love you to bits, but that camera, it's not 2007 anymore. I know you're running with whatever equipment is around you.
Yeah, this is.
I saw Murat for one frame,
setup.
and that's about it.
One frame too many.
You don't want to see it more than one frame.
Fair enough. You're going to have to hash that out with your coach at the end of the day, not me. But what about that match versus BDS? What can we expect out of you in the squad?
I think, we're going back to boot camp later this week.
Oh.
So we're going to take tomorrow off, to travel back and stuff, and then we'll head back to the boot camp in a few days, and then
you're all going together to Norway right after this?
No. So we're taking a 1 day break at home for everyone to chill, and then we're going back to boot camp to prepare for the next few games.
All right. That sounds like a lot to do, actually. I'm very excited to see how that turns out next week. So next week we'll be playing from boot camp?
Yeah, we will.
All right. Well, I'm very much looking forward to it. Anything you want to say to BDS?
Just good luck.
Cool. And to the fans?
I'm not Uno, so I can be a bit nicer to the fans. Just thanks to everyone that's supporting us, especially for people that have supported us since the very beginning.
Okay, thank you very much for the interview. Congratulations on your win. That was Heroic versus TT9. Heroic will be back next Playday against BDS. Make sure you're tuning in to catch the matchup. Till then, take care and have a safe trip back home and back to boot camp. All right, now.
Thank you. Have a good night.
Right. And there it is from a man himself. They're getting ready. They're going to take a day off and then travel back. That's a lot of travel, not going to lie.
That's a lot of travel. One thing that I will say, one observation that I have made, and I don't know if you made it, Demo, as well, is Anarchic's taken a step up in terms of his visibility as the support staff for Heroic. We think of Mr. Officer.
Yeah.
At Bootcamp, it was Anarchic behind them. At NPL, it was Anarchic behind them. Anarchic's done the interview here. So I wonder if there's been a slight change in the way that their support staff has, roles, responsibilities. I mean, whatever it is, keep working, because that's 8 points out of 9 in EUL, right? Just, keep going. And I think, coming back to the game a little bit, the narrative that we need to talk about, and that is what we need to talk about, is that it's 3 points. They are at the top of the league. They just need to keep doing whatever they've been doing because it's working.
This man again.
He's so good.
How many times? How many times is he going to be MVP and lose?
I'm starting to feel sad for him. I'm really,
every time they lose, and then he's still there.
He is so good, and if we could give him a point, if we could give TT9 a point just because a mission's there, we would.
In rugby, they have a point if you manage to only get beat by a small scoreline. It's like the omission point. They should just give 1 point for a mission. That's what you're talking about.
Honestly,
right?
but we have to mention a mission as MVP. We need to stop that from happening again for TT9, because it is the whole narrative where literally if he's really the only reason why they're in these games. They're the only reason why they're getting so close to these rounds, but he's not the
Man, if only there was another Russian team that...
He can't be the reason for them to win as well. You need other people stepping up.
I think Exodus did have a try. Exodus didn't go that badly today. And, just a quick point on TT9 is that it's another game of not too bad a performance, close but no cigar, close but not quite enough, points. And no points again.
This is indeed a no smoking zone, so no cigar. There you go. Thank you very much, gentlemen. That'll be the end of game number 1. BDS versus Outsiders coming up in just a few. Welcome back, everybody. Game number 2 is about to begin. Team BDS versus Outsiders, and one Russian team has taken an L already today. What happens for our second big fight today for Outsiders against BDS? And Outsiders are able to defeat M&M in the last Playday. A lot of questions in our minds. Have they warmed up enough against BDS with Dikefak?
GOAT.
Who's now back on the squad, at least on the squad, and running it back for Playdate number 3. Third debut, would you believe, Jack? Let's talk about BDS.
I can't wait for every debut of his. He's the GOAT.
Let's talk about BDS. What's going on with this squad?
Look, this squad is back. It's probably the word to say it is. Like, you know, we talked about this squad for years and years and years and years about how they were Europe's best hope. Then they fell off a cliff after Six Invitational 2022. Didn't look too great. I say didn't look too great. Still went to Charlotte. Still got to quarterfinals. But by their standards, not too great. They bring in the GOAT. They make a roster change. They bring in Likefak. Obviously, Rafael lost his place in the team, and they look unreal.
Look at the stats on that. That is vile. Absolutely vile.
Yeah.
I said last split that I don't think we've ever seen a rookie season like what Sploit done.
Yes.
Honestly, I can't believe it's coming so quick that maybe we could be on for another one that could maybe top Sploit. The way he's playing, honestly, you have to say at this stage, BDS, they're in the contention for the top 4. I think that's in everyone's mind that if this team doesn't get top 4, I know it's 2 play days in, but it will be a huge upset if they don't.
These two are both slobbering at it like, oh my god, I can't believe it. They just, you say Bushbe, like your jaws are on the floor every time we talk about it.
We're fans of teams. Like, me and Jack are, like, we have our favorites. And that's just the way, and obviously I'm not going to hide my favorites. You'll see later on with a certain team as well.
Yeah, we know.
Like,
why does the English broadcast have to be the only one that's unbiased?
there is a reason why to love them, though.
Oh, I've never been
because they play great
unbiased.
teams.
Don't care.
They're really enjoyable to watch.
Yeah.
They're a really enjoyable team to watch in their current setup. The past couple of stages have been rough for them, but now they're looking great.
Well, let's see if they can continue that today against their opponents, Outsiders. And what would they have to bring for this Playday here demo? Because they beat M&M.
They did.
Fair and square.
Yeah, caught M&M lacking. I think M&M probably went into that matchup probably expecting, we should be beating these guys after the way Outsiders played in the first Playday, which was not good. I think Outsiders, really there was nothing that you could say that they did okay at on Bank against Wolves. Wolves just kind of tore them apart. And I don't think anyone expected Outsiders to then have that bounce back and go and beat M&M, so they do have a bit of momentum. However, this is a much different team. Like we mentioned, it's going to be BDS. It's going to be a team that's going to be up there competing for titles and Outsiders. It is a big challenge today. But there is nothing stopping this team. If this team goes in the same way they did against M&M and play very loose, which I think was kind of different the way they played Wolves, they seem very uptight. I think we start to see a bit more of an influence with Dan coming into the roster. You could see there was more of these plays being made. I think that if Outsiders can just focus on getting out of the kind of static meta where they're kind of waiting, then the time's gone, and they actually be a little bit more proactive in the server, this team could have something cooking.
And I think that's one thing that Dan said in the interview last week is they're aware of that issue. They're working on that issue. I think for Outsiders, the big thing for me is they don't control enough of the rounds. They don't control enough of the games. Whether they win or not is usually a determination on whether their opponent has turned up or not. And that's one thing that they need to work on, is controlling those rounds.
All right, then how does this game shape up? Our map is up and ready for us, so lobby's also pretty much ready, so we can go straight into it. BDS having the last say. Clubhouse, BDS and Clubhouse, but they have Outsiders on the other side. They start an attack.
If I wanted to lose a game of Rainbow Six Siege, I would take BDS to Clubhouse. Do you remember when the last time BDS lost Clubhouse was, Milosh? Or Demo, for that matter?
If you want to lose a map or a game of Rainbow Six Siege, you play against BDS regardless.
Yeah, but especially on Clubhouse.
Why?
It's their number one favorite map. They're unbeaten on it in something like the last 12 matches they've played. The last time they lost it was against G2, when G2 had Kayak, Yonker, and Hungary on the 5th of July 2021. They've played it 31 times in official games, won 25, drawn once, and lost only 6. That goes back to 2020. BDS are the best team in Europe, could be in the world on Clubhouse, and I don't know why you'd take them there. And Wolves did it last week and lost as well.
Do I have to say anything else? I think he's kind of... what
I don't understand this map ban, because I also have it as the 8th preference map for Outsiders as well.
There's some data at least here to work. You're looking at what Wolves did, but Wolves are a warmed up and ready team. that's not the case for Outsiders. They talked about it, you both highlighted, and we had it in the interview last time with Dan. There's a lot of things that are up
They're
in
still
the air.
a work in progress. I think Wolves, you can see they're a finished product at this stage.
Yeah. There you go, howling loud. Game is ready though, so demo, Fresh, thank you so very much for getting it all together. We're gonna toss it to our casters that are having fun on the other side of the studio. Hap and Em, enjoy.
Thank you very much, Milos. And the last time we were seeing BDS go to Clubhouse, I said something along the lines of, you never take a Russian team to Clubhouse, but you never take BDS to Clubhouse either. And back then, it was BDS who came out on top. So will history repeat itself? Chances are that indeed it will, given the statistics.
I mean, history isn't even a matter of repeating itself. History is apparently a finite resource of statistics, and the finite resource currently sort of says, yeah, it's just all BDS. It's all BDS and has been all BDS for a very long time. And we can sort of stretch back and say there's one or two. At this point, we can call them statistical anomalies. When you play a map so well that being beat on it is an anomaly, that's when it becomes a danger to take a team there. That's what this is.
Well, maybe Outsiders has something up their sleeves.
Oh, they better.
They
They better have multiple things up their sleeves.
Every sleeve needs to have something up them there to, preferably arms as well, by the way, otherwise it's quite difficult to play. But they need to have lots of tricks up their sleeves to make sure that they can throw BDS off. And they kind of expected a knuck bend there. Saw some cheers from Lems and Likafak. So, yeah, so far everything is going as expected for them.
Okay, there is obviously changes onto this side of the roster, and as they talked about before, it's Outsiders trying to find the rhythm, trying to find the rhyme. BDS, they're trying to find precious 3 points right now, especially on the back of Heroic, putting themselves a little bit further up the top of the board now with the 3 that they claimed. It makes things a little bit more dangerous for the rest of the board. There's also, obviously, on the side of Outsiders, they want to try and pull themselves and claw and fight up as well before the middle of the pack starts to suffer. If you can't catch first, you may as well wound who's currently in second.
Yeah, that's it. You try and keep everybody as close to you as you possibly can and overtake them when the opportunity arises. This is one of those opportunities for Outsiders to wound BDS, take some points away, let them struggle and fight for a major spot at the end of this stage. Because that is, of course, the goal. They missed out on the major. Hence the changes that came in. Hence Likafak, which has made his debut here on the European League. Now on his 3rd debut, if we continue that tradition. From, what was it, 2021 when we did that? Secret? Either way.
A while
Long
ago.
time ago. I'm starting over the basement. It is going to be Outsiders on that defense, and that means that BDS will have to solve the puzzle that will be tossed up against them. Now, looking over to the left side of your screen, you can see the operators there. We do have Playday on the hard breach.
What?
Yeah, just surprising, I know. We do have Ash and Sledge for soft breaching capabilities. A Jackal just to be repicked in to get rid of some of those roams.
Oh, look at that.
And a second hard breach to be brought out as a Lems goes to the Hibana instead and Playday to the Thermite.
Yeah, the double down on the hard breach onto the Church and Arsenal side. It's not the most sort of outstanding pick, but it could be one of the potential plays against the fact that we do have the Kaid on the board. It makes the gamble on those hatches. The run around isn't just against impact tricking and trying to play against those, burning out X-Kairos on the far side. You've got to make sure that you have a secondary option because you know that that's probably going to be a bit of a longer game than the others want. It's also this, the usage across the top. They give themselves that stretch, that attention. They can play towards those loose threads, those players, all the way towards the top of the board. BDS, they can be a team that sees an opportunity and decides to take it, but they also like this, the thorough nature of what can be applied to Clubhouse.
Now you can see the Outsiders have thought this through. They know how BDS likes to approach this side, going from top to down. So you've seen some serial laser gates deployed, some reinforcements as well, all just to slow down this approach that BDS wants to go for. You need to be careful though. It's a fine balance between these as Kefang does drop down, does not want to go for the gunfight. They're basically already inside.
This is what I talked about with BDS. Sometimes they'll see an opportunity and decide to take it. Shaiko on the Ash finds the first, or actually has the cover as Playday gets the lock in. They've got the kit. They're going to keep pushing around the side, get a second drop down there on the far side. Don't want to overextend. Not going to go for the blood. Instead for the plant itself, the hatch is being broken above the side of blue. Shaiko with the cover, the swing round gets dropped, but it's a post plant. Now with all the hatches locked in, there's at least one more for the side of BDS. It's a 3 versus 2, and Milan finds himself late to the party. Gets almost the stretch and extension. They've tucked themselves around to the far corner. Always has the pickup. With the last of that now, Ranchiro, all that's left, holding off this front line that's being pushed. The first is his, the second just sees the barrel of the gun. The third has slipped his way through, but reveals themselves with the spray through. 17 seconds though, just misses the head, the pop, the shoulder, then a shimmy round on the other side. Milan is a hell of a player in these sort of engagements. He's just going to see if he can hold off now as we pass the threshold. Misses the fight, and BDS with a Ranchiro 1 versus 3 technical clutch, but time is that 6th man, and it comes through there.
The decisive factor, all he could really do there is either go for the stick or he should have gone for the fight earlier on. Hope that the Vulcan canister popped earlier was going to be moving him out of position, but it was just a little safe space right behind the border, allowing him to continue to fight as he did. And BDS, they saw the opportunity. They managed to take it with both hands, get that plant down, and a 1v3 clutch at the end with a bit of help of the time. Now, top floor up next, not running it back here on the Outsiders camp. Wanting to make sure that they keep their enemies guessing as well with the Cade coming out. Now, this is something I want to talk about because, of course, we have the Impact EMPs now. We didn't see them last round, but they have limited range. And that means that if it's not bandit wires on it, you kind of need to realize where the Cade Claw is located. If the Cade Claw is all the way on the top, you need to be tossing the EMP Impact at the top. The bottom will not get it. If it's at the bottom, same thing as well. You got to throw below it. And that means if there is going to be 2 Cade Claws, you cannot toss out 2 Impact EMPs right after another. So technically, Pasha can keep this wall closed successfully if he plays it well.
You got to give a lot of credit in the previous round as well to Outsiders to go 2 bodies down, and both of them being some of your site control, one of them rotating background in the plant position, and still bring it back to a 1 versus 1, technically a 3 versus 1, but I think up to that point you've got to compliment how they responded. It was just that final push over the end. Ranchiro had a position and had their number and had a little bit more that sort of cool, calm control we've expected from him over the years. Here, Outsiders, a shaken first round, but more than enough time to get their heads sort of screwed on. They were close enough. Close enough doesn't put the butter on the toast, as we saw in the first game earlier on today for the other CIS region team. Can they be a little bit of a break of that unfortunate tradition today?
Definitely try to, but statistics do not help them. They need to be the anomaly, as we mentioned it before. Give BDS a loss after such a long streak. And after you just seen, well, they took both hands onto that opportunity they had. They'll continue to do so. And otherwise, they'll just methodically clear out this map like they've done hundreds of times before, if not thousands even, with all the scrims taken into account. That's Rask with the very first.
Great opening couple of rounds so far for Rask. Obviously pulled 2 bodies in the first and finds the opener here. Shaiko removed without a proper scratch on the player who's actually drifted himself out of the position. He's not going to stick around because he realizes if that's the first taste, he doesn't fancy the full bite. Instead, he's going to sit, let the meal rest, and then have the fight on the side itself. Dan, he's round on the back of Strip here. He sees the door's been opened. Has he gone unchecked? This could be down to Lickifak. He's also potentially going to suffer the pressure here. You can see that they've called that there's a player that's made their route through here. Milan's holding close. Lickifak's going to play the grenades underneath towards the player inside the bathroom. Doesn't quite get the angle from the back of that breach, but doesn't want to sit around to find out if anyone else heard him.
Now, still Dan on that flank. Near the strip club, is trying to move out. Drone's not in place for BDS to find out where he is. He's playing very patiently here. Doesn't want to make too much sound. That's the drone out. That's the kill. Dan will find him. That's a second entry.
Very well played there by Dan. He was untested inside strip, and the grenade doesn't quite get the claw. Oh no, for the compliments paid towards the team earlier in their drive towards the site there. It's one of those rarest seen problems. The claw remains safe, tucked in the top of the red line. That gives it a little bit more protection from any of the fragmentation grenades. Not all, but enough. And enough now, 20 seconds. They're putting pressure onto the windows of the site itself. Always still has a back line. That is going to be a mirror window that stays solid. Alems with a huge rotation. It's whether he even makes it towards the site by the time he finally gets there. Up the top of the stairs, the spray comes across the board. It's Playday inside the site, but he gets caught out. It's a 4 versus 1. Alems finally finds the end of the tail. But at that point, the round is theirs. 1-1.
always wondering as well where Lems was coming from at that moment in time. Basically, the round already over, just a couple of seconds left on the clock, and he comes in from that back, wasn't in the right position. As you said, a very long rotate, was never going to be in time for the end of the round there. And Outsiders, they will find their first defensive round, equalize that score. Back to Church and Arsenal, they seem to want to go. See if they can actually lock it down a little bit better now. Close up these gaps a bit more tight. Allow, or not allow BDS rather, to move in as aggressively as they did before. Force them to go top down, not just straight into the side.
I mean, even then, last time we were here, don't get me wrong, it turned into a sort of 3 versus 1 post plant that Renshiro clutched out by a difference of about 2 seconds. It really could have, and maybe in some people's books should have been, a 2-0 currently to Outsiders. I guess at the same breath, you're saying, well, BDS, they got the plant down and took the first 2 bodies. It should have been their round anyway. It's a game that goes back and forth forever. Yeah. Either way, Outsiders will definitely be in the camp of this should be 2-0. Let's try and make it that. Let's try and pull ourselves into that advantage spot here. The repeat down, as you said, they're going to see if they can try and keep a little bit more awareness.
Setting themselves up for a spawn peak, opening up those doors are going to be alerting any attackers moving through. At least let them know, hey, someone was here. We might want to get some drones out, make sure it's going to be absolutely clear. We do not have to worry. See it there happening. Drones currently trying to spot out the Melusi. Choco does exactly that, but loses his drone in the process.
Lems going for the call and the control. He's holding the rotate, but it's Dan that gets the opener. Lickifak, 2 rounds in a row. And Dan is the one that has reigned supreme. That is a huge blow for, if we're going to talk about statistical anomalies, there's one before Dan finds his second. Great rotate. The calls came through. He had the awareness of the location of the player and just had the crouch to get the angle and the connection with him too. Once again, Outsiders have found the 2 opening bodies, puts themselves into the 5 versus 3. The fight is on the site, and it's Renshiro, where he had the moment of magic before. Gets one, gets the spray through, but it doesn't quite have the full connection. Let's take care of that. The Banshee gone. A little bit more peppered pressure as Playday wants to try and tuck himself into the site.
So be careful though, there's a man prone underneath the table that could have a crossfire. Shaka just runs in and gets taken out. Playday with a refrag coming through. A great frag grenade tossed in by Renshiro. Has a second one. If he manages to land that, that could be game-changing. But it's a 1v2 situation for him now. With the L85, there is fire on the other side though. Cannot move through. Needs to wait patiently. 90 seconds. Both his entries are being covered right now by the side of Outsiders.
That's it. Similar story as the last time, except he doesn't have that 6th man of time on his side. Just as the kit in pocket, it's not too big of a stretch, but the fight and the pressure is the one that's really applying that. It's such an awkward angle to try and swing onto. He doesn't know that the rotates come through. He doesn't know that they've got themselves restructured, both of them close to the door. The width is being applied by the hammer. Tries to draw some of this attention. 20 seconds has ticked away at this moment in time, and he doesn't have anything else really to work with apart from the hope. Doesn't pan out. Outsiders pull into the lead, 2-1.
Just the lag spotted there as the sledge moved through. And they take that lead. Again, could have been 3-0 if they managed to get the clutch going a little bit quicker, or the 3v1 play onto Renshiro playing in blue just before that. This time they shut him down, not allow him to get any more damage done than he already did. And CC and Cash will be up next. Now, this side is difficult, we have to say. It used to be the top played side in Europe and everywhere you would go, but slowly but steadily it started shifting towards the attackers, as it is just too difficult to get hold of. You open up that double wall that Rask is currently reinforcing, you take control of the rafters and the garage by either placing grenades or firebolts onto the player that is playing there, and suddenly you have the majority of that side under control, at least for a safe plant. And that is what makes it so difficult for defenders to hold on to it, because really all you have is garage and the top of red stairs maybe that stop that plan from happening.
BS severely missing the prominence and importance of Shaiko and Lickifak. Currently, they haven't been able to get their teeth into the gun engagements of this game. And yeah, they're pushing and trying to put the pressure and make things happen. We saw it even in the most recent encounter of either of them, of Shaiko driving from the bottom of blue, trying to swing around onto the door and start things happening. That is their job. But unfortunately, things just aren't really happening for them. The hold here, the claws, they're just trying to get the perfect spot. It's tricky. but it does finally pan out at this point. Played either side. The drone roll underneath. They'll just get the idea. LM's taking damage because he tucked himself in there, unfortunate. But the Maverick can start buzzing away at the wall.
He's going to start slowly opening that up. Rask wants to get a C4 out the other side. Garage is being opened up by Playday. Now that does offer them some width to try and take control of that garage we just spoke about before. But this double wall is going to be the main priority. They want to make sure this opens up. And of course they can do that by making it soft, which seems to be the ID that BDS has. So Maverick right there from the bottom of it. And then a simple soft breach will just open it up. Oh, didn't do it yet.
Spray through. It's Rasky suffering. Just from the angle, I assume, being held from the far end. It's broken apart and popped, and now they can try and drive that, whether it was the pre-fire onto the C4, played by Vincere or not. Either way, Rask has pulled himself away, and the C4 does not net anything. Liquefact is watching from underneath for the swing round. They can try and apply some pressure. It is a step-by-step process, and as you can see, he's hoping that Milan drifts outside a lounge and gets himself into a little bit too tight of a situation. There it is. The reveal of the player paying attention. Milan tucks himself a little bit closer towards home, and then even closer back towards the top. He realized just how much pressure was around him, and he doesn't want to be there when it actually comes to a pass.
That bottom floor control, that's fine. They can have that as long as they still have the garage and the top itself under lock and key. And of course, always playing from the mezzanines, playing from the rafters has a bit of an angle he can use as well onto Liquefact, who's about to be moving through here, but the timing could not be worse on Always' side there. Watches the door as soon as he gets swung on.
Blinded out by the top. This grenade, I think it might get caught by one more. There it is. They're going to have to put the pressure and swing. They're able to still survive as Liquefact goes down, but Renchiro's grenade finally pops the final problem player, Shaiko. He's holding off this rotation. They had a cool idea that Dan might have been making a bit of movement, but he's actually going to pull himself away. Realized that he can't quite take the full fight himself, so with 30 seconds, put the pressure towards the site. They've got Garage, they've got the split. Now they've just got to see if they can try and get it dropped and planted on the far end as smoke pops. And everybody's stacked up by the side. Shaiko goes down in the sprayed engagement, and Dan gets the Lems outside the breach. Suddenly they've lost a lot of control. Renchiro's got to try and find the bite underneath itself. The pick back up will come through, but look at the timer and look at the canisters still painting the plant spot with everything in danger. Dan gets a triple for the round himself, hopped into the smoke. Playday, he cannot stick it there as one more forces him into the guns of Milan. Renchiro up the back stairs gets nothing. And there is a one more round for Outsiders.
Well done by them there. They knew exactly what they were up against. They lost the garage. What you do after that is stop them from pushing right behind that server stack. Getting the swing onto a Lems who was playing on that balcony, absolutely crucial, because suddenly you allow yourself to peek in again. They do no longer have that cover from outside that stops any flank or any push to come through. Of course, they didn't use it in the end, but they had the opportunity to. And that really forced them to play it through that one window, as they haven't made another opening. And that eventually led to their downfall. Outsiders leading 3-1. Supposedly, according to the desk, BDS is back. This map they should not be losing. But so far, Outsiders on their defense, as we said, is getting most of the rounds. And they're looking quite good. But this is something we said about Outsiders as well the past two Playdays. There's a lot of potential in the lineup.
Oh, yeah.
It just needs to click. And once it does, there might be no stopping them.
I mean, there's... You hate to say it, but you cannot write off the fact that there are champions amongst the roster.
Yeah.
You cannot write off the fact that there are names that people have considered potential champions amongst the roster. You never want to say the forbidden S word. Super team. You never want to say it loud. Because if you say it too loud, then the team falls apart. I'm not saying it. I'm not saying I'm not saying it, but I'm not saying it.
No, it's clear you're not saying it.
Not saying it.
It's just saying some people might say it.
Some people might say it.
Yes.
3-1. Outsiders. They've been able to try and get a bit of a hold of this game so far. They are on their defense, but Club has a little bit of a back and forth history. I think what we're missing right now from BDS is a little bit more of BDS.
It's on the middle of the hallway there. I'm not actually sure if the Impact EMP can reach it. Like, if we can go down one floor, you see it's down in front of the... Okay, well, this can actually reach it. Good solution here to the problem that arose. And that means the wall will be opening up. Because I saw Dokby, I saw Lems coming in with the Impact EMP. He's like, well, I can't reach that, so can't do it. So instead, you just swing it instead. It works as well.
Compare it to what we saw last time around, where 30 seconds they tried to roll a grenade through and it didn't quite have the catch, and then they just had to pull away. There's a bit of pre-fire and pressure. They had the idea on Rask. This is more of the BDS that I guess the desk expected, and we kind of wanted to see here. They are playing well against the utility game. They seem to have a bit of that drive and focus now towards a bit more of a unified idea of how to pull apart their opponents, which is a better turn of face than the previous 3 rounds in a row where that's really steadily drifted away from them. Likefak, he's still looking for his opening impact across this game. He played this game before with Dan off into the side of Strip, who I believe is there once again. There is at least a player inside Strip for now, but will he be able to pull off the same magic?
It's the big question. Phone calls are going off, though. That's definitely given away something, but Likefak more worried about the player right of, like, above him.
There.
Yeah.
Cannot hear a call under the sweet, sweet tunes of Strip.
Definitely helps, at least slightly. He's rotated off here, looking for a different player, and we'll find Rask as well, pushing up these back stairs, but they've still left up the roamer, Dan, and he's now going in from below, trying to regain as much ground as possible to see what is truly clear or whatnot.
Milan takes care of Alems outside on the bedroom window itself. They're trying to get some revenge and spraying it towards that little tucked-in area, but Playday's the next to suffer a shoulder of damage. They've got to try and move behind this, and Shaiko gets Milan. As I said, he's the one that pulls the movement and makes things happen. Pasha with the spray through the soft, and there's Dan up the back stairs, gets one more, but they're getting themselves planted on the site itself. Shaiko, well, he said that that's no way to go through. The C4 doesn't quite get the catch, but always gets a kill. Suddenly it's a 3 versus 1. Shaiko outside. He's the only one left. Gets a rotate and gets a little bit past the fight. Wins it. Hops back out the window, repositions. They're going to see if they can hold on to this kit. The cover's coming through. The play, he's behind the hard wall. He's been able to slip himself through. Gets one more kill. A 1 versus nobody. Dan, wait for the fire. Takes a couple of bits of damage. He had more time than the rush. Put it across the board, but outsiders pull it back. And Dan the man, he feels back.
For a second there, I was afraid he would just jump back into the fire or roast himself. And still give the round out to BDS. That would be a very, very sad ending to that round, but a great retake coming through from outsiders. Some aggression, yes, and as a tactical timeout gets called by BDS, that also tells you what you need to know. They expected to win that round. They should have won that round. They managed to get the plan down. They had quite some control, but they were unable to capitalize on it in the end. And that leaves outsiders with a very comfortable lead so far.
I mean, could have been a 5-0 sort of situation. Yep. The round that went away from them was a 1 versus 3 clutch out by Renchiro. Outsiders, they haven't come here to play. They're putting on a fantastic performance so far. Again, I just highlighted him at the end of that. Dan the man is playing that game and that role he used to do once upon a time when his previous rosters were at their greatest. But you're looking at guns like Rask, who we've talked about. There will be play days where Rask shows up and play days where he doesn't. And when he does, it's terrifying for the opponents because he has this habit and this ability to get into positions and cause problems. Then you can just keep going down the list of players for this roster that are putting in a performance. And BDS, they have those players too. Don't get me wrong. But Likefak and Shaiko sort of sitting on 4 for 10 between the two of them. Alems as well brings it back to 5 to 15. Those are the passion players that you sort of need in a showdown against a roster of this caliber.
Yeah, normally you have Playday, you know, he just gets in and plans, makes a clutch happen every now and then, so you can't expect that to happen. Or Renchiro usually around like flank watch, something like that. You don't expect him to be leading the team in the amount of kills, but of course that clutch really helped out. And the second attempt as well. He's been left in these kind of situations, which has definitely pushed him up that scoreboard. The rest of BDS just slacking for now, or not quite able to catch up with the speed that Outsiders is playing with. And it's truly hurting them. Allowing Outsiders to, as you can see in the right top of your screen, maybe not even fight for the bottom 4. Potentially fight for the top 4 at the end of this stage if they continue on this upwards trend. So this victory here against BDS will be a very important start to that. Let's look at that quick entry into dirt. 20 seconds have passed and he's already taking quite some ground. He's being careful though, wants to make sure there is no spot. The thing is, he needs to get that drone out first, but there is a mute jammer, so he cannot get the information down. If they want to go for a rush here, they'll end up in flames.
Can they try and turn their fortune on this? The last chance to do it on the turn of the half. Vincere, he's tucked himself into the position where he's been able to put big damage before on the previous swing rounds. There's an angle and pressure. Shaiko's here for support. Suddenly, Dirt, which was otherwise never really a point of pressure, has a couple of bodies in. You can see they're trying to piece it together. Vincere is able to get that opener. They have the split, the pressure. Pasha, he's in a very dangerous position as of this moment in time. All of the players are trying to filter their way back, and it's Dan that takes care of Vincere. Pasha with the C4 towards the door, doesn't quite get it off in time. Playday slipped his way through. Milan's trying to make the distance, round in the core of it. The impact over the top, cannot get the connection onto Likefak, who gets himself a double here as the follow-up towards the rest of this. Sprayed and dropped, and BDS finally finds something at the start and the end. That half was a sandwich of pain for them.
That C4 could have been huge if tossed only half a second earlier. Might have found both those players as they were about to move out to see if they could make the plans happen. Well done by BDS, good response. Saw the opening, again, made it happen on that bottom floor. And now they're up to the defense themselves. Instantly going back towards that basement. Mirror being brought out. Vigil as well, so Likefak most likely will be on a bit of a roaming role. Trying to fool the drones that come out. Also see Playday going up top, so we might see some Mew Gemmers to be placed around that area to at least make sure that whoever is playing on the top floor has a bit more security.
Okay, BDS, what do we have here on the side of your defense? Because it's all you've got ahead of you. Outsiders, they can really start to put a bit of distance here. If they take the first or the second round and keep themselves just with this 2-round buffer, it would be, for them, perfect. Hurting either of the starting approaches. In fairness to them, their starting approach was hurt too. But it might come down to the guns that might have a little bit more freedom here to try and make the pace their own. Likefak, again, sorry to put the pressure on you, bud, but with the stats you've put on the previous Playdays, you've put it on yourself.
For sure, there's quite a bit of anticipation for Likefak to work well, perform well, push his team up to the next level. It's kind of what they said as well on the analyst desk. That is Likefak with an entry, finds Pasha by an impact opening in that garage, was probably on his drone, had no idea that he was currently being shot at there. So well done by BDS, well read. Oh, that's a default cam, yes.
As well.
Okay, that is, you know,
yeah, for everything.
Makes it more painful for Pasha.
I think for everything I've said about BDS utility, there is no bigger sin than not getting a default cam.
They still don't have it, by the way. Dan is now out on the cam as well. They're spotting him. They know
Thanks
exactly
for pointing it
out.
No.
Is someone still upstairs? If they are, they could just go for a jump out. Oh, they just clearing out that top floor now. So.
Yep, they're going for the control inside the top floor. They're generally internally on the building. Dan may be being revealed there from the pings, but he's not in a position to get caught out. You can see that, I mean, they still have it. And that is a minute 30. And being able to be at that point and comfortably saying, I know where they are, can be such a blow for, I guess, the approach of a team and the pressure of the unknown. It's such a big thing in this game. Here, Milan looking to try and drive in behind the hot drone. All the players are inside the site or just off the extensions on the ground floor. Church and Arsenal is a very wide play space alongside Dirt and Moto and Blue as well. It becomes a behemoth of a hold. 5 players can comfortably have territory of their own.
Now, a minute left on the clock. They're opening up vertically here. They're trying to get as much information and angles going their way. It's just that they're currently not being swung, and there's still C4s ready to fly back at them in the hands of BDS, so they need to be very careful. The more time ticks down, the more dangerous these nitro cells start to become, because especially if your diffuser carrier is isolated, that might just as well be round over.
Dan takes the Grismot on the swing. Another E1D as the break and the broach over the hatches comes through. They don't quite have the control of that, but they don't quite have that popping off. The mute jammer keeps things solid, and the impact keeps things clean. Swung off there, and Shiro's playing underneath the hatch itself. You're looking at 15 seconds, and Outsiders really have to get a bit of a move on here. They're trying to put pressure down. Shaiko pops his head out around the swing of Blue. Milan wants to try and get the pickup on the second fight, but look at the rotation that comes through across the board. It's a absolute slaughter from there. BDS keep Blue, keep the round. pull themselves one more back.
And this isn't surely, like, truly only to blame to the default cam still being up. Definitely helps being able to take out Pasha this early on. And as you said, with 1 minute 30, having a clue exactly of where they are and how they're progressing, whilst they're not knocking onto the front doors of the site yet, gives you the extra information, gives you the edge. However, there was just no, like, way in for outsiders. They started opening up vertically. They tried to get grenades out. They weren't able to open up the walls that they wanted to open up. And then they just went for a Hail Mary and dropped themselves down whatever hatch or staircase they could drop themselves down off, right into the gunfire of BDS. So, well done to BDS there, able to keep outsiders at bay. But I kind of want to see more out of the attack from outsiders, and I hope that we get to see that over the next couple of rounds.
Yeah, shaky, rocky start there for the side of outsiders. They've obviously done one half of their game very well. But here, BDS might be able to start sort of showing why they're a team that is supposed to be feared on a map like this. Because to be fair, around the middle of the previous half, it wasn't that outsiders were playing a great game, which they were, but it was BDS just weren't playing like BDS. The utility clearance was scrappy. There were little mistakes threaded amongst it. Here, outsiders, they're concerned about the possibility of another early breach against them. Still time.
That's definitely a lot of time. Default cam. Still up. Again. Know exactly where Milan is. Of course, it's not the first point of ingress that they are going for here on the outsiders camp, but once they do decide to go for the balcony out there, it might start to get a bit tricky. The wall will be opened up soon. It's just a matter of time before Maverick has found the 4 anchor points and everything in between. They have it. Just a bit of soft breach necessary now to get rid of it. Quickly getting that drone out of the way. I was about to say, might want to salvage that one. We've seen in the last game that you kind of need them later on. The E1D popping now might indicate to some pace.
Okay, always. Can you try and get the lead in here? We saw a bit of punishment paid by the players in this position. Always is going to cut right through the line, not go for the true engagement. Lickifek has the realization of that and pulls himself quickly out of there. Has the support of Shaiko and Lems, but with that wall hard as well, there's still utility to be cleared. They don't quite have the true read that the player at the top of red is gone. The E1D goes behind it, down with a swing round and more of a breach. They're trying to catch a fish that's already swum to a different river at this moment in time. The ankle breach was the hope that a player would go through, and actually pretty wise of Lickifek to get out this early on. Let's look at that, another grenade, all of that's dropped. Milan up the top, and there's the reveal, but the drop and rotation has come through from Lickifek.
Yes, look to strike them in the back from the very last second. And for now, the flank is being held by Milan, but surely soon they'll start to head towards that side. And as these drones are being set up, well, that might prove to be even more difficult than usually. This is a quick check to see if anybody's on the jacuzzi outside or on the rooftops. Won't be able to spot anybody currently, so they know that one will be clear for now. But the player soon to be approaching that hatch, that might be the MX4 Storm finding Always.
That's it, Always. They knew he was droning, they knew he was looking, they knew he was hunting, but he might have no idea.
The default game still up, by the way.
Saved by a ping. Is it?
Yes, Playday has been looking over the roof the entire time. Dan will find the first kill onto a Lems. It's going to be a second one to come through from Pasha as well. So a 3-on-5 definitely favourite here for outsiders on their attack if they manage to make this stick.
Well, there's Lickifek gone. There's Pasha getting Renshiro as well. Playday, he might have been watching the default cam, but everybody else is dying everywhere else. Outsiders get a couple of plucky picks inside the site and then decide they want to be insiders for the rest of the round.
Nice.
Thank you.
Now, the camera was still up on the strip side of things, so Playday used that to look over the roof. That's why they knew that a player was about to be dropping through that hatch. Hence, Lickifek going to that position. It just never really came to fruition in the end there and wasn't able to connect the shots in the end. So, Outsiders able to find their attacking round, the first one. Needing an extra one here to put themselves up onto a guaranteed point.
It would be a blow to BDS. It would be one of those sort of pressure moments, but also to take more than that, you're already looking at it in the top right. Outsiders would leapfrog all the way up towards second place. And we said you want to try and, you know, when you've had the result that's happened earlier on, Heroic have been able to put a little bit of distance in, you gotta not just wound the team that's in second, keep this fight close before that distance starts to get wider and wider against those top 4 teams that you've got to make your must-win matches. Here, Outsiders, they've been able to put a little bit more pressure in, a bit of a change of face from the side of BDS, a little bit of an alternate. However, still with a lot of control over Intel.
Now, Outsiders, if they manage to pick up these points, that will be huge. And it's also the sign of the potential that they do have if they show it against BDS here. Of course, they might not be able to go for the first place as of yet, but they will just be aiming for a top 4 finishing position. In fact, we'll find Pasha, though, a great first kill.
Nice.
Yeah, and is able to rotate out as well before they even open up the wall. Oh, that's a diffuser drop. That's going to be taking some time.
Leak Effect twice has now been able to get that early take there, and as you said, it's going to take some time to get this picked up. And at this point, Leak Effect again, once again, he's out of there. He doesn't stick around to find out. That's a fair play. He's got himself back into the power position. He played it off, got the stretch. Now he's got the utility to support him, and he's taken out the ace. The breach stays solid. Another 15 seconds of propelling his way back up. It is watched by a couple of guns, but at the same time, more work to be done.
Yeah, oh, they knew it was going to be a second attempt to come through, so hoping to go aggressive there, not finding the success. But of course, the cover was there as well onto the rafters of the garage. So the top floor has now fallen slightly. Side is still on there, of course, but the first part of it, and that is going to be their entry point that they look to go for as well on the side of Outsiders. Now, the dangerous thing is, something they have continued to forget is taking out these outside default camps. I'm not sure if those are still up currently, but rotations are starting to come around, and if that's the case, someone might be caught off again.
Let's just work on the assumption that they're not, and hope they've learned. But here, always, he's looking towards some grenades, but he might not know how close the players are towards him. Behind the mirror window, gets popped, loses the utility to offer it some support, but the more important read is that the player is no longer there. The second doesn't quite have the scratch in the stretch, and he's concerned about the fight, but with less than a minute left now, Outsiders, they've got to restructure, they've got to see if they can try and get the lead in. They're pushing once again with one body less. They were able to get a really good flurry of fights last time they were on this site. Shaiko doesn't want to quite hand over the territory. He's ready to swing. It pops out. Dan gets one. The second is Shaiko's always. In the meantime, gets a Lems. There's Dan. A 2 versus 2. 30 seconds. Back and forth, but technically, Outsiders came out top of that engagement. They've been able to rebalance the body count. They've got to recollect the kit itself. They wanted to do just that, put the pressure onto that mirror window, but they're not going to hop and go for the 1 versus 1. Dan can offer some support here. There's the player just tucked around the swing. There's the player that's rotated towards the gym equipment as well for the width. They don't quite know where they are, and there's Playday popping up to prove the point. 5 seconds, 2 players left, and a kit in pocket. A BDS round.
Managed to secure it this time around. Also, more focused on the actual gunfights coming through. They were all aiming towards the same direction. I'm not quite sure how Shaiko managed to sneak past, because they were watching that rotate, saw him walk out, then saw him walk back in, and still decided to go for the aggression in the end there. So that might have just been not paying enough attention at the last couple of milliseconds of holding that angle. Either way, Outsiders, they look to go aggressive on the mirror window, unable to find success in the end. And BDS, with that, 1 round away now from equalizing the score towards Outsiders. And we're back towards that basement where we had the slaughter happen earlier. So Outsiders, they definitely need to change something here on their approach. That is.
Oh, still 1 round away. A lot of C4s from the side and the hold here. Last time, Liquefact got that early strike and took out the power position. Player of Pasha on the far side because of a default cam. And, you know, it's those sort of moments where what we're seeing from the side of Outsiders, they're taking a bit of time to get set up, but then they're more than happy to sort of 3, 2, 1 go it. And when they've had all 5 bodies available and open, it's gone very well. And before then, as soon as that body goes out, they seem to lose a little bit of steam. They lose a bit of the wind of the sails, and they find the round slowly sailing a little bit out of their control. It's that steady build on pace that you can sort of do on club, because the pace is often set before you, but it's something that BDS have been able to punish.
That was unisynchronized, yes.
Beautiful.
Synchronized vaulting. New sport in Siege. Love it.
Give me an event.
Now, some of these drones are being blocked out by mute jammers that were near the jacuzzi wall, so they will have to be recovered, but they're not going to be able to get the information quite yet that they need to get rid of the electrification on the other side of things. It is bandit wires. It should be easily gotten rid of, especially with these impact TMPs. Actually going to be able to find both there with a well-placed one. And that is going to be opening up, providing an opportunity for outsiders. Fact, Dust drops down as well, is not willing to stick around.
Now, with that open, as you said, Likefak, he's getting out of there, but he has, as I said before, a habit of rotating around for the full control. It is quite a play space to have the fight on here. He doesn't want to be the isolated first causing a problem, but the problem early seems to be the one that strikes outsiders the most. Here they have a bit of time. They can build themselves structure and evaluate the approach they'd like to go for and, I guess, get the full-fledged clarity that maybe he's left, which they're still trying to work out.
C4's being ripped, looking to try and find the sledge if he continues to open up, but it's run way too far out. Likefak on a bit of a chase, hoping to find the angle. Throws it out, detonates it, no joy for him. That's one gone. They still have 2 more nitro cells to go with.
I mean, they're fully pocketed up for this. The damage always isn't going to stick around and see the rest as the pressure all starts to come around onto this hatch themselves. They're rolling the grenades. They want to try and bounce out, but it's a TK and 2 down! Oh no! That was almost the worst grenade we've ever seen! What a tragedy!
This is worse than Doki, though, I have to say. Doki just got 1 teammate with him. This 2 teammates that just got injured by that single grenade. Now, it might have been due to the fact that they were all, you know, stacked up on each other. Someone walked right in front of him as the detonation came through. At least one thing we can say is it's lucky that it's no longer the old grenades. That would have definitely killed them all as Vincere finds 1. The buddy drops through the hatch. There's only 3 more to find right here as they, again, detonate an impact TMP, wanting to open up onto the triple wall right there, provide themselves with an entry onto the direct sides.
I mean, they've given themselves a mountain on the back of this. That will be, a tricky moment. And probably an apology cake in the team room later.
Again, I don't know if it bounced back, if it was cooked a bit too long, or if someone just walked in front of it at the moment you released.
Could have been a mix of things.
Could have been everything.
You would have guilt.
You released that grenade in the end?
Everyone else has forgiven you, and it's your team now and yourself. They have to forgive yourself. Okay, 5-5, all back level. BDS, and here they might be able to push themselves 1 foot ahead, 1 foot closer towards the full 3 points. You can see how drastically that changes. Not just the position there for BDS of a difference between 2nd and 3rd, but 7th rather than 2nd for outsiders. They need this win.
Yeah, they definitely do. Or at least try and get as many points as you possibly can against BDS so you move up the rankings slightly. But yeah, it's only been 2 play days so far. This is the 3rd, which means that all these wins, they do have a massive impact on where you are in the standings at the end of the day. And that effect is, of course, starting to get smaller and smaller as we progress. The earlier you get these points on the board, well, the easier it will be for you as you continue throughout the stage. We are playing bottom end stage. Some verticalities are being opened up by BDS that will give you the idea that they would like to stop these plans from up above. Usually, though, the attackers do answer this by taking top floor control into their own hands. Now, that usually stops the construction, though, because if they want to plant stage, you do not need the bedrooms under your control. Those angles will not be hurting you if you try and get the plan down. Only the hatch that is located in construction would do so. So maybe we'll have some BDS players left up above, basically not dealt with by the side of outsiders that can go for a retake as soon as a plant starts to happen.
Likefak rotating out, causing problems and pulling himself further and further away. If you're unsure how most of the approaches come on a site like this, it's usually some control of stock. Then you try and put the pressure from the verticality to force the players away from construction, and you look towards planting either towards the stage or tucked in on the hard wall that connects both. But the fight is here, vertical. It's over the top. They got to try and force Vincere and Shaiko, especially out of the positions. It starts with a steady roll over the drive of CC and Cash. Shaiko has an idea of leaning back in, though.
Definitely wants to go a bit aggressive. Here's the... Oh, that's a free kill, but he doesn't get it onto Rask. Here, the exothermic, he wanted to go quickly, but he was unable to lock it down in the end, and I believe that the exothermic has been placed and not destroyed. And that means that if this Mute Jammer gets cleared out, which just happened, the breach comes through, and Shaiko is forced to leave.
Rask should be dead. That gun... I mean, you don't really see it in a lot of sort of games compared to that heavy-hitting DMR. And that isn't a good advert for it. Pasha gets the end of Shaiko. The break onto the mirror window is going to force Vincere into a trickier sort of position. Pulls himself back round the corner. It's not fully broken yet. There it goes. The mirror window popped. And well, with a minute left, they're rebalancing for, as I said, the take is usually this direction. And there's Likefak to find Milon with a spray through from Kitchen.
Shaiko with a very uncharacteristic miss there onto Rask. Not able to lock it off. Might prove very hurtful in the end because top floor now fully in control of the side of Outsiders. And Lems is still sneaking about on the staircase though, looking to go for a bit of a retake. Could definitely be detrimental here as Always opens up, but C4 flies out just in time. Finds Always as he walks right in front of it. And Pasha drops now as well. 2 on 4. Rask still quite low. This plans not looking likely if it will happen. Likefak in the meantime in garage as well, taking heat from multiple different directions. It's going to be that crucial factor later on.
I mean, a pocket full of seconds. One's going to plant, the other's going to try and get it locked down. Not even that. Playday gets the end with a zapping camera. That is not always the kill cam we see.
It's the first time I've seen this particular view as well from
that was
Meister. That was quite cool.
That was cool.
Match point out. BDS have a single opportunity of locking this one out, and this might just come back to the age-old saying, do not take BDS to Clubhouse. Russian team has tried it previously. They failed. Another team is trying to do so now, and well, they started off really strong, Emmy.
They did.
It's just that they are letting go of that grasp a little bit too much now, and well, BDS taking it with all 10 fingers, making sure that they have the opportunity for a full 3 points now. Very unlucky bottle placement there from Always.
Or he just doesn't like people seeing him talk.
No doubt.
There are lip readers out there.
Maybe he's the one that's currently giving out all the new strategies. And
I mean, there's lip readers. You cover your mouth.
Yeah, you can cover your mouth. Or put a bottle in front of your camera.
Or put a bottle. Hey, things happen.
Match point.
Match point.
See, he removes it
there
now. Yeah, it was definitely something like that.
That's... I mean,
I've actually saw a discussion about that on Twitter where people were like, why do we not see this in esports? Well,
why?
Might just be it.
Yeah, people they're like, can we have the live listen in? In Siege, I mean, every esport is heated and tactical, but Siege is tactical. There's...
Yeah.
You can't... I remember when, like, replays and the accessibility there, and people were like, well...
Oh, no, that's all our strats done. No, we're saving them.
Like, there goes any hiding of any cameras or drone placement, especially.
Well, that's the thing, right? Like, our observers, sometimes they catch a drone placement or a black eye camera
They'll
placement.
catch, like, 1 drone end placement per round, potentially, if they're looking for it.
Yeah, but now everything is just out in the open.
But now there's no point.
He's just going past them all now, Medic's just like,
Medic's
I'm just going to prove a point.
Do it if I wanted to prove a point. But at one point, if Medics had done that, people would have been like, how dare he reveal our strats?
Now it's replays. So Medics doesn't take the heat anymore.
Anyway, moral of the story. Pasha almost on the bad end once again of a Likefak surprise strike, and he will be. No, it's Pasha! Likefak struggles and fails that time round. It's still 2-1 in his favor, but now is maybe that most important round. For that to have connected, it could have defined it. Now it might be defined by it.
Also the garage out of control, which means that Shaiko is taking a bit more heat now. If they do decide to go up there, E1D pops off. It's definitely going to keep him stayed put for a little bit. As the opening is about to be made here. I'm not quite sure if that's the Impact EMP coming through. That's going to be opening up extra avenues as well now. Vincere walking right in front of it, deciding to hop back. He doesn't want to stick around there too long. And now they're just going to be covering off that one drop there. Shaiko stuck between 2 openings. Now this wall will be opened up as well, but it is going to be Shaiko to quickly put down a bandit charge. Rask still has his exothermic in pocket. Needs to wait for a bit of help now before they can truly go for the opening. The Twitch drone wanting to achieve that. Definitely pushed him out of position.
Now they've really got to try and push this advantage. The body was handed to them. If they're not going to be able to take the full 3, they've got to make sure that they can at least try and do a bit of the distance and a bit of the difference and wound. And they might still be able to get 2 out of it. Here's the swing. Shaiko, he's hoping to get the angle onto the player hanging on the long-range dangle instead of going by the cams. You can tell that those are something that's been picked apart. Otherwise, Shaiko's tucked himself here into construction, pulled back via the fire because he has no other option as the wall was getting breached anyway.
A minute left on the clock, 60 seconds to capitalize on this opening kill here for Outsiders and at least take a point home against BDS. That will be a massive step forward already, losing an unfortunate drone there due to a mute jammer. Knowing, though, that the bathroom was clear, so not having to worry about that too much. But, of course, these players on BDS can move. They are nimble. They're willing to go for fights, especially Shaiko, as he digs himself in right behind the A-bomb chest. But he needs to be careful because there's players still around the highway, which will catch him eventually.
There it is. Dan has a bit of the cover. They're trying to get themselves rebuilt around it. 30 seconds. And with the kit still in Pasha's pockets, they're looking towards the back of that chassis. Vincere, he's trying to get himself to be that swing player to make sure that they can't do it. Pre-fires and puts the pressure on, but Pasha's on the plant, always has the cover from the swing. They've got it locked down. They're hoping to get the C4. It's just in time. Always gets one more. 10 seconds. It's Playday. It's the last clutch factor. We are going to overtime.
We're going to find ourselves with 2 or 3 more rounds before we crown a victor in this matchup here. And Outsiders, they've managed to pick up 8 points against BDS here. They have shut them down from picking up all 3, and they will definitely come back to hurt BDS later down the line today. But more importantly, they need to make sure they find themselves their 2nd point now. If Outsiders will find that, then surely they might be in that top 4 contention at the end of this day or stage. And it will be Outsiders on that defense. To start it off, Gym and Bedroom first. Can they make the difference?
I mean, it's sort of that play around here. Jim was 100% for them and was maybe their most consistent lock-in, the only one that they played twice across the opener. But remember, the last one came down to Dan jumping out a window and hot-footing it towards Shaiko. BDS still got the kit down, it just got pulled back at the final seconds. So if they can put the distance here and then opens up the option. CC, which is a 1-for-1 for them, or Church, which is a 1-for-3.
Well, they just need to make sure that everything is on point now. Cannot afford any of these mistakes. Maybe a slight one here or there, as long as you manage to tip the favors in your end, in the end. Openings being made quickly. Lems with the DMR. Quickly a player slipping out there from Outsiders as well. Liquefact almost finding Dan. Just wanted to open up that window. Might have not even had a clue that he was rotating up there, but there's some early damage done. Very importantly, because this grenade, if found by the right feet, could definitely pick one up. That's always now low as well, and almost burned right afterwards.
Liquefact has done 175% of damage to 2 players, but just missing the final bit to send them over the edge here. Pasha, he's holding the top of the stairs, hoping somebody tries to come up the brickwork, but it's Liquefact to finally find the end of Dan. Gets the lockout for 1 of his earlier bits of damage, the 2nd, and the fight there onto the mirror window misses both and doesn't want to risk getting caught out. He does find it. Didn't sound like he got the pop, but he just got that final one. Now he's trying to put some quick pressure here up the staircase. It's going to be a swing round fight, and he doesn't quite get the win out. Pasha had the position. Now he's got himself in a bit of a position here. He knows the pressure could come from multiple different angles, but as long as the top's open, that's not a route he can really take.
He's also stuck on those main stairs now. Will definitely be a watch. You saw Shaiko right there holding a very tight angle with the R4C. Phone calls are coming out. BDS looking to make a move happen, but first they need to find out what exactly is clear. Now, logistics currently has no one in it, so there is an opportunity to move there, and they're definitely looking to do so, but first want to open up that wall a bit more, provide themselves with a bit more depth, as Milan is forcing himself back towards the side. There's Vincere inside already.
Oh, he's inside, and if they don't know that he's got to this position, Milan could suffer if he goes for the swing round. This C4 ready, ripped, and wants to fly out the open mirror window. Milan pulls himself back. Do they know Renshiro's there? I don't think they do. They're looking towards the hatch. There's a swing and a reveal. Milan's caught from two sides. Alem's got the drop on the back line. CC's as Alem's next. And there's the difference. A hefty DMR can make an engagement. Pasherin always the cause the back, but Alems has one and Shaiko the other. BDS once again 1 foot ahead.
Now, Outsiders is not beaten yet, but leaving logistics empty there, a huge mistake. They took it with both hands. They inserted a player down there, and on the back of drones and information, able to shut down 2 singular players on the Outsiders camp inside of the site. And that just opens up too much space. There's almost no coming back from that one. And also not beaten yet. There is still 2 opportunities for them to, first of all, bring it back to 7-7, and after that, close it off. It could also just end with a single mistake in this next round. They are on the attack. They need to take the initiative. And when they were attacking this basement the first time around, it was an absolute slaughter.
Well, if we talk about site statistics, Church is the one that has been consistently on the side of BDS. The 5 times we've seen it this game, 4 of them have gone into the favor. 2 either side of the half. Could this be the one final time needed here, or Outsiders? Can they try and shake things up and put some of the pressure across? A tragedy over that hatch. I mean, I'm not going to say it cost them the round because there was still all of the round left to play, but it definitely hurt it.
All right. BDS, can you end things here? Can you make sure you find these 2 points? The point already means a lot for Outsiders. As you can see, they do move up the rankings, but the second would be better, clearly, obviously. BDS looking for those points as well. They want to go to the major. They want to qualify after missing out on the last one. And taking a victory here would be a massive first step.
Outsiders, they're looking for a bit of a pacey approach here. They've previously suffered early bodies taken away from the free range play of Likefak. This time, they've at least got some of that awareness, but he's never quite done striking. And in the position he's playing right now, he could try and swing and loose that C4 a bit earlier if the pressure comes directly above him. Playday has an attention towards dirt. There's a control that, to be fair, hasn't always been played here on the approach by Outsiders. They've not entirely thrown themselves into it the same way BDS did on their successful attack around here.
Just got drowned out there, moved out in time before he was about to be struck by any of the players from Outsiders. If he pushed on though, could have maybe found gold, but it's better to be safe in a situation like this rather than take the risk and make sure that you might lose it all. And as Outsiders with 1:30 left on the clock are starting to prepare, opening up barricades, hatches, floorings, everything you can imagine. They want to find themselves in the best possible position that the C4 could have caught of always.
Still one more in pocket. They have the impacts to try and trick against the kitchen hatch itself. Milan, he's going for a clear, a strip via his face, and that's going to take about 15 seconds out of the route and the run. Suffers a bit of a scrape from the end of it, coming back into the pass with the door held on the side there of Moto, but BDS seem to have a good idea of where the push is coming from this time. They're playing around with Bandit. There's another C4 prepped. No catch.
Again, always escaping death there. Opening will soon be attempted to be made, but Likefak still around. And there you have it. Xcaris will be taken care of. Potentially, no, the stun grenades come through. Alems will find always, though, so the first entry does go BDS's way, even though they have opened up slightly onto the triple wall on site.
Yeah, perfect demonstration of how to get past somebody actively bandit tricking, and now they force them back, but with the body gone, this is something we talked about before, 20 seconds, and they got to try and make things happen now, and they've already been a little bit crumbled. Rask, he's tucked around on the close fight. There's still electricity. There's Likefak swinging onto one side. There's the rest of the wall, but Likefak, he wants to try and take the fight. There it is, locked out a cold kit. There's no way to collect it at this point. BDS, they find themselves with the full 2 points. Outsiders at least scrape 1.
They will continue their unbeaten streak here on Clubhouse, but it did get very close in the end there. Outsiders, they truly put up a fight up until overtime. Then BDS managed to finally end things there with nice Bandit Elite MVP animation. Wanted to put on the sunglasses, but of course the default skin does not have those. So
Does not.
Does not have that. And with that, 8-6, maybe not the result many would have expected from BDS to come up against Outsiders here. But is the result we got. 2 points for them, 1 for Outsiders. Both will continue forward.
It was a great drive from Outsiders. It was huge rounds. And again, as they said before, there are teams still forming. Well, they formed some good rounds, but BDS, they still keep their almost perfect form on club. We'll take a quick break before we're back with the desk.
Welcome back, everybody. And it's happened. BDS come back against Outsiders and swipe it all away. That beginning was a bit harrowing, I have to say, but that myth, I guess, the mythos of BDS and Clubhouse continues with yet another one, a victory added to the streak.
And the one thing that I did admit when I went on my little rant about how good BDS are at Clubhouse was they also played Outsiders there in Stage 2. And it was also an overtime where they had to dig deep. So history has repeated itself. But once again, BDS, you know, they do come out on top, even though it's a bit of a shaky start.
Yeah, a little bit ropey. I think probably the weakest that we've seen. I think BDS.
I think
look.
so, yeah.
I think EFAC's shown that he bleeds. You know, 0-4 he started off.
Hey, this is something we talked about because
He ended like 11-8.
the play of game style, sorry, like play style. So you talked about it specifically. Is that here's the way that Outsiders play, and if BDS are gonna be this where Likevak is the spearhead, this plays perfectly into Outsiders.
I think if you look at Outsiders and really what they were able to do on the defense specifically, they were very good at slowing down BDS's kind of methodical playstyle, where we've seen them use the Goyo canisters to really great effect, being able to slow down momentum that BDS are trying to go for. You know, BDS, I think they've shown, using EFAC, using Shaiko, they can just slip into the bomb side at like 1 minute 30, you know, 1 minute mark. But the Goyo canisters that Outsiders are really producing, it kind of just slows down that pace. It separates, I think, BDS from one another, and it stopped their trade game today.
I think Outsiders, you know, as much as I'm not a fan of the playstyle, I think the playstyle's a little bit behind the current times. The one thing that they do excellently is they draw teams into their playstyle. They drew BDS into trying to play this late execute, forcing them to breach, forcing them to deal with Goyo canisters, forcing them to do a whole range of things before they could execute. And BDS aren't used to that. If you watched how they played against Wolves last week, it was EFAC slipping into a position. It was Shaiko slipping into a position, getting those entry kills and playing out a numbers advantage. And that's one thing that Outsiders are always excellent at. He's not giving teams numbers advantages and forcing the execute. But, you know, once it got into the defense of BDS, it's kind of role reversal. Outsiders couldn't compete.
Renchi had a good day today.
And Renchi was great. He's had to, and he's one person that he gets talked about a little bit because his performances haven't been too great through the last couple of stages and even the first couple of games. He took on a big responsibility and taken a little bit more of a step back to allow for this EFAC transfer to come in. And actually, it was good to see him have a really good day today.
Yeah, I think Renchi's been around for a while, hasn't he? Left hand of God at the end of the day. That's what we know him as. Just sits, hold an angle, anything it moves, it's gone. And we've seen that. I think we've seen that during one of his rounds where he was in
he got the
that
1v3
post plant, wasn't he? Yeah. So, Renchi played well today. I think it showcases that everyone, this whole revival, it's not just EFAC coming in. Everyone's back to their performances again.
So what happens now with Outsiders? Because they've been having close games this whole time, and next Playday they go up against Secret. So
it feels like a rut, doesn't it? It feels like, and I said it again, it's like if their opponent has a bad day, outsiders are always there. They're always there to take the rounds and win them when their opponent doesn't do what they're necessary. What I want to see from outsiders is a little bit more current Siege, if that makes sense. A little bit more not using the whole round to start testing executes, not using the whole round to be passive, not being very slow on their attacks. I want to see them kind of get a little bit more into the current way of thinking. And Dan did say that they're trying to do that, and it's a process change. For outsiders, you know, it's kind of middle of the pack, I think. They're not going to get relegated. They're not going to get promoted. You know, they're not going to be top 4 majors. Look to next year. Look to when you can really have 3 or 4 months in the off-season. And it's horrible to start writing that off after 3 games.
Yeah.
But that's what it feels like to me.
Outsiders for me, if plan A doesn't work, there's no plan B. That's what it feels like. It's they have their strats, and if plan A works, they get some good rounds. I think Dan played really well today. But if something goes wrong and they lose a piece of the puzzle, it's done. And I think on the BDS defenses, it was very dominant in terms of, you know, kill advantage. You could clearly see that, yeah, BDS never looked worried in their defenses. That was always going to be their rounds.
Well, perfect timing, because our interview is ready, gentlemen. Let's go. Likifak. Hello, hello, Likifak. Bonne soirée. What's up? Congratulations on the victory. How you feel?
I feel good. It was a hard match. Outsider played very, very well. It's my first time to play Outsider in a well. My teammate already played them, but it was hard and happy to win.
Well, what felt like the difficulty in the first half for you and for the entire team? Because it took a few rounds for BDS to kind of get into shape.
The difficulty we have, it's we focused too many things, too many attention on the K8 and on their setup instead of playing our game, our playstyle, and that's why we lost too many rounds on this. And at 6-6, I just said, let's play fast, let's destroy them at the early round, let's go, and that's what we did, and we won the round.
Well, nowadays we don't really see much Bandit in play, but we saw it here. You guys, picked it up and played it on, especially on the server and bedroom defense. How is it just Shaiko or specific players that can actually do all the tasks properly and then go back and do what Bandit does with his batteries, or is it just that he's kind of out of the meta now for you?
I mean both. For me, it's important to have the bandit to bandit trick the construction wall and try to lost stuff on the server wall. And Shaiko can do everything, and he's good on the bandit. So that's why we play bandit on this side.
Well, Vincere popped off today as well, and he's usually the more silent person sitting on the side. How does it feel like to always know that no matter what happens, BDS can always come back because somebody on the team will step up and get the necessary kills?
I mean, we have a rule. So every play day, someone has to carry.
Fair.
First one, it was me. Second one was Shaiko. And we all decided that this one was Vincere. And Vincere did his job. So
good.
We're okay.
So when is it Alem's turn?
We need to talk LM or Brady next week. We will talk about this. Okay. No worries. You will see.
Very, very good. I can't wait to see it in practice then. And next week, you go up against Heroic. Now, Heroic, since they won their game, they were telling us in the interview that next Playday, they'll be playing at boot camp. They're very ready. They're going to get prepared for this big game. What do you have to say to that?
It will be a very interesting interesting match. I already talked with Melo about this, and I hope he wins this match tonight, and he did. So we can have a big fight for next Playday.
All right, very much cannot wait for it. That'll be Heroic versus BDS. Make sure you guys are tuning in to watch it. Likifak, anything you want to say to the fans out there?
Thank you to support us again. Thank you for everything, and thank you to you, Milosh, and others to cast our game. That's really nice. I saw the replay last Playday, and you are very, very nice with us. So it's very nice. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Likifak, and thank you guys for playing. Because if it weren't for all the players that give in the best action in the game, then none of us would be able to do our job. So hey, it's a good ecosystem, if you ask me, with everybody kind of supporting one another. But Likifak, thank you again. Congratulations on the victory, and we hope to see you next week versus Heroic. Till then, take care. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Have a good evening.
You too. And there he is. Pleasure to speak to him. Honestly, I'm very surprised, pleasantly surprised that this is kind of the fresh blood that we're getting. Very eloquent, especially since English is probably his second or third language. So very well done.
It's not that Lems doesn't give good interviews, but it's actually really nice to, see somebody new from BDS actually giving the interviews and giving a little bit of insight.
It's been 17 years waiting for Shaiko to get on an interview.
Shaiko's the face, he's the voice.
It's true.
I've never heard Shaiko speak. I've been at multiple events with Shaiko and never heard him speak.
I am not even joking. I have never heard him speak. I don't even know what he sounds like. So if you know what Shaiko sounds like, hit us up. Anyways, thank you guys very much. That was game number 2 for today. M&M versus Ro coming up after the break.
Why do it yourself when robots do it better? Robots do it better. Robots do it better. Why do it yourself when robots do it better? Robots do it better. Robots do it better. Why do it yourself when robots do it better? Robots do it better. Robots do it better. Why do it yourself when robots do it better? Robots do it better. Robots do it better.
Welcome back, everybody. Our match of the day is about to begin. M&M Gaming versus Rogue, our Berlin champions, face up against M&M, who were also in Berlin. True. And actually have been competing pretty decently, given the fact that 1 year ago they were just being formed in order to compete in the final stages of what was then, I guess, still UCAN, and then on from the, was it MPL then?
Why are you looking at me?
You're the guy.
You are literally Mr. UCAN. What was
yes,
it?
it would still be UCAN.
There you go.
They played
From
UCAN with a far
to
different
Challenger
roster.
League.
Yeah.
MPL only came about in April.
So they were UCAN back then. They were different rosters. Only 2 of the players that were on there, and then it switched up. Went to CL, and then they won. And now they're in EU League, and they went to Invitational, and they did this and that, and then they go up against the champions of Berlin. This is a matchup that I personally been waiting for quite a bit, and of course, all 3 of us, I guess, have been waiting for it. Very excited for it. Let's talk then about M&M and what the squad can offer here today. Demo, what are your thoughts?
It's going to be always a difficult game, I think, to predict how M&M's going to perform, because I think at the moment they're in a bit of a hot and cold situation where you don't really know what team you're going to get. Thankfully for M&M, I think they do come into this game not expected to win, which, as we know, is always a bonus for M&M. Whenever you actually... this is the issue, I think, at the Major. We thought M&M were going to, like, soar out of groups, perhaps, and as we've seen, it didn't happen. So we just need to stop saying this team's going to win.
M&M experience for me, the symptoms that a lot of teams in this league and a lot of teams in Siege experience, which is when they've got to work together with teamwork to clear and problem solve an objective, they tend to struggle, and therefore they then have a reliance on Solotov crouch walking, Tyrant crouch walking, users crouch walking to save a round. We saw it even last week on Villa where users just walked in sight, got a 4K because they couldn't work out how to clear certain problems. And that's not consistently reliable, and that's where they need to hit. They do show signs of being able to do that, and then other times they don't.
Well, what about this Rogue on the other side? Because, look, if we're looking at Rogue, there's a lot of expectations on what this team can offer. You need them at least at the Major, right? Which means they need to be in the top 4 here in Europe. They got a victory last Playday. You know, they went to overtime in day 1, which is, you know, still pretty good. That puts you high up in the standings. But this is potentially one of the top 4 teams you're going up against today.
And I'm actually going to run with that same narrative about problem solving. The reason that our top 4 teams generally are the top 4 teams, Rogue, Wolves, BDS, etc., is because they can problem solve. No. Snuck in. Let's not make it about G2. But Rogue's problem solving is absolutely excellent. Their teamwork at solving those problems is absolutely excellent. That front 3 of Krine, Kanto, and Spoit, supported by a really good backline of Leon and Deepak, is one thing that, you know, drives them on the attack in terms of problem solving.
Counterpoint.
Yes.
They didn't do that against Navi, though. Because the whole thing
counterpoint, they had about 3 scrims.
The whole thing about Navi was whenever they went into that game, they were not ready for Spoit to be just disintegrated. Spoit was not in during those attacks. Navi did so well. We praised Navi about how they were one of the only teams who's actually been able to stop Spoit doing what he does.
Yeah, but...
And, you know, you talk about how good they're thinking on their feet. That proved that
we called it a pre-season game. They've warmed back up. Look at last week, where they come in. They absolutely rinsed TT9. They played very well.
That's TT9, though.
Yeah, that is TT9. It's probably the biggest test for Rogue is probably today.
If they do it today, if they come in and they beat M&M in a good 7-3, 7-4, then yeah, I think the first week was the blip. If not, then it does become much more of a worry.
Counterpoint, M&M lost to Outsiders.
True.
There you go. I'm just going to leave it there. Let's then talk about our map for the series. Best of 1, of course. 9-map pool, 8 are out. 1 is left, and Skyscraper will be taken out by M&M. Will be left with Oregon. They start off on the attacking side. All right. What does it look like?
Fairly standard bans, as you would expect. Both teams taking out the better maps for the other team. Rogue are known as one of the best bank and Skyscraper teams in the world.
All right.
Normally, I do the map preferences 1 to 9.
Yeah.
When 2 teams have the same map preference at like number 3 or 4, they usually end up on it. Both of these teams, Oregon's their number 4 preference.
Cool.
Yeah, I think Oregon's fairly middle of the road, isn't it? Both teams enjoy playing this map. We know M&M, a kind of historic map for what they did in Challenger League on it.
Yep.
Rogue, we've already seen them play against Navi, and this is where, is it going to be the blip, Jack? Because we're back to Oregon.
Match of the day, one thing I will say is both teams actually have positive attack win rates and defense win rates on it. Both teams are really good at this map. So it's like the perfect platform for the match today, for the whole scene setting of these 2 teams that have the similar ideologies, the similar ways of playing, really good front lines, really good back lines, on a map they both like, that they're both really good at.
Okay, then that perfectly sets it up. The excitement of
It's
why
the
this
day.
is the match of the day. I know, right? It perfectly lines up with it. I'm very excited to see how it comes out. M&M, there's a lot of things that we have to look at and see. Can they make it to another major this year? That'd be massive for them. That would guarantee them an invitational. Same goes for Rogue, because even if you win a major, that's not enough if you're only doing one event, and there's been a lot of changes and all. Today's gonna kind of anchor a few of the stories in our minds so we can prep it for the rest of the stage. Gentlemen, thanks so much. That's Rogue versus M&M. Our beautiful casters on the other side. Oh, wait, it's happening. Enjoy.
Thank you, Milosh, as we get right into the match of the day in just a couple of seconds. Oregon will be the battleground. Rogue, as mentioned, the reigning current champions, had a bit of an off start to the European League as they themselves, they had like 2 or 3 days of preparation before they really got going. M&M, who have a lot to prove for, because I myself was not satisfied with the way they played during the major itself. There's a lot left to be seen from this lineup.
Yeah.
They kind of dropped off at the end of stage 2.
Do you know who else wasn't satisfied?
Who else wasn't satisfied?
Probably them themselves.
Yeah, no, I totally agree, but I'm just saying, there's still a lot for them to improve on, and I really hope that we get to see a little bit of that now.
All right, M&M versus Rogue.
Oh, momentarily.
Momentarily. We'll be in properly, get the bands down and locked in just a second, and then maybe we'll be able to tell you what they are. A tech issue. So we'll get this sorted. Not entirely sure what it is.
I think I heard mouse issue, but I'm not sure.
Back in game.
It's been solved.
There was an actual mouse.
Yeah. Wasn't like a peripheral?
No, it was...
No, it was just an actual organic being, potentially.
Zooping about.
Zooping about.
Having a zoop. She's not going to be having a zoop.
Amaruban. Don't see that often, and I can tell you a specific round on why Amaru would be banned against Rogue on Oregon. Something has to do with Biggie T or Deepak just zooping up to the top 3 tier 3 tower.
Well,
and
this is the fun
clearing
thing,
it out.
because obviously Deepak does play Amaru well, which is, you know, it's sort of, there's not a lot of Amaru players out there, but we've also seen Cryan pull aces off the back of Amaru. We've seen occasionally Spoit playing the role of the Amaru. It's not entirely out of line for them to pick it, so I think it's fair to remove them. Deepak is the most standard.
He just eats himself in any window he can find, right?
It, like horizontally.
Even horizontally,
just
yeah.
vertically.
Just to shoot out a little bit further and surprise the player out there. It just takes away a little bit of the pace that Rogue would be able to bring on the attack. That is the second half, of course, not having to worry about this in the first 6.
M&M skins in the game now.
They are, yes.
They can have their player cards. Yeah, there's new skins in the game.
I love the L85. I actually bought it.
There's been so many anime skins, but I'll go on record. M&M's is not an anime skin, you heathens out there. Dez. No, Dez was great on this as well, because he's the biggest weeb of us all.
Yeah, he definitely it's his title.
No, it's Journey to the West, I believe, is the...
I think that's the name as well, with a bunch of mascots on it.
Yeah.
And a bunch of marshmallows who haven't been Molotov'd yet.
Which is the traditional tail from China. So, amazing skin. Also, all the others as well. I'm not going to list all of you because M&M are the ones in this game. They'll pop up at the bottom of the screen. But now it means M&M get player cards. Will that be a buff and a bonus? Also, we totally didn't accidentally show it a little bit early last week.
We do this every single time new skins come in. We show them like a week early.
You guys just imagining it. Everyone at home, you just imagined it. Spoit. What does he imagine? Hopefully a fight here, but it's actually Solosov that gets the opener. Cryan removed early off, whether he was rotating past the double door or not. He's definitely not anymore. Might have been second story? Yeah, it was.
I think so. Spawn peek attempt, shut down quickly. Or maybe trying to find himself in a corner and shut down that way. It's an entry kill nonetheless for the side of M&M. They'll be more than happy with that. And as drones are again leading ahead of Spoit here. They're getting some spots on enemy drones as well. So Information Game is currently the name of this game. And as Nalo is looking to find an angle on any of these players they know are out here. This turns that takes a little bit of damage on the other side.
Okay, Kanto, what support are you offering here on the side? They seem to have not fully sent themselves in for the hope of an engagement over here, but The Buck putting in a little bit of work, getting a bit of an angle. They're going to pop it up at the right time, a bit early. But they've flooded and fled their way back towards the site itself. Wasted a lot of time, drew a lot of attention, but not a lot of utility was otherwise spent in terms of removing them apart from the Buck getting an angle. So M&M have played that pretty well. Now they can try and pinch some of this pressure on. Another drone does get caught out. I suppose if you're going to talk about utility, there is only 4 drones left for use across them, and well, that's almost as many as Rogue have.
For sure. Definitely the Yucca drone going up, taking charge here. Seeing how currently busy the tower seems to be. Now, there is some drone traffic coming through, so Spoit might be going on a bit of a hunt there to take down those drones, deny the information from the attackers before he falls back.
3 drones and a fight that goes away from him. They trade out. Spoit and Solotov find each other's head. Oh, and that is those 2 gunners, I guess, that you really want to see hit heads throughout this. 45 seconds, roughly, on the clock. And, well, now they might have as many cams as Rogue does. As the Echo drones have been able to get themselves tucked around the corner. They're starting to roll their way through. Flores, not quite for the utility in terms of visuals, but sure as destructive here. 30 seconds, and the push around Pillar starts to form.
Seems like we might see some drops happen soon. Users will find Deepak with a grenade. That's going to be a massive kill. Suddenly you have that Echo off the board. Those drones will not be moving in anymore as Leon will find one going aggressive with the SMG-11. Suddenly opens up a whole new avenue. This smoke canister could be huge as well, as Kanto will find a man on the top of these backstairs.
Kanto gets the stack up! Both of them swing around the corner, forced out of position by the smoke canister we said was going to be huge. They could not sit and try and hold the cover of the angle, and granted, they got to have it move, but Kanto, a triple kill on the back end of that. Dorms is where we're going to head to next, but, I mean, that was an intense ending to a round.
Yeah, for sure. He managed to get the kill onto the backstairs, then continues on. Here's that smoke canister, knows the lasso coming from the freezer, just lines them up and takes them down with a single spray. So, well done on that first round. Even though you lost the opening engagement there on the side of Rogue, very unfortunate. They managed to bring it back. They kept their composure. They used their Echo drones to find some information there where possible. And even though M&M, they fought back, some good grenade play that we've seen as well, it wasn't enough.
Well, that is a bit of a start to a game. M&M were close, knocking directly on the door of the site itself, and it's going to be one now where they're going to try and keep this intensity on the board. It was a couple of swings, a couple of big guns, and a huge round from the side of Kanto. But you saw a continued appearance from pretty much all the players of Rogue outside of Cry, who had a very early exit from the round itself. That is sometimes sort of do it all or unfortunately full habit. But here, Rogue, 1 up. A win here would throw them up towards 2nd place because of BDS not getting the full 3 points in their earlier engagement today. So it's a massive moment for them, and the same could be said potentially of M&M. We saw the drop and the jump that could happen. I believe it would rocket them to maybe 3rd place if they were able to get the win.
Yeah, everything is still really close together on the scoreboard now, of course, as it is only the 3rd play day that we're currently having upon us here. And Solotov is trying to get some information out with that drone. They are looking to deny it on the side of Rogue as well. The trick, however, is for M&M to try and capitalize on these drones because they do have some information. They have isolated some of these roamers, know exactly where they are. Need to be careful, though, as Solotov will find Kanto, another entry for him.
That's it, Solotov. He's making sure that he keeps pace here, removes Kanto, the man of the hour of the previous minute. Let's see if they can build behind it here. Steady attempt at catching with the intel. They can see Crying's a little bit loose. He's finally making a bit of an appearance. Takes the drone out, and he'll probably think of that problem later. They have the rotation. They're going to use it. Solotov gets himself stacked up. Slightly different place, and is kept a little bit with some cover and control. The break above. They almost had a moment there, and there's a reveal potentially of a player all the way on the top. The drone set to watch the flank instead as the pressure comes under the site.
Verticality attempted here, was about to go in with the skeleton key. Now grenades are starting to come in from different operators as well. Solotov is still in that kitchen though, almost finds Deepak rotating over towards the attic. Needs to create himself some extra lines of sight now with that shotgun because there's no way he can rotate back. Another grenade is about to come up. Will not find anybody, just a little bit of damage onto Leon.
Now, a minute on, M&M, although they're doing a lot of this decent play vertically, the lateral movement needs to start happening. It's the creep, the rotation. He's not instead going to try and push Kitchen flat. He's concerned about all the watch, but he might have gone unwatched on the rotate underneath Cryin. If he can try and strike up the side of Freezer, well, I guess if you're an M&M fan, you're hoping they've got that watched as well. Around this time, the pressure started to come towards the site in the previous round as well. There's still a big watch and a bit of damage done underneath Deepak. He is playing on a sliver of health. The C4, though, just needs a second to communicate with the players on the other side. They've hopped in. They're going for the plant. There goes Deepak, dropped on the corner. The rotation up towards the side of White, but Neo's getting the plant in the meantime. Do they have an angle and a watch? It's Cryin up from underneath the spray, and the cover comes through the Izami and the spray, and there's a cold kit. Spoit gets himself tucked into the corner now in 15 seconds. Cryin goes down on the rotate, the 4 versus 2. Leon's holding off the White stairs side. Spoit is just tucked in the corner. He doesn't want to get blind, so he tries to swing in first. Leon has the cover and the support. He's on the back of the Lion. He's only got a couple of seconds.
Oh, no way.
He's keeping Spoit alive. Leon either side. There it is, Leon. Kids!
A 2v4 clutch happening there. Timing slowly ticking down. Spoit running in first of all. It is the lock-off on that door onto the White stairs with the keeper barrier. That locks out the line of sight. Sledge not able to move. You run in, you stop that plant, you hold it from afterwards. That was a round you should not have won, Rogue, but have managed to bring it back in the end and hold on to it tight. Now they're 2-0 in front on their defense. 2 scrappy rounds that somehow translate to wins. See if they can continue this, or if M&M is going to be able to finally put a nail into that coffin, because they are able to get the first kill. Then they managed to get quite good side control. I mean, it's a 2-on-4 situation. Just a shame the diffuser went down, and Leon perfectly on the rotation there. Able to swap side from side, constantly hitting them in the back.
Saving Private Spoit.
For sure. A 2-0.
I mean, 2 rounds and both of them have had exceptionally explosive ends. I'm sure if you're an M&M fan, you probably wish they would have gone the other way. But I think everybody else is just excited by the prospect of what this game can have, because you can only have explosive ends if both teams are putting up a bit of a fire. Still all to play for here. This, the tertiary site, finding ourselves down towards Kitchen with a swing round onto Meeting, and the stage side might be the one that starts to break the ice and put some pressure back in on the guns of M&M.
All right, now you just got to prevent these entry kills from getting away from you, Rogue, if you want to build on a momentum, because every single time so far, both these rounds, we've seen M&M being able to find an entry kill relatively uncontested. They just find someone through a wall as they're trying to rotate out or look to push in. If you manage to stop that from happening, you're in a 5-on-5 fight. Suddenly it looks a lot more stable on your side.
Steady drones, steady roll, and steady attempt to grab the intel that was required of them before, but this time there seems to be a slightly sharper spark, and there it is, Kanto. He's able to find one, sprays towards Usus, and Cryin has the support structure to give him a second. There is that response they've been wanting to have towards this opening game. Tyrant's concerned about the approach that might come around from the White stairs, so pulls himself and tucks around onto the shower side. Ooh, bit of a risk from Leon, and it does not pay off. Just huge gouts of damage. And there's Spoit putting a little bit further into M&M here. A 4 versus 2, a minute 42 still on the board. There is so much time here, and M&M's approach has entirely been dismantled.
Those double entries really helped out for Rogue here. And I said it, you find the entry, it starts to look a lot more stable on your side, not having to come back from a man or 2 deficit. And as M&M is looking to retake that top floor, they're slowly starting to fall back towards the site. You see the hop up there as well towards the hatch that's on the attic. You just saw this hatch on the kitchen to be dropped as well by one of the players. Tyrant now right above it. He could go for a drop. He does have a grenade as well. He can drop in first, but Neo finds a kill. Spoit taken out. There comes the aggressive drop. They might have heard that. It's the swing. That's the kill as well. Now only 1 left. Neo go for the drop themselves as well. Shut down by Kento. Again, a double kill from him as he just shuts them down casually as they come in 1 by 1.
Yeah, Nook can be very quiet, but not if you're falling from a hatch. That will create that audio. And it's one that Kanto was in a position to shut down. They decided that they'd try and just hit the site. They knew they had the body deficit. They maybe had an idea that somebody was further away, and I think this is definitely the right decision. Call the timeout. Yeah. The first 2 rounds were nail-bitingly close. That third one was Rogue starting to find their energy, and they cannot keep being built on that. As well, at the same time, M&M, they've got to try and pull themselves back around into it here. 3-0. Rogue have the lead in on Oregon.
And you can't say, oh, Rogue, you know, that they are all to credit for that victory. Yes, of course, they did manage to put those 2 victories on the board that were so close. But it's also M&M not playing it in harmony. They were giving these 1v1 fights. They were not pushing it as a team at the very same time, which allows Leon to go for swing by swing by swing, 1 by 1, shooting them all down. I don't want to pull up the example, but there happened to be a 1v5 clutch against them twice in just a matter of 30 days. And one of them was a mission in the European League. So they need to make sure that if these things happen, they pull themselves back a little bit, they slow down that game, they focus on what needs to be focused on. And as Rogue is now 3-0 away, looking to find more. It is M&M, who've just had a little bit of a chat. Now need to find the difference, need to find the change in the rounds themselves. And it's not like they've been absolutely dominated, because you said it before, the first 2 rounds should have been theirs. They should have been able to pick those up. The last one was only truly dominating from Rogue. They just need to close out that round. And of course it's difficult, but that is what they need to focus on.
A quick rehost.
A quick rehost.
If you haven't guessed from the giant graphic.
I like how Tyron is just looking at the rest of his team. Just a second ago, he swapped back to the game now. But
Just to remember the names.
yeah, see, he's just...
I do that all the time. Stein?
What? You trying to say a name?
No, you just missed the joke entirely.
Oh, sorry. What was the joke?
Well, it's too late now, but now you're being called the worst down the headset pipe.
I'm used to that. That's easy.
Rehost. A quick rehost will be called there. I believe a drone bug might have been the potential problem after the attack timeout either way. It gives a little bit more of a break, a little bit more time for them potentially to talk and thread some of this energy back in. It will be the same site. The defenders have to pick the same operators. The attackers do not.
Yes.
Because they could have changed anyway. Ha 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 ha.
Unless the repick was over and, you know, we were just in and we have
Unless,
one of those rare cases,
if you're in the
but
round.
Yeah.
If you're in
it was still prep phase, which means attackers can repick.
Yeah.
Defenders cannot.
Wah, wah.
Just waiting until everybody is back in so we can get going again. Momentarily.
Deepak's tweeting.
He's just sending Easy some love messages, I'm sure.
Sending them out. Saying, hey, man.
How you doing?
Nice. Maybe he's just checking photos.
Could be.
Taking photos of himself. It's sad.
He's sitting very still. This camera... No, okay, he's breathing.
He's breathing.
Yeah, I was going to say, it's like it could be. This camera broke down, but not the case. So we're just waiting. Recap: first 2 rounds, very close. M&M should have won them. We can say that much about it. It was a 4v2 loss, and another one that came down to the edge of time and the smoke canister being at the right place at the right moment, with Leon and Kanto going both quite aggressively. The 3rd round, a lot more, well, dominating from Rogue, like we expect from the major champion. And now they look to continue that momentum. Of course, it's a very strong mental team nowadays.
I mean, you have to.
You have to if you win a major.
You have to, but you have to give credit as well for how the team's worked in it, because it's not always been players that we've seen have strong mental.
No, of course.
We have a lot of, you know, names that have been around the scene for the longest time. We have names that have been around the tier 1 scene for a short time, and names that have been around the entire comp scene for a short time as well. And you have very different dynamics on this roster of people that have, you know, been expected to lift the big trophy, been on teams that have, and teams that should have.
It's quite funny if you go past the names, because you have like Krine, who got like the big shot at G2, then kind of failed because he wasn't in the right role.
Because he wasn't in the right role, he wasn't in the right position.
Went back to Challenger League, played with Deepak, did amazing there, which got him picked back up towards the European League. You have Leon Gitz, who's been playing at like the top level for the longest of times, but never been able to reach that major trophy. You have Deepak, who played Challenger League for 6 seasons straight. You have Spoy, who literally just came in and wins a major on his first attempt. And you have Kanto, who's been a world champion. It's like you have so much different backgrounds. It's amazing to see.
You couldn't have written it.
Well, you can, but...
You can. You can write everything. I hate that saying. Anything can be written. We write stories about super people.
We do.
Enough about that. Let's talk Siege. 30 seconds have passed, and M&M, if anything, they found themselves a slightly different tact here. They're not entirely in the building, trying to find a very early engagement. Last time, we usually saw Solotov going for a bit of a lead-in here. He was sort of rooting around the site itself, and I think they've picked up that Rogue has picked up on that, so they're doing this instead. Letting the drones be that first step, give himself a little bit more. The fight slips away, doesn't quite have the full angle across the side of Trophy, but it's Tyrant that finds Spoit in the meantime. They laid a trap here on the back end, and Kanto, is he thinking about putting a pressure on as Cryan sits in tier 3?
As long as they're around in that big tower, there's always that pressure and the opportunity for a late flank to arise. And it's not just Kanto that's currently on the stairs, but we also have a player up in tier 3, which has been hidden for now on. And as Kanto is trying to take a little bit of a fight onto Solotov, and we'll find it, that means that the player in tier 3 will continue to be hidden. So even if they kill Kanto right now, they'll never know about his presence.
Some attention is being paid now towards the back as they drop themselves down towards Pillar. They're trying to find a bit of a fresh route through. Kanto is causing trouble, but as long as he is there, their eyes might be slightly elsewhere. There's Cryan getting Tyrant from the top of T3. If they didn't know he was there before, they sure do now. And that is a bit of a blow here to M&M. They have been able to sort of focus themselves down towards the site, even when there's been other players against the multiple odds. They realize that it's a numbers game, and sometimes you got to count what is in front of you. Here they've run that, and they're not quite happy with the math, so instead they're going to see if they can try and take this engagement as 2 versus 1. Cryan, how long are you going to stick around for? Long enough to lose both windows, either side of the play. There's the first. The grenade is able to be moved out of a bit of a late throw there on an impact. It didn't really impact anything at that point. Maybe a bit of a panic and a hope for a swing. There's another player. Cryan cannot quite get it, though. Nello gets the cement in. They lost 1 for the excursion, but they also lost about 40 seconds.
That's what I wanted to say. Really well played by Cryan there. He stayed hidden up onto the top, gets a first kill from the attic, then gets one that we're trying to repel up for him. But most importantly, they've wasted about a minute time with him being up there and 2 bodies. So that is definitely a very much profitable position to play in for the side of Rogue. Now it's only up to a 2v3, 15 seconds. They don't really have anything to go for here except for the door that opens up for the E1D to lead them in, but the smoke canister blinds them off completely. Leon will find the first. Kanto locks it off again, and that is going to be 4-0 for Rogue. They're looking to make this a quick one.
Yeah, very, very well played there. As I said before, it seemed like Rogue had sort of picked up that early game that was being run by M&M. They tried something else, and if anything, it just gave Rogue more time to play that early game. You know, you got to sort of try new things. They were 3 rounds down, and regardless of how close they were, you're still 3 rounds down. If you don't start to go for a different direction, you might just be, you know, definition of an insanitying yourself. 2 more chances for them to try and do some business here on this side. And to be fair, with the opening 2 games that we've had so far, we've sort of seen the first half be well handled and controlled by one team, and then it still gets close to, if not into, OT. So there is still a lot of time left in this game.
Well played by Cryan there, by the way. Heard the pin to be pulled out and went aggressive. Right thing to do, otherwise you just get caught by the grenade, so you better go for it. But to loop back on what you just said, again, game 2 house, right? Like, Rogue can be absolutely dominating now, but M&M can do the exact same thing when they go over to the defense. And again, absolutely dominating is not really what this is. 2 of the rounds should have been M&M's, haven't been able to pick that up. That kind of leaves them wondering right now, because if this does go to 6-0, well, it should have been a 4-2 split, if we're being fair about it. So, M&M, they kind of have to blame themselves a little bit here.
Solotov, the role of the Nuka operator who often sees a removal. Currently in this, and maybe Solotov's about to prove why. Finally pulled off the buck roll to see if they can try and cause a little bit more sneaky devastation. Hope to catch some of the players off guard. It's all locked though. There was a rotation that might have been spotted once upon a time, but since then, pulled off.
And Rogue like to do this. They just push in these late reinforcements after something has been droned, when they abandon the position themselves, because they no longer need to be there. Just make sure that they need to work. Use some utility if they want to take that position. Snello is looking quite close. Leon looking to go aggressive. That's one RC gone. That's a drone after it as well. They really just want to clear out this position, but they can't if they're this aggressive.
They have the angles and options for swing. They've got some pressure that's coming in behind on the opposite side of Attic. It is a standard push. It's an approach they'll be well versed for. They do have a pocket reinforcement as well, but they're probably not going to be able to get that up onto a wall that's close otherwise. Here's the swing through, blinded. Leon takes a lot of damage, drops down, sprayed through on the soft. They're going for the retake, but Solotov had the cover across the bedroom itself. Spoit sort of threw his life away there in the vain hope there was only a single player, but M&M is playing a much more cautious game, controlled, and the pressure comes across the back end of Attic as well.
Multiple pressure points slowly starting to arise. Kento looking to go for a bit of a retake towards the walk-in closet, but not successful. Crying still on the roam. He needs to make that difference, and he needs to make it quickly. All Kento can do is hold on, finds the first, drops the diffuser. Deepak is quite close as well, playing with that shotgun. Can shut down anybody coming in from Trophy, but the true pressure is starting to arise slowly but steadily from the Attic. They need to pay attention to that. Currently, nobody watching it, and that is the big issue here.
Oh, Deepak, when do you swing? You don't really have too much as a direct support structure. The reveal of the camera is going to put a little bit of a problem in the second and sees the barrel of a gun, but the cover comes around on the back end. Solotov does the damage needed. Kanto, he's looking for a spray from the back line. Kryan has tried to rotate his way back up, loses the engagement here. Solotov, he's found a lot more success on the roll of the Nook. And one more out the door for him for the round. M&M find their first.
Well done by M&M there. Managed to spot out those weak points, get that double entry on the back of, well, that flashbang and opening engagement in games. And after that, shutting down the rotation that was meant to happen to go for a refrag there as well. And after that, they just played their numbers calmly, steadily. They go in from the Attic, they go in from Trophy. They try and push at the same time to ensure there's no 1v1 starting to occur. He saw that in that very last kill as well coming through. Yes, he gets the one onto the Trophy door. However, someone already all the way into the bedroom with a direct angle. As soon as you step out from behind that bunk bed, that was going to be the end of it. Unfortunate for Leon there. That is wall banked through the couch. Now, that is... for a second, I thought that the shield was up on top of the boxes there, but it's just on the corner, so... That was a very, very interesting one, not the case. And now, as we're playing on that middle floor, it is the meeting and kitchen that we'll see. So often a stage plant is attempted. Do not see the OSA operator who gets brought, of course, to accomplish that with those talent shields. Nope. Instead, it will be more of a direct take, see if they can overwhelm Rogue. Now Tyrant is going to play the role of the Nook. Solotov back on Buck, even with the 4K pulled in the previous round. It's changing up and see if they can get the drive through. One more opportunity here to put, I guess, the buffer a little bit more standard and familiar. Oregon can be a 3-3 kind of map, and it can be a good map for both these teams, but you know how ferocious Rogue are on their attack. You're trying to do as much damage to Rogue as a roster on their defense as possible. And a 5-1 could be absolutely devastating when it comes facing the wrong end of the barrels of their guns. So, M&M, the structure in the take starts over the side of Trophy. Dorms, they're looking for this control, and they find at least a loose player, but lose the Twitch drone in the exchange. Solotov opens up a bit of an angle, so Tyrant can at least help put down some pressure over that top floor as well. As they start to push in, they really want to take control of it. Now, that Prisma being taken out is going to be a telltale sign that the push is coming up from that top floor. There's very limited ground that they're covering. Kanto with a beautiful pick onto Solotov. Will be shutting him down from the Trophy side. That's one less player to worry about. Also a player who has been quite on point throughout the match so far. Oh, Tyrant is inside! Tyrant, the Nook, slips right inside, gets a freebie on Deepak, locked into the cameras. Obviously, that's a big grand reveal. Neo's now there for support. Nello comes in with a kit as well. They're sort of saying, it's ours, lads. Let's make the most of it. Leon, he's going for the rotate here, but there's a player coming up around the back stairs. The pistol from range. He's about to be pressured from Tyrant behind him as well. Do they know? They don't know. It's a scrappy engagement, but it's Tyrant's under the blind of the Grismod Kanto. His second for the round. Spoit going for the retake here onto the side of Split. There's one to the right and a rotate behind him. The kit is currently uncovered. It's a fight in the middle of the site, and the stage is almost the second for him, but he might tuck. See if he can get it tailed to the end. Tyrant, he's going for the swing. Spoit gets it. Spoit gets it! Spoit either side. One on Split. They've got to find the kit. It was where you started, lad. At least he can find bodies.
If you can't find the kit itself, Rogue, 5 rounds.
Well played by M&M, first of all. They saw the opportunity. They just doubled down to try and get it under control. And they almost managed to have it. It's just those last couple of players of Rogue who managed to bring it back yet again. And 1-5 is a split that Rogue will end their half on. M&M now over to the defense. Can you make the difference here? Basement first. Start strong. Do not have your tactical timeout anymore. You've already called that. So they basically have to go 5 rounds in a row now, find themselves on 6, then see if they can go for a 7th, or if overtime will be what will happen in this game. The match of the day, where Rogue is leading, yes, but M&M should have been, well, I dare to say 3, maybe even 4-2 right now up against Rogue. But it's just the clutch potential that these players have and the slight mis-synchronies that we see within M&M that allow Rogue to exploit those weaknesses that allow them to be where they are right now.
Leon on a blitz with the kit. I'm assuming there's going to be something pacey here around blue. That's usually where we'll see that sort of play, but that's going to be something that slows it right down. We have also obviously seen a blitz go for a bit of a charge onto the side of potentially Freezer. It really depends how confident they're feeling. To be fair, Rogue, they're probably pretty confident. Break into the top window. The reveal of a player around tower.
Gonna quickly get that drone out. See if they can spot out users. There should be a spot. Oh, user just gone unspotted here. He might be going for a bit of aggression. No, decides to stay. He's quite close to it, though. Neo just took out that drone. Spoid, have you checked the staircase? He seems to be holding off for it for now. He wants to go aggressive, takes out the camera, and then bails. Doesn't want to risk it here. Knows he didn't check it. It's not safe enough for him to do so. And as the rotation comes back, it's some of the M&M players going down towards the basement. Tyrant still aggressive, waiting on that door. Looking to find a fight onto Spoid, but as soon as he pulls up, that's actually when the swing comes through, and now has been spotted out by that drone, so Spoid has the ID of where he is.
Can they get the catch? That's the big ask right now. M&M, they've opted to pull and keel themselves back towards the site. Rogue spent a bit of time chasing and clearing out Ghost, but they are a team that when they want to impact the site, they can do it with a lot of pace here. Still looking for that clarity, Spoid. Not looking for a freebie, but maybe a gift would be nice.
An opportunity he's always looking for. Leon, in the meantime, is coming down as well. Hatches will be opened up. The Blitz is going to be trying to provide some pace once they do have the opening they're looking for. At least be a bit of a scare factor. Leon's still rotating around. They haven't decided on where to go yet. A minute left on that clock, but as the blue doorway has not been opened up yet, I guess, that is going to be causing some fire. That's going to be slowing them down. If they want to go aggressive right here, and they've spotted out a player, that's going to be popping off. That is going to be 15 seconds. They need to wait now.
That's it. There was a player that was holding a cheeky angle. Spoit had the reactions to start shooting towards where a couple of pellets came towards him, but at that point they'd moved off. Nello on the back line with the long angle and a camera to offer him some support. They're concerned about somebody playing around to Pillar. They want to push that location in 30 seconds. A push is going to have to come to a shove very soon. Here it comes. The Blitz down in the corridor, gets in front of the smoke, tries to spray it, draws the focus, but Neo and Tyrant get one apiece. They're losing massively against Tyrant on the side of Pillar. It's suddenly just there, a spray and a knockdown, but they don't quite get picked up the pieces. Just Spoit left. A technical 4 versus 1. They should have the time to get up Solotov if they wanted to. But at this point, they're just going to hold out for the engagement. Neo wins it out. M&M locked down Pillar.
The Pillar being the crucial factor there, as you said. Diffuser dropped there, losing the men all around it. And then that Blitz, well, it was slowed down before. They knew a rush was coming through of some kind because they did come there very late. They opened it up and, well, suddenly they are stuck there. They need to wait. There was no time left anymore to rotate around and alternate your plans. So they kind of had to stuck with it. As the smoke canister slowed them down, not quite enough. But eventually still that win because the gunfights that happen elsewhere. That brings it to 2-5. 1 round in, 3 more to go to equalize, 4 more to find yourself a point for M&M. They'll be looking at this game round by round now. They're not going to be looking at the bigger picture, I think. Because all they can really do is take this round by round and improve where they can. There's no more tactical timeout. There's no more talking to your coach unless Rogue calls a tactical timeout. But this is what they have. A 2-5 scoreline and a couple of rounds of defense to see if they can make the difference.
A good lead-in.
It is a good lead-in.
It's a good lead in there for M&M. They played against the space well. Said they pulled themselves back. They knew the space that they wanted to give over, and then they knew when they wanted to go for the retake. All the pressure started to hit them, and they wanted to hit them first. Rogue. It's the first sight, though. It's the first taste and test of it. They've pulled themselves around. No blitz this time, but they do have the Nook, who I talked about before. They have Leon on that controlling operator. They've got to try and find a little bit of a spark. Kanto and Spoit, so far, the two guns that keep firing. But Leon did obviously have that huge round before the rehost.
He did. And they hope to find more of that.
Yes, he did.
He did, yeah. I'm not denying it. Sporting quite quickly here in Dining is looking to find any cameras as there is, well, some spots around, but it's not really in the room he's looking for. So they're aware of his presence, they're aware that he's coming through, and maybe we'll even see a bit of an aggressive swing from Tyrant, who's waiting for him. They'll find a headshot as well. Takes him down.
Tyrant, he is having a huge game since the rehost. He's really stepped up into this role so far. We've obviously had big moments from Solotov throughout this as well, but the more and more M&M start to really bite into this, the fight might explode. Crying around on the side of stage, looks towards the spray, led in by a drone, hopes to get something through this, the soft, whilst being not revealed. Popped on the drone. Is there a player as the follow-up? No, so it's going to come to something potentially scrappy. Tyrant's pulled himself to a little bit more safety and then back out of it. As the danger swings around, he's stepped up closer and closer to the door here. Rogue is still weighing up options. They know how close he is. I don't think they do.
They definitely don't, and that's going to be a punch hole. Might lead to a third kill of Tyrant. But Cryin escapes with his life, has to go for a different avenue. Well, that door is still closed. You're definitely going to be giving away your presence now. You know, and they know you're pushing in as users will find Leon. Rogue's just falling apart here under attacks, not able to find any connection whatsoever.
Yeah, they really haven't had a bite of this at all. M&M has just driven the pace over these 2 rounds. Cryin now in an entirely new position and got the first out of it. A good strike with a minute on. They're going to redouble the efforts and reconvene. The kit's cold on the far side of the double window. They've got a lot of picking up work to do if they want to go and pick it up. They're trying to get themselves set up for a split push. They think somebody's tucked behind there, but that's old intel, old news, and cold grenade.
That might have just been a bit of a guess. It's not an odd position to play in, especially if you have the diffuser down in the double window area. 30 seconds. They need to find a way through, and it seems like the white stairs might be the choice that Rogue wished to go for. Deepeko just holding the angle for now until Cryin can clear with his face. Sure that no one can escape. Now they know it's clear. 16 seconds left. There's nothing left for them except for running upstairs.
I mean, that's it. They get one out of the trouble. The call on the player's there, but, well, there's the worst thing you want to see. Deepek has to charge through it. No other option. The grenade up at least gets one on the way out the door, but that fire is going to last right until the end of the round. Another one for M&M. 5-3. They pull them back one at a time.
They definitely are. Slowly starting to get back into that game, and we said it before, it's a game of 2 halves. Rogue can be leading massively and comfortably right now, but as soon as the sides swap, that could just change in a matter of 2 or 3 rounds. And as M&M has been able to find those 2, as of yet, needing only 2 more to equalize that scoreline. Meeting in Kitchen up next. The tertiary side. Now this is where Rogue should be able to perform, should be able to get a win out if they want to find a victory here against M&M. And see it on the right-hand side. For now, the Ossa is being repicked in on the side of Deepak, so they look to go for, once this rehost is complete, a stage plant.
They're doing the play you talked about.
Indeed. Well, we don't know yet. We do not know yet, but they're definitely going for the operators that are necessary for such play.
Yeah, they would pull it together. You kind of need, for an Ossa play, you kind of need a...
Yeah,
she adds true. To an Ossa play, you would say.
Yeah, I mean, I would say it is actually a defining factor.
You would say, yeah, it's a very fair breakdown. We'll hopefully be back in but a moment. 3-5. And, yeah, we'll see if, I guess, M&M, if they can pull this within 1 round, you know, a perfect rotation of 3 sites. You have to look as well at the 2 rounds that we've seen. The hold underneath was never truly tested, I think, around the side of Laundry. So Leon got in a last-ditch 10-second thing as the roll of the blitz, but you saw where M&M was moving. You saw where they locked themselves down around Pillar and how slow it was for Rogue to get to that level anyway. That second round there, again, all the bodies that generally fell was far away from sight, and that's sort of the game that M&M has played very well here. They've had 2 solid holds on that site.
If you look at that first round, it took too long before the rush got going. They got the pressure and the scare factor on blue, but the majority of the guns of M&M were watching the hatch top, were watching the main stairs, where the kick came down from and 3 other players of Rogue, which were all shut down without really any answers. So it's great you have a blitz then in blue, but what's he going to be doing from there on if you don't have any other players to back you up? And that second round is just a single player in the kitchen that they're unable to deal with, and that's due to the fact that it was a good information game on M&M. It has to be said, like Valkyrie cameras all up around, allowing them to feed that information through, allowing them to figure out where Sport is going to be coming from. And yes, of course, you are playing a bit of a dangerous and aggressive angle in that case, but Sport didn't expect someone to be in that kitchen. You get taken out like that. And after that, every single one of Rogue's members are trying to get rid of that one player. You waste a lot of time, you take even more losses, and you just, in the end, come out with nothing.
Hopefully back in soon. We'll keep an eye out, keep an ear out for all the fun facts related to this. M&M. I mean, we've already highlighted the importance of how much these points matter, how early on it sort of is, but compare the runs of these 2 teams. Hey, Hap, when were they confirmed for the major?
I think Rogue, the major, that was, well, for M&M.
For M&M, it was on the very last day, correct?
Like the very last round they played.
For Rogue?
I believe that was a bit earlier. They managed to...
I believe it was the Playday before.
Yeah, they managed to secure themselves before that. Had a little bit less stress in that last.
2 of our major teams here, 2 of our major teams from Berlin, were only confirmed within the last 2 Playdays, 1 apiece, 4 positions where obviously Rogue went on to win it. But that shows the importance of a game like this, where if you're not putting the points down now, we know how an EU end of season happens. Ask Heroic how an end of EU season goes. Usually not very well.
I mean, you can ask M&M as well. They were on course to be qualified as one of the first teams in the European League, and they fell off. And then they had one game where they needed only 6 rounds, and then they had a second game where they only needed 6 rounds, and they literally managed to do it when it was 6-5, get that final win in for OT, realize, okay, we're safe now. Lost the game afterwards, but that's okay. They qualified. But that could have just as well gone the other way. They could have just as well missed out themselves as well if that last round that they needed to win did not go their way. Rogue. You want to get these points. You are the major champion. But that also means you have a target on your back. Everybody will be looking towards you. Everybody is looking to beat you, to take points from you. And that is quite a bit of pressure. I mean, it's often said that staying at the top is harder than it is to get there.
It is. So I was doing the thing that you did earlier, where you did the
yes, and then not speak.
Yeah,
no, that's fine.
No, I wanted you to respond. Oh well, here's a response that comes through from Crine. Quick play of the Nook. We sort of saw the many options and the routes they almost took on the previous round, and this time round, well, they're going to see if they can go a little bit more direct to the site itself. Spoit has the lead in, or not to the site, to the fight even. Spoit has the lead in. He had an idea of wanting to push up quickly here. There's a pace that we've talked about on Rogue's attack that can be applied magnificently, but has been slowed and sort of scarpered by this lockdown from M&M.
Now, they have changed the eventual push they wanted to go for, because we saw a repick that was looking towards an Ossa. Not on the board now, though. Of course, they were allowed to do so because prep phase not done yet. They could still go for repicks. As Krynus looks to push up here, spots out a player. He's unable to actually commit to it as he was already on his way back out the door. And thus he decides that he probably needs to evacuate. They know where he is. He was unable to land any shots. Now they just need to find a different way in.
Holding off and steadying the approach that's coming across them. They know the importance of this round, as I said before. If it's something that goes away from them, they're just getting the last step of that so they can sort of scream the way in towards the site and the plant without having to go for a hop and making what is a dangerous swing even worse. Tyrant, he's doing his best to hold them off. And he almost gets the back end of a rotating off player, the slowed approach towards the breach, trying to keep this continued pressure he's applied before. They're well aware of where he is, and Leon wants to be that surprise strike right tucked up close. Kanto rotating.
Maybe for a grenade to toss it up from above, but oh, there they go aggressively. Tyrant and Solitov both pick up a kill, and that is definitely going to be taking the heat out of the attack of Rogue. Spoit and Crying, though, still looking to take this top floor into their own hands. Spoit will find one, but the pings are coming through. That's a slow crawl as well. It's only up to Crying now. He gets shut down after an extra kill, and it's M&M that will find themselves with yet another round. Only one away now from equalizing the score with Rogue.
A prone peak. I mean, it's as dangerous as we just saw.
It's so slow.
It's so slow, and you have such a big reveal on the player before they have any idea of you. And at this point against this roster, you know it's a snappy aiming game. It's a game of pace. It's a game of quick attribution of information towards getting your cursor over them and getting the kill. And a prone peak is usually a recipe for exactly that.
I mean, your shoulders come in, and then like about half a second later, you start seeing the head and the gun coming through. So you have plenty of time to prepare for that player to instantly shut them down and not give them any opportunity of escaping.
You could boil an egg in the time it takes.
Almost, yes. It takes a long time before you have that peak going through, and it's rarely successful. But Rogue, they wanted to take that bedroom under control so they could actually go in for a blend. Because the issue they had is, well, we've opened up this wall now, but a hatch above it is opened up. There is a player inside that kitchen. And of course, as soon as we take out that player, we can take that kitchen. But then they're still up above us, having verticality, able to shoot down upon us. So they needed to get them cleared out. Kanto looked to do that from the window, get some grenades in potentially, but was shut down before he was successful, leaving it only up to Spoit and Crying to try and do it laterally, but also shut down one by one. That leaves us in this current position. A tactical timeout called by Rogue. They just had 45 seconds to discuss because, well, they definitely do not have the same pace, momentum anymore as they had throughout the first half.
I mean, it's sort of been a bit devastating here on the side of Rogue. Their defense was so well put together, and they've lost a lot of that energy, a lot of that spark. When we think back of all the gunfights they were able to lock out, and sure, a couple of the rounds were big guns popping off and clutching out rounds, but those big guns have kind of disappeared a bit here. M&M, for a large part of their attacks, although they came in on the back end of a 5-1, were close. They were clutches that went away from them. They got the plant that went away from them. Here, they have entirely sort of kept that energy up, and they have the success of forcing time to be in the pockets of Rogue. We're still looking for that first route in, that first little reward against an M&M defense.
They need it desperately for those points, because every point you pick up now is one you don't have to worry about anymore later down this stage, and it's bringing you closer towards qualification. I said it before, 15 is what you're looking at. What we said last stage. Putting up this victory now for Rogue will put them on like 6 or 7, something like that. So that's halfway there already. As M&M, of course, they are looking to find those points themselves as well. This grenade could be devastating. No, the ADS will catch it. The second one to follow potentially. No, Spoit on his drone, not wanting to commit to it, and that means that ADS will recharge.
Leon trying to find the pressure onto Freezer, but it's caught out by the claw. Nello just had that game one step ahead, and those Kairos will not pop off, and now they've got a bigger problem to try and rotate their way around onto. There's the roll and the catch of an EMP. The second set will get this popped off. It's not in a position to get it stacked up for the follow. It will stay dead for the whole time, and that's now an open hole.
Tried to use the EMP dart, that isn't a bulletproof camera, unable to connect eventually. And this is going to be catching 4 more X-Kairos, I think. Oh no, just not. Nello needs to start tricking this now. There needs to be a second EMP because otherwise it's definitely going to be catching it. There you have it. Is it in time? No, it's not in time. The timing is off.
Timing's off. Now only 2 left. to open up that what is just a sight, not a drop. And we think of where the push tried to come through from last time. And here, Rogue, the wheels have started to wobble a little bit and start to come off a little bit more. Spoit held at bay. Another grenade to pop it round this corner. Will it get caught by an ADS? Burnt out. That one does the damage towards the shield and itself. Solotov still has the option to tuck away if he thinks he's got to take it now. Is 30 seconds. The pressure round onto the back of Pillar, where there was a bit of a massacre in the previous attempt here. You've got Deepak on the far side as well. There's a little bit of a stretch. 2 and a 2 instead of the solo pressure. Spoit suffers on the back end of it. Deepak's inside Laundry, putting pressure on the far end. There's the attention port. Spoit gets one. Cannot find the second. Tyrant, and Spoit finally gets the end of it on the swing round, but we're looking at 10 seconds. Leon's got to hot foot it with the kit itself. There is still a C4 in the pocket of Nello to play onto default. There's Users gone. There's Solotov with the shotgun. There's a cold kit on the far side. They got themselves into sight. Tucked, but nowhere to go. A team kill was the bad end of a sentence, and we are all tied up.
Devastating for Rogue there. They needed to make that last-ditch effort after so many Excaras have been tricked out by the Electroclaw. A bit of mismatching, missynchrony again on the EMPs, allowing that to happen. And as a result of it, they didn't have every single angle they wanted to have, being able to go for the execute in the end. That puts us up to 5-5 now. M&M being one away from stealing points from Rogue, potentially taking out a full victory here. And you saw it, Rogue, who could have been second if they locked this off at a 7-5 or 7-4. If they lose this game or don't take points at all, they might go down to either 5th or 6th in the league. And that's not a position they would like to be in after Playday 3, not after what they did in Berlin. They want to qualify for the November Major as well, as does M&M, fair enough. But it's that weird drop-off that we have been seeing the entire day so far, where one team is deeply in charge throughout the majority of the first half and then just is unable to translate any of that over towards the second, and you see the complete reverse. And this is why we say it is always a game of two halves. And it's not a throw by any means that we're seeing. It is just that the defense seems to be favoring either of these two teams so far. Oh, is that blocking off the staircase? Can they now no longer climb it?
I don't know. I haven't.
That's why I'm asking it.
I mean, it makes the angle shooting up a bit trickier.
Yeah, that's true.
But I don't know why you'd ever really want to stop the movement. It's not like you need to.
No, it's not like they're going to climb up on you.
It's not the intention. I assume the intention's the angle. But here, Tyrant is going to see if he can hold off, watching towards Armory Stairs all the way from the top ropes. How unaware is Spoit? There's calls of those keeper barriers, so they know at least she was around the area.
That's a German will stop the RC Rotero, so that's not going to be moving up any further for now.
Spoit did suffer from the far window.
They definitely seem to be aware indeed. Like they're looking forward and also took that damage, so. The question is, though, how much effort are you going to be putting in on clearing that member? You could have actually picked up a free kill here as Tyre moved through. You might still have the opportunity to as the reinforce comes in. Solidus over the kill, and Leon is going to be shutting that one back.
They lose the Flores, yeah. He's off the board. Users are still playing around here on the wrong side of the locked door, but they're going for the clear now. They've droned out T3. They know that's clear. There's a fight here underneath, and it's Users to take. The C4 doesn't quite get the true connection, so Deepak lives, but that was almost a massive 2K here for the side of M&M. Spoit, he's trying to apply some pressure here. He's got the grenades to potentially bounce over the top towards Pit. Deepak on the far side wants to get the opener as well, the stretch and the width of the team. There it is, the player behind Tyrant. He's going to be under a bout of pressure, so tucks himself in, but isn't going to hand it over entirely. Hopes that he can get a tricky swing out here. Hopes that his position is one that doesn't go fully contested. There it is. Tyrant hops up, drops Deepak a 5 versus 2.
It's the definitely going to be making it a lot more tricky for Rogue here. It is going to be the first one from Spoit, though. Bringing it back to a 4-on-2. We've seen them win these, but usually on that defense. So it needs to be a completely different ball game here as Kanto looking to knock up on that front door, but no one is showing themselves. M&M have definitely learned from their past games, but as Tyrant finds one, it is going to be the lock-up from him as well as he finds the second. M&M match point now, only needing a single round more to find themselves with 3 points against Rogue.
I said it at the beginning. We've seen 5-1s go almost to OT before. And if Rogue want any success out of this, they've got to hope that that's true. Even though they're in that position with so much control, M&M have kept a steady pace from the start, if only improving it as the game has furthered itself here.
Their attacks have just not been connecting, and I'm not going to say it's the Amaro ban, because it isn't. That's not the reason why they're losing this. It just seems out of sync. Something just not snap for Rogue. Basically the same of what we've seen from M&M, how they lost those rounds that should have been won. Like something is just not clicking right now. It's just all out of synchrony. And they really need to try and fix that now for a final stand on the attack against M&M's tertiary site. Otherwise, M&M will go flawless this half and find themselves with 3 points. Still wondering whether we'll put them up onto the final scoreboard leaderboard end of the day. And as we head, again, the top floor heavily invested in by M&M. We saw last time around, Rogue, they wanted to deal with that, couldn't quite do so. As again, they've chosen to not go for also, which means that the kitchen is going to be the majority or main point of attack that they would like to go for. See if they can get a plan down right underneath that hatch, but that requires that top floor control, and that is what they have been struggling with.
Okay, now Rogue, whatever you've got left, it's the time to bring it. Kanto, he had a really big opening half to this game, and since then, since this rehost especially, has been quieter and quieter as it's found itself further and further along there, holding on to trophy. Neo's looking for an engagement, has all the support structure of the shield, of the push and the pressure. There might be a bit of a long arm grenade here, so he wants to be the first impact towards it. Sprays and pre-fires, but nobody caught. So instead pulls back.
They find themselves a little bit deeper up onto that top floor because they know Rogue would like to take control of that. They need it if they want to go for that plant. So as long as they stay passive there, Rogue needs to make the first move, and that is how you force them into making these mistakes. That's how you force them into yielding these opening kills towards you. Kanto looking to be the first to take an engagement here, if it's not for Solotov looking to find an aggressive angle into the bedroom himself.
Oh, Solotov, he's holding and hoping. He does a scratch bit of damage. Spoit suffers on the approach inside. Walk in, there it is. It's all across the board, but Spoit stands, well, for a second victorious. There it is, Spoit. He gets a triple and is doing everything to keep Rogue in this fight as it goes on. Tyrant and Nello, they're all that stands here between Rogue and anything from this game. They've both got themselves structured and supported here underneath. Spoit seems to be that big problem. Kanto and Deepak haven't been able to find anything since the rehost in the most previous 3 rounds. So now's their time to really shine as Tyrant goes for a risky rotate round on the back, wants to punish them. If he is unchecked here, this could set the pace.
They don't know. They're not watching it. They're all just opening up the flooring right here, setting themselves up to go for a final execute. Tyrant being up above, that is crucial. It's only one member left on that top floor. It is Kanto. If they do manage to find him, suddenly that top floor falls, and he is going to be walking right into it, but he's shot a bit prematurely, gets shot down. Kanto finds the kill, leaves it only up to Nello. In a 1v3 and 25 seconds left on that clock. He just needs to be patient now. Has another smoke canister to use, but they're starting to come through. Deepak is knocking on that front door, looking to find a way in as his teammates out there. Smoke canister pops, a little bit of damage done. That's an angle to be shot, but Nello will not connect. It's Rogue that will find themselves to go to OT.
Only just over the line. Maybe that Tyrant engagement goes a slightly different way. Maybe Kanto decided that day to push further into the bedroom and instead pulled back into kids' dorms. It was I mean, one engagement, but to be fair, it was only one round for each of the two teams on their attack. So if you're M&M right now, you're potentially feeling a little bit happy that you got this, the coin flip, onto the lead-in, onto your defenses. Sure, Rogue, you've taken your most recent, but that was their third site choice. That was a site that otherwise you might have been able to put some damage in. Now you got to see if you can try and replicate it on one where you couldn't even really get the utility functioning at the same rate.
And again, it's that third side that would have gone M&M's way if Kento decided to commit going through the door rather than be like, oh, I still need to open up that flooring out there, and heading back, saving his life, not knowing so.
Yeah, I just said that.
Yeah, I know you said that, but it's like it's like that one round, yeah, should have gone the other way.
The butterfly effect.
We're going back to round 1 and 2, Emmy. The ones that M&M should have won as well. Yeah, when they were on their attack 4-2, couldn't get the clutch shot because they were pushing in, not in synchrony, 1 by 1. It's been the telltale of any attack we've seen so far here in Oregon today.
What's your different laundry? That's the approach that we need to have here from the guns of Rogue. For a team that is often quite driven and well put together with their utility, it's been a little bit mishmash and hodgepodge. At points, the pressure comes around onto tower. Uses is playing onto the stairs itself, but Spoit, I mean, if there's a gun from Rogue that hasn't been faulty, it's definitely his, and he might be the first engagement they find.
Definitely a big factor of keeping them in. Tyrando sees the shadow coming, knows it, but is not quick enough. Spoit will find it. That's an entry, and that is huge, especially on the fact that, well, M&M, they are playing on the primary side. They are playing on the defense. They kind of need to win this if they want to take the 2 points. Oh, great C4.
Yep, there it is. Kanto removed off the board. Nello was sort of playing in wait and took the hatch drop as a route out of there. They usually locked that hatch, and this time they've revealed why it was open. A great response towards the early body gone, but it's also Tyrant off the board, who has been a tour de force for the team. We're now going to see if the other guns of M&M can try and find that position that was his, that was so frequently causing problems for the approach of Rogue, which has slowed once again. The sledge, you know, he might have been able to do a lot of work there on the top floor to clear the middle, but in terms of the actual push onto the site itself, he's got a lot more limitations outside of the grenades that are probably going to be sorely missed.
I was going to say the grenades is basically the only thing that he can use to toss down a hatch, maybe get rid of a shield, Solotov's position, for example, but those are gone. 2 more left in different pockets, though. Spoit carrying them. And as he's knocking on the doors here to get a bit Leon, hoping to find Elbow under their control. Describing that wants to descend the staircase to get a bit deep back. Now, this has gone wrong many, many times before today. They do have a man advantage. They need to make the most out of that. Oh, no longer. Quick try and use for the breaching charge. Grind takes a bit of damage. So rotate up the stairs. Doesn't quite see that. Neo finds the kill. Goes back. Right behind the pillar. Finds himself in safety. Now we can actually provide some support towards the elbow.
And there it is, swung right round. Solotov caught out in the mix of it, but at least Usus is there to stop Spoit. Leon, he keeps the balance slightly balanced, but it's a 2 versus 2. Nello, he went for an aggressive retake of there, hoped that there would be somebody else swinging around the side of Elbow, but they're both round onto the default site. They're going to see if they can try and get the plant in. Are they going to hold on the cover? It's a technical 2 versus 1. The spray fire doesn't quite fully connect. It does at the very end. There's Leon, though. Pops up round the corner. There's Nello. And the team captain just clings on to the defensive round. Tests the crouch key.
You gotta make sure it works. You never know.
You never.
You might need it in the next round. Oh, now the observer's joining in as well.
I don't know who to.
It is easy.
The thing is, that fight between Croatian and Netherlands is like our 2 observers fighting as well.
Yeah, very true. So it's just Stefan giving it back for deep back there. Just, keep the scores equal.
If the observer teabags on you, is that the end of the argument? Because you can't.
You can't teabag the observer, can you?
The players cannot teabag an observer.
No.
So that was easy standing up for a DPEC there, I think.
I think so as well.
Okay. It was the closest Rogue has been towards attacking that site. Now they'll see if they can lock it off, where they've been pretty good at that throughout their run previously. Dorms if you have forgotten, was the site, those at home, that they lost on their defense. So it's a very important round for them here to keep it in. If M&M can try and keep some momentum, keep some pressure, it's come close. But close doesn't put marks at the top middle of your screen. Only success tells the story.
Well, especially the first round Rogue played here was quite close as well. That does prove for an opportunity for M&M if they manage to play off this well. I do see a Ying on the board, which means Candelas can be used. So we might see some quick pace later down the line. As soon as they've opened up what they need to open up, and I think they are spread out as a reason to do so. Quickly open up like some barricades, some hatches. Make sure you have some basic control because there is 2 players up on the top floor from Rogue. Both Kento and Cryin roaming around. You might want to catch those, but maybe you also see this as an opportunity to just go straight for the site. It's not the first time we would see it today.
It's not. And it could be that sharp difference here. M&M, they have set themselves up with some steady approaches before they have a close cry in here. Do they know? There's a drone rollout. They're baiting it. And there was the bait caught easily. I mean, Cryin, he played a risk there. You always know it's going to be one. You sort of wait, you angle, and you hope. But the first body has gone away from him. It happened on the previous round, though, and it still ended up in M&M's favor. So Rogue has plenty they can work behind, and there's a perfect lead in. The dual team, Kanto and Deepek.
Solotov trying to go for the Echo Drone there as it all proceeded to go up towards the ceiling. Leon will find users. That's a more important kill as well. Because now finally Rogue will have a man advantage. Tyrando changes that. Takes down Spoid, who was looking to find himself in a bit of a more aggressive position where he could strike down as soon as they do start to descend these staircases in a bit of a flanking maneuver. And that leaves a net 3-on-3. Still some of these hot pockets or Goyo canisters up that will start and put up a fire wherever the push is coming from. And while there's also still a Yokai drone, maybe even 2 left on the board. So even though the timing says a minute, it could be less than that once you take all that utility into account.
The approach and the pressure comes on the side of Freezer and Laundry. They realize that there's maybe a bit too much work to do on the far opposite end, and in the 3 versus 3 with what's been taken out of you and what's been taken out of them, maybe here's where you can set yourself up on an approach. We've also got to remember where we last saw Leon and Cryin was around on the tower side and the stage itself. So they don't want to risk the fact that they might get caught out by a fight when they know that this is a little bit more of an option. Locked. Gives yourself a straighter run through. Here comes the smoke. There goes the Candela potentially on the back line. No, put back in pocket and waited for Nello to go for the drop. There's the Yokai doing everything to stop the swing. There's the swing round on the back of it. The fight goes into Kanto's favor. Blinded, but he already had the reticule lined up. 20 seconds and Siren gets 1 out, but there's no route on a rotate, and that is death. If he opts for the fire, takes the damage and a little bit more death for his trouble. Cannot... Oh, I was going to say, cannot take the push. He does if he goes that way around. Misses the first slip. No health, and they're in front of him and behind. We're going all the way, Des.
Is what Tim would say if if they were casting this game currently. Round 15 to decide it all. Both teams currently at 1 point. Both teams are on match point. Who will take a second? Rogue or M&M? It is M&M on their defense again. They do have the advantage based on what we've seen so far today and throughout this game. Can they continue that though? Because just a simple entry frag going the way of Rogue due to a bit of a risky start to a round can just change that all. Throw it all into the bin, as Leon would say. Round 15. Everything to play for. An extra point, which could be so decided at the end of the 9th Playday. There has been plenty of teams who have been missed out by either a single round or by a single point. And as both these teams went to Berlin, both these teams want to make it to the November Major as well. Last round.
Last round.
Top floor.
Last chance saloon. Yeehaw.
Yeehaw.
7-7 Rogue. And M&M, I think they've had that slightly better pace, and they definitely have. in this, the latter half of the defense, something to drive themselves finally over the line. It just takes a second to score. It just takes one kill to define a game and define potentially a round at this point. Next one wins, and here Usus under a start of pressure with Tyrant at the top. His army will give himself a little bit more of a stretch. Tyrant. They have some of this as a chance of a swing round. There's the cover from that window, which gives him this extra wiggle room, but the wiggle room starts to close. He's seeing the pepper fire come through. They're holding on.
Hand there. It's a Candela. I was going to say something is in pocket there, or in hand. It's going to be flying out any second now. Deepak looking to go aggressive. They know a player's out there, but they need a bit more support from different windows. This Tyrant's still out there using an extra Kiba barrier to lock it off. That's going to be giving him the opportunity to rotate out.
Well, now he instantly knows a player's on that window, gets himself to the slightly different corner, so the pressure can't come so easily, but he has a hop out. Usus has the cover, gets one. There it is over the top, Neo, but Usus keeps the balance in their favor. There is one more player, and Kanto finally gets it. Solotov is down. It's a technical 2 versus 2, and I think he's in armory on the far end. Ooh, maybe.
I think he's outside.
Oh, yeah, okay.
He's small tower.
Popped back in.
Are they going to chase for it, though? I don't think they actually are aware of it, and as the pickup is happening, there's only one player on the site, but he will find a kill. 1v3, Kanto. Close to the actual site itself, in the attic, looking to move through, has no clue where these players are. 2 of them are rotating back up right now. 1 is on games. Can he do it? Can he clutch it?
Yeah, he didn't know the player was in that position. He's forced them into a slightly different one. The second grenade is going to be more cooked. That's going to bounce its way over and get the destruction onto that. There is the rotate round onto the side of Armory. They have that control locked back in a minute. He gives himself at least an option and a pre-fire, hoping somebody was holding that angle a little bit more delicately, but he also limits the space that he can sort of get himself set up in. They are not moving M&M. It's a 3 versus 1, and they're not going to have a repeat. M&M take the 2 points at the end of a grueling experience.
It's a game of 2 halves, Emmy. It was a 5-1 for Rogue, which turned into a 6-6. Eventually, M&M victorious as they had the defense overtime starting side. And with that, they pick up a very deserved 2 points, especially if we look at the second half onwards. They showed incredible resilience against Rogue, making sure that they weren't allowed to get into side as a full 5-man team.
It might be one of those results that we talk about at the end of the season. It might be one of those fabled 6-point games. A lot of mights, but we can say that for sure M&M take the 2 points. And for sure, our desk is going to have some fun words about that after a break.
back, everybody. M&M are victorious. Let's have a chat. Hello, hello. We are joined by Nello. Leon Pesic, what's up? Good evening, Zdravo. How are you?
Hello, Milos. Hello, how are you?
I'm good. How's your control key? Is it working well?
It's good, it's good. So I tested it in the game, it's working well.
Yeah, and you know what?
There is a reason behind it, but I don't know if I can say it on the stream, so...
that's up to you. I
mean, I can... Basically, we have some issues with EOS servers not working properly lately. We're getting a higher ping. So we asked the guys at Rogue, can we play on EU Central, where all we have the same ping, no advantages, and they didn't want to, so I had to teabag a little bit. And we won the game as well, so
there you go.
I guess the ping advantage didn't help.
No, the difference of 15 ping usually does not, but here it is. M&M defeating Rogue. That must feel good, doesn't it?
It feels good, yeah. As always, like, to be honest, games against them are always hard, and even the last stage we were losing, and we were come back into the game and everything, and we did it again. We should have won first two attacks, and it was hard to play after we lost that first two attacks and lost, I think, 2 4v2s. Mm-hmm. So yeah, it was
what happened
rough
to those
to
rounds,
come back
then?
from that.
Why would
I think we were a little bit cold in the game, as well as like some comms were missed, and then we didn't coordinate on the end to trade each other, and that's basically it.
Okay, well, what happened? What did you learn from last week? Because, of course, you took a loss against outsiders. It was still a close game, but how did that translate? What lessons did you bring in for today?
Against outsiders, we also had some questionable rounds that we should have won. And basically, we try to focus as much as we can on the rounds where we have advantage and we shouldn't lose them, that we win them. Didn't really help. We still lost a lot of advantages, but in the end, we still believe that we can win the game, even when 5-1 down. And that's like one of the most important things about our team.
Fair enough. Fair enough. And it seems like you've really found your stride in this. You take out Rogue in overtime. It's obviously a great thing. You got the win in the very first Playday. And next Playday, you're going up against Wolves. Again, a difficult opponent. But if anything, from what I'm seeing from M&M, you guys are trying to crack the top 4 again. You want to guarantee an invitational. That will be your second invitational to go to as a team. How do you think that game against Wolves is going to pan out?
We're gonna take it as any other game. Yes, of course, top 4 is the goal. Invitational is the goal. We set it up for ourselves as a team, and we're gonna take it game by game and work towards that. And hopefully, we'll make it. Wolves shouldn't get treated any differently. We're just gonna do our best on the game day, and that's it.
Fair enough. If there's any player from M&M that you think we should be watching for the viewers out there, even those that are not M&M fans or just joining us for the first time, if there's someone on M&M that should look at and continue watching because of how well they do in game, who do you think it should be in your mind?
Probably Solotov. Solotov has that really unique playstyle that is, I would say, hard to find. So I would say look at him for sure.
Yo, why was there no Nook ban today against Rogue, by the way? Everybody's been banning it.
We were thinking about it as well, but we said, let's see how they are without it. And we kind of not really predicted it, but we knew if Nook is open, they're going to play Nook. But then their attacks are going to be more like just crouch walking around, trying to enter somewhere with Nook, and we were ready for that.
Fair enough. Well, then, for all the fans out there, make sure you're tuning in for M&M versus Wolves next Monday for EU League. Nello, anything you want to say to the fans?
Yeah, much love as always. Thank you, everybody who is supporting us. Sorry for the roller coaster games, as always. There is an M&M skin out now, so you can buy that. Ooh. It's pretty nice. So I think you guys should check it.
For what weapon is it for?
It's for the L85. You can get it on Sledge and Thatcher.
Wow.
So you get 2-in-1 combo.
Damn, you really are a salesman. I'm sold. It's done. No. And it does look sick, I'll tell you that. So there you go for all the M&M fans or all those that want a cool skin for their L85. You got it right there. Wait, is that a Lego spaceship behind you?
Oh, yeah, it's a space shuttle. I also have a rocket. I have too much Legos. I wasted so much money on them, but yeah, it is. I'm going to bring it next interview so you can see it.
Honestly, I'd love to. I'm a massive fan in this way. So there you go. That was my youth well spent. Anyways, that aside, Nello, thank you very much. Congratulations on your victory against Berlin Major champions Rogue. That was a great match today, if you ask me. We'll see you next play day against Wolf. Take care. Bye-bye.
Thank you so much, Milos. Have a good night.
And there it is, MNM blasting off to the moon with a great victory against Rogue, 8-7, a close game. And what did I say before the game started? There's going to be a washout, or we're going to go all the way. And we did go all the way, Des.
And that's exactly what happened. And it really was a battle of two teams that are that similar that they had identical halves and they had identical problems throughout the game. Different reasons for those problems. Neither team basically could attack 1-5 splits, and then every round in overtime was won on defense. But you know, M&M, you've got to credit their resilience there.
You have to, and one man we have to highlight. I mean, Nello talked about Solotov, but what about Tyrant today?
Yeah.
Not the greatest of stages for him in the last split.
Yeah.
I know that you and Fabian picked up on that. If he can really start to get going this time, you know, this team would have had a much easier time in the last split. Now he's up and ready to go, Jack.
In stage 2, it felt like he was trying to overcompensate in every game to try and bring those stats back around and putting more pressure on himself. Now he just seems a little bit like he's chill. He's just playing his game, and he's popped off again today. 18-13. Really, really did play well. To be honest, as did the whole of M&M, but you know, we've got to talk about the elephant in the room, which is that, like, both teams were, you know, it goes all the way to 8-7. Both teams had very similar issues where they couldn't attack whatsoever.
Why?
What was that?
Like,
two attack wins in 15 rounds?
Coordination from Rogue has been the biggest talking point with
Yeah,
the past
it has.
3 months.
And, you know, Demo's going to be stood here. He might not be smiling. He might not be smiling at the camera, but he is smiling inside because, you know, he said, what was it? Is it just a blip? And
Is it a blip?
Is it a blip? Maybe, maybe not. Rogue seriously have some genuinely quite serious attacking problems. Our current major champions are the worst attacking team in the league.
What's going on,
Literally.
man?
But their defense is the best in the league. And it's like they're second guessing themselves all the time on the attack, which they didn't in stage 2.
Anyone can defend.
Yeah.
We always judge the best teams in the world on
their
how
attack, yeah.
they can attack. And Rogue now, they've fallen ill not only once against Navi, which you can say, oh, they've only scrimmed 3 times before they came into this season. Oh, it's only the first season, or only the first game of the season. Now it's happened again on the same map, the same issues. If Spoit doesn't walk in and get 2 kills, which is what we're used to seeing him doing,
which he did in the round they won,
where is the plan B? Same thing as what we talked about for some of the Russian sides. Where is plan B? That's what they need to find.
Well, that's something for us to explore next Playday when Rogue goes up against G2. I'm very excited for that one. Personally, I know Demo will have
depends on how today goes, I'll be honest.
His eyes will be open up completely on the screen, looking at how it goes. But, of course, we have to know, as you're saying, how things will go for G2. And perfect timing, because G2 are coming up in just a few against the Wolves. See you then.
Take the 2 points at the end.
back, everybody. It's time for another game of Siege here live in EU League. It's Stage 3, Day 3 of the 2022 season. It's G2 versus Wolves. Game we're all looking forward to here. There's quite a few, actually, that we are. Welcome back to the desk. I'm Most Medic, your host. With me are the beautiful, fresh, and demo gentlemen. Let's have a chat about these two squads. Starting off with G2. What are your thoughts?
I'm just going to let Demo go.
Why does it go to me first? Why does it have to always be me?
Well, I've got illustration, so you introduce them.
So I have
That's
to
how
talk
it works.
with G2. Right.
Yeah.
You can tell we're very coordinated here.
Let's get into it. So, G2 lineup. We had questions about this team since the start of the year. Whole rebuild, yada, yada, yada. Brazilian comes in. Wow, brilliant. Look at this, Doki. Wow, brilliant. And, you know, okay in the first split. Thought we'd do a little bit better. Second split then.
Fraud Lamar.
And first 3 games, everyone says that what is this team? Get them off my screen. Get them gone. Get away. Yada, yada, yada. The whole shebang. And we're kind of in a similar situation this split again, where the first 2 games have not been great for G2. And this now comes into the 3rd game. This is really where I think G2 lost a lot of the support that they had, was whenever they lost their 3rd game. Is it going to be the same again? Is it going to be history repeating itself?
Do you have a telestrator for us?
I do have a telestrator
wow,
for G2.
so cool.
I'm going to head over that. I probably should have done that whilst the graphic was on, I'm not going to lie.
Well.
And the way that I would consider G2 on Demo's intro is I actually think of G2 much like I think about a pizza. Fantastic with a little bit of cheese. Take the cheese off. Absolutely terrible. Don't want it anywhere near me. And what I mean by that...
Who's the cheese?
What I mean by that is when G2 do default things, doesn't work very well at all. When G2 basically get all 5 of their players to do cheesy strats, it works perfectly. The one that I'm going to show you is one they did last week going up against Team Secret. Virtue is on the Blitz, and you're going to see Citizen working alongside him. You've got 2 players playing on Windows and 1 coming in lobby. What do? Within, and it's a very quick one, so just keep your eyes open. Within 20-30 seconds, they walk themselves in with the Blitz straight into CEO from Ash charging from heaven. So keep your eyes just over here. And you're going to see the Blitz going in, choo-choo, as Desert Chew might like to call it, come in the windows, stun in from Sophia, and they push in, they take site within 20-30 seconds. G2 have full control of site, win the round off the back of it. G2 are absolutely excellent at this, and this is what I want to see more of when G2 play.
Okay, I have a couple things to unpack here. First of all, do you like cheese?
On pizza, yeah.
Individually? I thought I knew you better. So, okay, first of all, my heart's broken.
Yes, sorry.
I'm sorry to the missus. Like, you know, she made me very happy over the weekend with everything, but this is just right into the Tool song.
That's what G2 do to me. Just part in 2.
True, they were doing that to Fabian, and now it's doing it to us. But no cheese. Plus, have you ever heard of white base? White base sauce on pizza is superior. So let's just put it out there for any Germans and
show.
For any Germans or people from Alsace-Lorraine here in France, they know what a Flammkuchen or Flammkuche, as they say it here, superior white base to everything else.
What did he
Anyways,
say? What has he said?
Don't listen to him. The
flam something.
Production is don't listen to that. Let's talk. Yeah.
Anyways, let's talk about the Wolves. Hey, I am the one that times things here. You're the one that's supposed to stand over there.
I didn't see no cooking show on the run of show, but here we are. Wolves.
Not yet.
Here we are.
It's coming.
Go ahead.
Milos, they're a team that, you know, they're always going to be consistent in domestic success. And I think, again, they've shown that. Sure, they slip up against BDS, which we know many teams will do that. You know, BDS at the moment playing some top-tier Siege, but as we know,
BDS
Wolves
on Clubhouse
can also do that. I would say that Wolves at the moment are probably the most methodical team we have in the league. I think if they want something, they get it, and they do it very, very well. So their type of Siege, you know, it fits, I think, the region very well. We know that Wolves, their struggles come internationally. Whenever these kind of pocket strats come out. And it kind of leads into your point, Jack, is Wolves are not the greatest whenever they're going up against these sides where even they don't even know what they're doing. Yeah. That's whenever Wolves start to struggle, and we've seen that at an international stage.
And Wolves, realistically, they operate in this kind of weird style where Mowgli's allowed the freedom to do what he wants. So you're going to see Mowgli in loads of entry engagements. He plays quite solo, a little bit solo YOLO. And then Wolves know that their team play is just simply that good. 4v5, doesn't matter. We'll take around 4v5. If Mowgli's got us a double kill, even better, but we expect to execute in 4v5. And they're exceptionally good at it.
I also have a question. Why does Wolves, as a name under their logo, have, you know, what, 4 letters in yellow and then 2 in white?
ES is Esports. It's got to be. It's the only way. It's the only explanation.
Mr. Moriarty, please, you can respond.
It's got to be, right?
Answer us what this
You
is.
read into some weird stuff. Like, is that really, that's what you've picked up on?
I know, we made loads of great points on the analyst desk. It goes, why is the colour yellow and white?
To you.
I don't know.
Anyways,
where we're at today. It's a weird desk. I don't know.
Hey, each one of us gets a turn at ruining the desk. This is mine. Let's take a look at our map, though, for the series. Which one will it be? Okay, let's say for G2, they take away Cafe and take us to Theme Park. All right, this is sick. Starting side, attack, defense for Wolves, yeah?
I've got a little bit of problem with this. So G2 have banned Theme Park in Playdays 1 and 2, when G2 would have banned first and therefore had side advantage. So they banned away Theme Park because they didn't want to start defense on Theme Park. When Theme Park's available to start attack, G2 have chose to go to Theme Park. The inconsistency in the banning strategy here from G2, which I think has cost them in Playday 1 and 2, has shown up again. And what map can't you do a load of cheesy strats on? Theme Park.
I would argue Amari can see a fair few bit of play. I think we've
Apart from
seen
maybe a bit of Monte.
We can see rushes in through Breach and Armory Throne. Ying, Sens can be an option. There is pocket
Would
strats.
you be surprised if G2 start this 0-6
I
down?
don't want G2 to go in and play in this methodical, strategical playstyle. I want to see the G2 we've seen at the Major where they just went and had fun. Because right now, G2, for the first 2 Playdays, Milosh, too much pressure, and I don't know why. Why do you have pressure? Just go out and have fun and play your Siege, because that's when they're at their best.
Get Fabian to give you a massage. That's usually how things work out well. Well, Demo Fresh, thank you very much. G2 versus Wolves. A lot to unpack for this game. 2 teams that are looking for the top 4 positions that they've had in our last stage. Well, we got Ace and Des take us through it. Enjoy.
Check out Milos causing chaos on the desk over there too. What's that all about?
Just mixing it up. I love that Demo's really holding on to hope for G2 as well. He'll find any reason that they might win this one.
He's the most insufferable sod backstage when G2 play. I'm so glad that we are casting this game and I haven't got to sit out there with him, trust me. Theme Park is the venue. It's been a while, it feels like, but for G2, it has been one of their preferred maps for a good while. Wolves looking at it, still coming in with the fan vote overall. I think on paper, many look at this and probably would still expect Wolves to win. They feel a little bit sharper than G2. They're starting on the defense here. But maybe G2 have got a few things up their sleeves to surprise us. Maybe Fabian's been getting the cauldron out, whipping up a nice brew here, and we'll see what they're going to pull out for us on Theme Park. Here we go with Game 4 of the day.
Well, they're certainly going to need a bit of magic, Des. That much is for sure, based on what we've seen in the first couple of Playdays so far. Obviously, starting Stage 2, is it 0-3? It could well be that they start Stage 3. Stage 3, 0-3, Des. It's not been good for them so far.
3.
It's not been good. I'll just lay it on Big P. I know you love it.
I can go on forever.
It's not been good for them so far. Do I see any immediate improvement coming against Wolves right now? Maybe, but I don't think it really matters. That's the problem. I feel like Playday 1 and Playday 2 G2 were so far away from a performance where they would beat a team like Wolves that even with the improvement, I'm not sure it's going to get them as far as they need to go if Wolves can play as well as they have done. Like you say, Wolves have got a lot of things going in their favour. They've got the start inside. They've got the previous performances. They just feel like they're working fantastically well as a team, as Fresh says. Not really much room for the cheese, for, the pocket strats here on Theme Park. Well organised, planned out strategies that Wolves are going to bring with oodles of teamwork is going to serve them well.
Really interested that the Thatcher has been left up here as well. Normally a pairing you'll see with the Kai ban, which has been taken away. Now for the attackers, very fair chance you do not see Grim being brought out here by Blur. Thank you very much. But Thatcher is available if they do want to fast clear their way through. One thing that will be a staple on this map will likely be a mute on the defensive side. Reason being, there are a lot of bottlenecks. There's a lot of single doorways scattered throughout the map. And I think back to some of the old games we had in E. Well, I think Navi versus Temperate is a game from a long time ago now that I still remember when the attackers just could not get through a single doorway thanks to Mozzie Pest, thanks to Mute Jammers. They had no information. Everything was very, very blind. Bearing in mind, this was back in the utility meta, so you'll see Mute pretty much guaranteed on both defensive sides here.
Heading into round 1 we go then. We're going to be going downstairs to begin with. It's going to be Armory and Throne Room to kick us off. Wolves on the defence, as we said. Nothing too wild. Valkyrie being brought along. I commented on it last Playday. I'll comment on it again. We're seeing a lot more of this whereby, we have other popular defender bans, Kaid, Azami, Mira, all coming into the pool. Valkyrie sneaking through more and more, and when she does, she sees some play. It's going to be P4 bringing her along, black eye cameras throughout the interior of the map, and they're going to be feeding a ton of information back in. I'm a little bit concerned, and the reason I mention it specifically is G2, for me, they've been missing some of the finer details over the last couple of weeks, Des, and something like those black eye cams could be critical.
They absolutely could. You know, the information really helps. Normally you'd see a team 6 picking an IQ, but G2 here feel that maybe they've got this one already solved. Interestingly, did have an IQ on side before we came into the actual prep phase itself, and then we saw the change away to other operators. Relying on Alamau here with the switch drones to be the one that does the work, gets rid of those mute jammers on the walls, for example, that's going to be a big part of it. Right now, that's not his focus. He's trying to get himself in here towards yellow, has got himself safely through lab, and now he's starting to think about, okay, what can I clear out of this map?
Going to be heading up yellow stairs. If he goes all the way up to the top, he'll find himself a little defender. There's a couple of them knocking about up there on the top floor. Alamau is going to be pushing up here. The challenge is going to come in, but Alamau looks lively. Manages to take down P4. That's the Valkyrie gone, but there is a little bit of a scuffle up on the top floor. Shinka manages to get one, but the immediate trades comes back, and that's 2 for Alamau so far. Now then, Mowgli, he's not going to give up that challenge. He's going to find his man, taking down Virtue, and he gets himself another on the jump out, Des.
That one was far too easy. I mean, Citizen was down outside there. He was absolutely screwed dead to rights. And still, even with a good charge from Alamau at the start, getting those Wolves have dragged it back. But look at just how separated all those fights have been around the map as well. We had that little bit of trading around top yellow, but at the same time, there was action going on around top dragon. So teams were kind of creeping and posturing themselves around, and then everything kicked off at once. It's left us in a 3v2 to Wolves. Obviously, on the defensive side here, have still got 60 seconds to play with, and I don't think G2 have got rid of a lot of crucial utility. I think this wall might be jammed out, no? In fact, no, it has been taken away. It hasn't, so it's open. Very nice.
They've got Twitch and they've got Thermite. They've got what they need. You know, even if that utility's there, arguably, they should be able to get it done. Alamau, though, is low health, and now they need to start finding kills. This is a good idea for me from Blur. Get multiple angles opened up. I would not like to see them just trying to push it from barrels. So they're going to mix it up here and make it difficult for Wolves inside of sight. 35 seconds left to go, and Wolves right now just trying to hold on. Blur's going to take some damage, but he manages to dish some out as well. Mowgli now down to 1 bullet. Can't really peek this. He's not going to stop, though. Keeps having a look, but it's Bibu to find Alamau, and right now, it's all up to the Thermite of Blur. They know he's pushing from yellow wall. This is not going to be easy. He's got Shinka in behind him. They're just waiting. Look at the crossfire that's established. Surely there is no way that Blur wins this. He's a player that we've said that about over the years, though, and sometimes he will find a way. He's looking to push in. He gets one, but Bibu's there for the immediate trade. Stops the attempt at the 1v3, and that's going to be Wolves taking the first round.
Quite well disciplined play by Wolves as well, starting out with, 3 of them roaming around up on the top floor for the most part. Eventually slipping back in towards site once they'd lost down on numbers, but realising they still had the advantage. And outside, I'm only getting a little bit of cheeky, just flashing a little bit of elbow out towards Blur, holding their positions and letting the clock run down, forcing G2 to be the ones to take those more unfavourable gunfights. Very smart and disciplined play for G2. Kind of had to make the best of a bad situation from second one there, it felt like, as well. Losing a couple of members early in the round, even with Alamau getting the 2k, really just took away a lot of the potential strength. Like I say, it was good play, though. Good bit of focus in terms of how things were going on the top floor. It wasn't just Alamau coming up yellow stairs, by the way. There was someone also looking to play from the hatch. There was a drone hopping around there. It's why it kept him guessing. So even with the read onto Alamau, even if he got that kill, there was a fair chance that the trade comes through straight after. And there you go. Citizen was down and finished off quite comfortably.
Interestingly, we've got Wolves going to storage as their second choice site. After Armory Throne, we would usually see defensive teams head up to one of the top floors, either Initiation and Office or Bunk and Daycare. But no, Wolves decide that they want to keep themselves on the bottom floor. One of the dangers of this site is it's one of the few places on Theme Park where vertical play can really be utilised. If you can get inside a cafe and get control, there's a lot of area that can be ripped up. You can see all those floorboards inside a cafe can get ripped up there. They can give you some good angles. There's also the space just by the arcade machines inside of the window as well. So that is something that G2 could take advantage of here. They've got Virtue on the sledge. We know how good he is on that operator. They need to take advantage of that here. Wolves have given them the opportunity to use the verticality and to push them around inside a site. G2, you got to step through that door.
We have seen a game here before, and I forget which two teams it was that played. It may even been in NA or at a major as well, but where players players would hunker down basically just on the double doorway of Cafeteria with a shield, a couple of ADSs, and it makes it almost impossible to play around. Alamau, though, has maybe got himself up the backside here. He's half expecting to get himself swung on, but it's simply not going to happen. Looks like they're trying to capitalise on a little bit of chaos here, Tim, as well. They've got rid of 2 players already, and from the back of that, Wolves are now going to have to get themselves downstairs, I imagine. There is 1 player inside of Initiation. That Pulse not really going to be of much effect here. No C4 kills being found. P4 still 1 in back pocket. So Wolves are going to have to scramble and get a little bit creative.
Exactly that. You can see how aggressive they're getting. P4 and Rise both up, and I think that drone might have just missed P4. No, it comes back, and that's what you want to be seeing from G2. If you're a G2 fan, you want that drone spinning around. You want them checking every corner, paying that due diligence much better than we've seen in previous weeks. We've also got a man down and out. Shinka's going to be taken down, and if G2 are quick here, they'll realise that that is sight available. Blur could go in and get this diffuser down. P4, he's trying to rotate. He's got himself downstairs, and that's going to drop the diffuser. It's not going to be easy from here for G2, for Wolves, but this is a real opportunity, Des.
Well, it's kind of a nuisance for G2. They've got control of the site, so I have no idea what Blur was doing inside of Blue, to be honest with you. Now, thankfully, his team clean up, but that could have gone very wrong very, very quickly. They get a kill inside of Blue. They sit and hold long angles on that. There's nothing else really to worry about. It then becomes a scramble for G2, who've got site control, to have to go and fight and get Blue as well. So very lucky that they got away with that round closeout.
Yeah, not too sure about the site choice from Wolves. I never mind teams mixing it up and trying to develop new sites, but, you know, we commented on it coming into it. It's a difficult site to hold on to. All the early deaths came in the top floor. The roam clearance was great from G2. We saw at 1 minute 55 left on the clock, Virtue was already swinging the hammer around. It just meant Wolves had no opportunity or option, really, to play inside of site, so they had to try and defend it from distance with the few men that they had left. It just really didn't pan out. So we're going to see them going up to the top floor this time around. Not too much of a surprise. It's going to be bunk and daycare. And the reason this is different, if you're thinking, well, you know, G2 have just got the kills up on the top floor. What's the difference here? It's the utility investment. There wasn't a lot of it in the last round to help those players. It was just down to gunfights. Whereas this time, holding on to the top floor, you've got your laser gates, you've got your Kiba barricades, you've got your reinforcements, you've got everything that you should need. ADSs, bandit batteries, all there to try and hunker down.
I got a DM from Fresher. I'm being haunted by that old moment on a miserable Halloween charity match.
Splish, is it?
It was, because I called it Blue, because it's blue. And he was like, "Where's Blue?" And I was like, "It's blue." What more can I say to you? It's blue. It's also blue.
Simple answer, Des.
I'm choosing to try and avoid the word split. It brings back some PTSD.
Yeah,
I don't want to revisit those moments, to be honest.
No,
honestly,
so.
when you've got 700 people watching you and they're all screaming at you as well, your brain doesn't work the way it's meant to.
No. No, I reckon we could get split in 10 or 15 times. We'll see how the match progresses. Doki's going to take out the control hatch. That's going to allow them to drop in and start pushing onto the initiation side. There are 2 options when pushing this side, or a third combined option. But you can push from either side. You can try and get cafe control and just move in direct to site. Or alternatively, you can come in through this east side, which is what G2 are going to do. They're trying to get themselves established in control. Top Dragon inside of Cash up at the top of your screen. And they're just going to try to sweep across, force defenders back as they go, maybe pick up a kill or 2, and then start getting those walls open and pressure inside. They're actually making pretty good progress so far. This is quick moving from G2.
It is, but I'm looking for a backstab here. Who's going to come pushing in through Cafe? Who's going to challenge into Arcade to keep Wolves sweating and checking both directions? Doki is basically walking himself into suicide there as well, just walking through a double door. Players on either side, gives his life up for free. A little bit keen, and that has been a problem that Doki has had for a good while now, is sometimes just getting a little bit too keen, a bit too far ahead of the team, and losing his life in what is already a very poor position, but then also giving it away so early in the round.
Yeah, I'd agree. I think, you know, it's a difficult one for Doki because obviously his job or part of it is go in there, make a play and get some kills. He sees his man, he has a little challenge and he thinks if I can get a peek around here, you know, it's a little bit of siege timing in there that the second man comes and challenge. But at this level, you've got to expect that support is going to be there and it's going to be there quickly. And like you said, Doki losing out. So 5 versus 4 to Wolves now. 55 seconds left to go. G2 just stalled out a little bit. I commented how quickly they'd got in, they got control, got themselves up to initiation office. But but it just seems to have stopped after that point. We've had a rotation. We've got one now on break room windows, one coming in through Cafe. It's going to be Alamo on the Doki looking to push himself in through there. Oh, sees his man and finds the kill onto Mowgli, but cut down immediately in a trade by Shinka, leaving us now 4v2 as the kills keep raining in for Wolves.
Try and push their way up through yellow here as well. As you can hear, Blur's Candela's singing off, but he gets taken down as well. Citizen, the last one left standing, and we commended G2 for what felt like pretty rapid pace early in the round. Until that point, it's now sort of crumbled away as they've only got 10 seconds left on the clock. Citizen versus 3. Wolves digging in deep, and again, not feeling the need to overpeak this one, playing it so disciplined, will find themselves the third round in this game and take us up to 2-1.
There we go. You really saw the difference. It was interesting as well coming into it. Obviously, you know, I commented on the fact Wolves had failed to hold on to top floor in the previous round, but this time when the site was up there, when they had that utility to play in behind, they were able to sort of force G2's hand really to make them, you know, take those risks like Doki early in the round, like Alamo having to just push in as a spearhead and try and get something going, and it just left them in negative positions, and ultimately Wolves were able to take full advantage of that. So heading into round 4, we're going to have Wolves, interestingly, going back to Armory and Throne. It was a site that they won well, but it does show that they're not avoiding, but choosing not to go to Initiation Office as that second top floor site. It's basically a mirror image of Bunk and Daycare in the way that you hold it. There's slightly more room for the attackers to push you on both sides, because where Bunk and Daycare is really close over to that side of the map, there's not much workable space to the west of it. To the east of Initiation Office, there is plenty to go at with Top Dragon and Control. So instead of going up there, they're going to head themselves back down to Armory and Throne. Now, G2 last time lost a couple of players on the roam up on the top floor, trying to get those players taken down, and Wolves just retired back to site. So G2, it needs to be more of a round 2 top floor clearance than it does a round 1 top floor clearance.
You've talked us a mile away from it, but I do want to come back to last round for a quick second. One of the big sticking points was the lack of any hard breach for G2 as well. If you're trying to force your way in from the east side, but your only entry point is through a double wall because office walls are reinforced off, initiation walls are reinforced off, what do? They've really screwed themselves and put themselves into a bit of a corner there. So I want to see that adaptation being considered next time round. Let's make sure we've got hard breach, and if we do want to push in from Dragon side across, we have a way to open walls. At least in this round, though, unsurprisingly, they do have that hard breach on side. We saw Blur doing good work with it last time round when him and Alamal was stuck in a 2 versus 3, opening up both maintenance wall, in fact, no, it was barrels wall, sorry, and also yellow wall at the same time. Couldn't get a round close out of it, and it did take a bit of time, but they did get there in the very end. The big thing for G2 in this round for me is staying alive a little bit longer. They did lose members early on. They were down to just 3. They lost Citizen outside cash, and already that started here. No! I say it, and they lose 3, Tim! There's just 2 left already. It's Blur and Citizen, and even Citizen for a second didn't look to be long for this world, but they've been absolutely decimated.
I was just about, Des, to comment on G2's drone economy. They had 7 drones left. So I'm thinking, yeah, they're going to have plenty of information here. They're going to know what's going on ahead of them. But it really didn't look like that was the case. We didn't see the kills firsthand, but as we look back at that, maybe it was just a bold play coming in from Wolves. But G2, they've got to be more prepared for that. They can't be losing 3 players in 3 seconds. They've got 7 drones on board. They've got the information. They should really know what they're going into.
They should. And this is where the change comes in, really. Lab Storage, they had good success on last time round, outside of the little blip where Blur died in blue. And when he died inside there, that diffuser went down, as we commented on. They were fortunate, despite being in the 2 versus 4, the 4 versus 2, sorry, to be able to get the close out regardless. But that could have been a very hairy situation. So a little bit more desperation. Just in case you're wondering, I did say blue really emphasised there because I was looking at fresh while I said it. I really want to see more focus in this round here from G2 as well. More composure and control about it. Let's not see ourselves dying in silly places. You did it so well last time. Rinse, repeat, minus the little mistake, and this will be a beautiful round for them.
That's it. We're certainly looking at Wolves this time for the adaptation. You know, what's gonna change? The answer is they need to keep those players on the top floor alive for longer. They're not putting too much utility up there again, so it is going to be another one of those situations where they're up there pretty much on their gun skill, trying to keep themselves in the game. We've got rotations into Throne. That's going to allow them to move through Split, Des, to get back to site potentially for those off-site sort of, we'll call them link players. They're going to be in there trying to hold a bit of ground to allow allow those top floor players to have a safe route back to site. That's going to be, anybody that's playing in and around Throne. At the minute, it looks like it's going to be the Pulse of Rise for the time being, but not a heavy site presence here from Wolves. I mean, they need to be careful. We've spoken about G2 and cheese strategies. There's a potential opportunity for them to just get themselves into site.
Yeah, I'm not really seeing much of that cheese, have we? It's like having crackers and cheese, but minus the cheese. It's quite bland and a little bit dry, to be honest with you, so far. Tim, outside of the one round we've seen go pretty well. Otherwise, they've just been chewed up and spat out by Wolves for the most part. Here, potentially moving their way back through, feeling they've already had that bit of a challenge out towards Gong's side. Rise moving his way back underneath. Last time around, they did lose a couple of members, mind you, so he wasn't really all that effective, or didn't have the chance to be, because his team had sort of collapsed on the upstairs. They couldn't hold G2 in place and look for those C4 plays from below. So here, maybe it's more just an information game, just feeding across exactly where the push has come from, but I'm pretty confident he'll have just seen 2 plays coming through. Mowgli almost losing his life. This time around, Sudoku is poking his head in through Vault.
Top floor again. Wolves have got to do a better job of holding on to this. If they want to play storage as their second site, this has to become bread and butter for them. It's as simple as that. They can't be losing lives up there. They can't be finding themselves 3 versus 5. At the minute, they've managed to burn half of the round, so they've lasted longer than last time. Mowgli with a speed peak absolutely comes screaming round the corner and shuts down Virtue, and that is a great start. That's making the most of the 10 HP he has left.
Most of that screaming being done by the Banshee, of course. That audio cue just saying to him, swing now, as someone is inside the doorway. Doesn't even have to move his crosshair really anywhere, because you know exactly where that player is going to be as long as that Banshee is wailing away. So, down to a 4v4. The pulse has been taken out. That means the eyes for Wolves have been removed here. Only what the 4 players themselves can see in their proximity are really going to help them, or potentially the bulletproof camera, which Rise should no doubt be flicking through here as he also goes through some of the default cams that are still up across the map.
Virtue was a big kill as well, of course, the sledge, so that's going to reduce that verticality that I commented on. This is the one site that you can really use it. Mowgli does get taken out with that last 10 HP. I'm surprised they lasted as long as he did, though. He's going to be straight onto the cams. You can see him and Rise. They're on different cams, just trying to feed information back in.
Yes, he does.
30 seconds left to go. Sees his man, surely. Bibu knows, though. Bibu knows he's going to come right for the challenge. He sees him and gets the kill onto Alamau. Low health, though. I'm going to be traded out by Citizen. 3v2. 20 seconds left to go. G2 need to get themselves inside of sight here. Citizen pushing, and what a kill. This could be the ace from him. He's on 4 at the minute, Des. He's going to push his way in, but Blair has something to say. He's going to snatch it away, but Citizen won't care. That's the round to G2 again, and we might be looking at that site choice from Wolves come the end of this game.
May well be, may well be. Clearly something that they're not too keen on in terms of playing Initiation and Office. Happy to go out towards Bunk and Daycare instead, which is where I imagine we'll go to next. G2 coming into this last attacking round here, choosing now to have their timeout. And there's been some interesting commentary from, I think it was Laxing actually on Twitter. He obviously currently taking a break from competitive play, is coaching Elevate, and was talking about why they took timeouts at a certain point. And he said sometimes it's not even that you've got to prepare yourself for the next round in terms of what site we're going to, what strat we're going to employ, how we're going to change a couple of things. It's just to give the team a little bit of a breather. But I imagine this early in the game going into the last attack, this is because G2 are saying if we get the 3-3 on attack, we know that we can win on the defensive side. So a timeout here to not guarantee, but swing this last attacking round over towards their side is arguably far more impactful than winning a couple of defensive rounds, because they feel that that will be something they can do quite naturally.
Absolutely, it's going to be a big round. This is one of those decisive rounds potentially, or it at least starts locking you into thoughts of overtime. You know, if nothing else, going forward, if you're on the side of Wolves, you start feeling like you've maybe got that little bit of a security net there. But we go on. It's going to be Bunk and Daycare again. Wolves choosing not to double down in storage, and like you say, if G2 get a 3-3 split here, this is where, when I say after the last round, we might be coming back looking at those site choices in more depth. You know, that could well be the case if G2 come away with a 3-3, 2 of which have been won down in storage. We're going to be up to the top floor once again, though, for Wolves coming into the action phase. We've got Blur on the Thermite this time around. We did comment, you said last time, Des, the lack of hard breach had potentially just hurt them a little bit. Ooh, there's the switch. They're going to have a lack of hard breach once again.
Okay. If they feel they've got a plan here, if they come attacking in from the west side, it's worth raising. fine. I haven't got a big issue with that. If they try and push in on arcade side, they try and get themselves on break window, for example, it's not such a big deal. If they are trying to push the majority of their players in through the east and in through Dragon, that's when it starts to sting a little bit. But they have got 3 players looking to set themselves up on the east side here. They have got the hard breach gadgets in the back pocket of Alamau, so they've got options. Is a hard breach gadget really going to be enough? Probably no, but it's something at the very least, right?
It gets them a line of sight. You know, yes, you can vault through there, but that's always going to be dangerous unless you've got a reasonable man advantage. You know, I guess you could use 2 of them. You know, you could stack them, use 2 and get that bigger opening if you want it. Really, you know, at this sort of level of play, ideally, you want to be able to walk through a breach. You don't necessarily want to be having to go through that vault animation. Peepoo getting aggressive on the break room rappel there. Knows that Alamau is in a position upside down. Going to make a slight challenge there. Just give him something to think about, but he's not going to tickle him in the slightest.
I think based on the fact you can see that the break room wall is electrified here, it's saying to you they're expecting someone to bring a long range hard breach to get through the wall, but no one's doing it. It's a 1-for-1 already across the map, though, between the 2 sides. Keyman in Alamau with 2 of those Candelas is still on side. Doki gets a second. He's walked his way through the center of sight and is looking to do work. G2 have found the kills they need. They get the 3-3. And like you said about lab storage, maybe being the rounds that we talk about, Tim, I think that round 6 could prove to be monumental for G2.
Pivotal is how I potentially describe that. Not just in the score that it gives them, but in the performance in taking it. You know, very quickly in the round there, G2 were surrounding sight. It was Alamau after he got in on the rappel. We saw a kill go either way. Bibu opened things up. P4 onto Citizen opened us up, and then we had the trade come back in. And all of a sudden, you've got Alamau walking down arcade mezzanine. You've got, Doki finding a play onto arcade stairs. You've got just kills going all over. Alamau Virtue get 1 apiece, and G2 were just swarming all over that site. They were giving Wolves absolutely nothing, but G2 need to be careful here. They can't assume that they're going to win now that they're on the defense. Wolves, we've said this before, work fantastically well as a team, which goes so far on defense, but for me, it gives you that extra yard on attack particularly.
Well, it's the kind of stuff the demo was calling for from G2 in that first half, was essentially saying, look, get confident, get aggressive, don't sit and be stalled, don't be static like gargoyles. Let's see you making some plays. And although not every round went their way, I still think getting 3 attacks on this map, even in the current meta, is really quite significant. Now for Wolves, my only concern is for G2. Wolves are one of our best attacking teams that we have in EUL, at least by style. I haven't got the numbers. That's a Fresh thing. Fresh loves his numbers. But looking at like Rogue and Wolves, to me, they are the 2 real great examples we've got of how to attack in EUL. Where Rogue are a little more structured, they kind of build it up as a team. Wolves will kind of, ironically, act like Wolves. They'll circle, they'll get themselves ready, then they'll all pounce at once and look to overwhelm their opposition, all of them flooding into sight, 3-4 players at once. And it's a really beautiful strategy to watch come together. If G2 want to disrupt that, they've got to get early kills. Catch out onto these more fragmented members of Wolves that are scattered around the map, looking to push it from several different directions. Like clocking now, there's 3 or 4 angles they're looking to push. They're not really looking to play for trades off each other yet. That is G2's best time, but it requires a lot of confidence in the gunfights to get those players shut down in 1v1s.
Mowgli, he's going to get himself into the top floor. First man, there's going to be a ping, and it's an easy kill. Can he get himself a second? No. Going to be shut down, and there we go. Trade for trade for trade. We find ourselves now in a 3v3 as we have 4 quick kills coming in, and this is turning into an absolute brawl at this point. Citizen on the alibi is always a dangerous thing. He's still out in the map. Only slightly, though. He's got himself a little bit closer back to site. He can head back in if the call comes, but for the time being, he's going to stay out there a little bit loosey-goosey, just getting himself aggressive.
Keeping himself busy. The damage that he took, by the way, was earlier on in the prep phase where he took a bit of damage inside of maintenance from, I believe it was actually the Izami of Alamau, but that's not really to be concerned with. It's still a significant amount of HP that is sat on in terms of 75, but it could mean a couple of bullets might be the difference between life and death here. Shinka especially, I'm looking at with that Mark 14 and thinking that's a 2-tap now rather than a 3. It could be lights out for Citizen.
He's going to have to be careful where and when that challenge comes. Like I say, for the time being, he's playing very closely to site here. I think he just wants his opportunity, but the ping is coming in, and Rise is sat on the hatch. He's waiting, but the problem is, of course, for the attackers, they can't wait forever. He's thinking about potentially putting that firebolt down there to try and do a little bit of damage, but also prevent Citizen being able to re-enter site, and that might just be at the time when the push finally comes for the execution. 45 seconds left to go, and Wolves are just posturing at the minute, looking to get themselves into position. Shinka finds Alamo, so that's one down inside of sight. They know exactly where they're going. A bit wild from Shinka, but he gets the next. Rise finishes the man off on Citizen, and that is going to be Wolves taking the opening attack, and it might just be panic stations for a G2 side that thought G2 might do better on defense.
I just love the immediate thought process there at the very end as well. It's like, cool, we killed the player on site. We're not going to all rush into site and get a plant down and set up positions. No, we turn towards the angle where we know Citizen was last seen. Even if the smoke is in place, it's not impenetrable. Players can still run through it, and they're the kind of plays you can make that can surprise people. So just a really nice read there at the end to go, right, you've got sight, we know no one is there, I'm watching this door straight away. A very kind of small decision, very split-second made decision as well, but one that was really smart and ultimately closed that round out there rather than it getting a little bit too messy.
Round number 8 then, we're going to head up to the top floor. G2, pretty much, I suppose, in line with, with questions I raised about lab storage being a secondary choice. They're not going to go there, and they're going to head themselves as a second choice up to the top floor. It's going to be Bunk and Daycare. Still not seeing any initiation office played as of yet. As I say, out of the 2 top floor sites, I do think it is the more difficult to hold on to, because you are in more of a pinch. You will get teams on both sides of you a lot more easily. Now, one to watch. I'm just keeping a close eye on that Oryx. We've got Alamo on the Oryx. If he gets himself the hatches open, which it looks like they are, there's a good opportunity on Theme Park. There's 3 staircases and lots of chances to get up and down between floors and stay mobile.
I think fundamentally the reason why we're avoiding initiation office is many teams probably have the read, and they're right in thinking so. The office is quite penned in, it's quite closed. A number of times we've seen teams kind of have to lock themselves inside a vault, especially in APAC North. I can think of Sandbox a few times. Just being locked inside a vault with no way out, you have to reinforce up pretty much every wall to keep yourself safe. It's a bit of a death box if you're the defenders. So for attackers that are coming in with a lot of utility, they can hit you pretty hard and fast, whereas over here towards the west, inside of Bunk and Daycare, it's a lot more open. You can play around Arcade. You can look to play down Yellow Stairs a little bit, like these guys have done with things like Barbed Wire. You can just be a lot more mobile and keep on challenging in more areas. It gives you more map control, whereas Initiation Office is a little bit too closed in.
G2 are being really aggressive here. We saw the Gemini clone just about to come in from Mowgli on Cafe Door, and it was just removed immediately as soon as it stepped in. And that just really sends a message to Wolves here that they're not going to get an inch inside of this map easily. You know, the challenges are going to be right up there on the windows. We've just got the Warden of Virtue as well, trying to find the Nitro onto the repelling players on break window. Not going to have any joy, but going to keep himself in the mix. He's played the Warden because he's aware that the Ying may come along. It was something G2 tried, but it's not going to be the case here from Wolves. 1 minute 30, and they're not quite established yet.
I don't think he knows that Bibu's got inside here as well. I think maybe it was a sneaking suspicion, but he's more watching towards the window. No, he has no clue. In fact, the swing comes in, and Virtue gets his man far too easy. Not sure how he had the read on that one, but that's a beautiful entry to find off as well. Now, for that, Wolves have now lost all their control inside Break Room. They've got one man on windows, and they're going to have to force something, but look at those flashing health bars of G2. There's 3 players on 1 bullet, but they're still finding the kills, and Citizen finds the final 2. G2 bring things all square once again.
Much better from G2 on the defense of round 8 rather than round 7. They just didn't let Wolves get a toe inside of the building, realistically. Every time they tried to prod, to press anyway, G2 were right up in their faces, there for the challenge and winning gunfights, particularly importantly. Virtue on that swing to Bibu was really not just important in terms of being the opening kill, but as you said, as you know, that was the beachhead that Wolves had found themselves. They were in break, they were ready. If Bibu gets that kill onto Virtue, you've got a very different situation, because you've more than likely got a second man who's going to come and join him immediately inside a break room, and then you can't push back onto the rotation anymore, because just like Alamo did when G2 attacked that site, whoever comes in second is likely going straight through that rotate and trying to take control of Arcade Mezzanine to force the defenders to play solely inside a site, and then we've got a completely different situation. So really key kill coming in from Virtue at the beginning.
Absolutely. Well, let's see how this round starts out. Then if G2 again want to be looking to try and challenge somewhat earlier into the round. That one quite interesting, because for the most part, it was all around the site itself where the fighting came in. I've commented a couple of times. For G2, it's about contesting walls early on. Don't give them that perfect execution they're looking for, the thing they're so good at and so well renowned for too at that. Looks already to be the case here as they are getting a couple of drones off on the upstairs now that they've got these caught out thanks to the Mozzie pests scattered around the map and have got themselves a good few setups on the upstairs. I love this one inside of Gong as well. Fair chance. Attackers are never going to look to their right in that bottom corner. I know for sure I've never have when I've walked in through here.
Okay, as you say, yeah, likely to sit in place, likely to be active. Just depends whether Wolves choose to push in through that side or not. At the minute, they're going to be moving over. P4 is going to be taking out the hatches on the rooftop, so it's going to be about that top floor clearance to begin with, because of course G2 are holding on to the ground floor site of Throne. Again, Wolves were able to win it out last time, but G2 may just be riding a little bit of extra confidence after that last round because it was a pretty clinical defense from them. So the top floor clearance continues from Wolves here. They still haven't got themselves established inside of the building yet. It's slow progress from them. We're a minute in. Nobody is in there yet. And G2, they've not been forced anywhere back.
Doki still can challenge inside a break as well, unsurprisingly. Don't want to give free entry into the building wherever you can help it. With a lot of windows to repel on, or just like this vault inside, you're locked into the animation. Doki with a fantastic read and a little 360 to celebrate as well. Collecting drones as he goes along, and surely at this point Wolves know that he's stuck up here. They know there's no rotate through. The only way he gets out is by killing all of them or vaulting over the arcade balcony and getting himself down around barrels and potentially back in towards site. So Wolves have now got decisions to make. We're 90 seconds into the round. They're down a man. They know Doki's still got to be dealt with. Choices. They've got to choose what the focus is going to be.
Yep, big problem here, having lost Mowgli. He's the one who you're looking in most situations to go in and have those answers, particularly this time round. The Rise managed to step up and find Blur, but again, G2 have got answers, Des, and that's what I'm liking from them in the last couple of rounds. Every time Wolves make a step, G2 have already sort of countered it. They're already dancing around it. They're already lining up that reverse, that sucker punch, that alternative option to come back at them with, and it's just working so fantastically well at the minute. Always covering each other, always backing each other up. Now then, Bibu is going to open the hatch up, so that's going to give a little bit of phantom pressure onto Split. Nobody's going to stay on top of that hatch for the time being. It looks like Shinka might just be creeping back to have a little look through there, but I don't think they're going to get too much joy. At the minute, it's about getting this wall open. That's one failure. If there's another impact nade in hand, which there is, it could be a second.
They get away with that denial as well. Maybe not. It's a little bit too low for them and can't get away with it, which means they've got a straight line in towards site. Bibu finds one, but now they've got to find the players on site. There are 15 seconds left, and Wolves have got to make this work perfectly. There's one. Ooh, the second one comes out for a swing, though. It's Alamau to bring him down. He's holding place. Finds his final 2 kills, and G2 again get the closeout after a fantastic roam. Coming out of Doki, I'll give it to him. Planted his feet for the longest time, but when he felt it was getting a bit too hot in the kitchen, vaulted over the balcony and found a C4 kill from below, playing with absolute confidence, and Wolves, uncharacteristically, a little bit slow.
Looking a little bit rattled, I think, to be honest, Des, is how I'd probably put it. They don't, they don't have a response to this at the minute. G2 have now won 3 of the last 4 rounds. That's something that Wolves aren't necessarily used to, especially coming out of a G2 side that have struggled in the first couple of weeks. And right now, like you say, they are finding responses no matter what Wolves do. And it must be very frustrating for Wolves. They come in, they get a kill, they level it up, they even take an advantage. But then within 10 seconds, I would say at the most at the minute, there will be a G2 name on that kill feed taking out somebody from Wolves. And that is what G2 are doing so well at the minute. They're playing off each other's contact. They are there ready to impact on deaths. And that's something you've got to be able to do in Siege. When one of your teammates dies, you want somebody in a position to play for that kill, to play for that trade. And G2 are doing it fantastically. Whether it's always the player from Wolves that has got the kill or not is irrelevant. It's about that man count. It's about winning by attrition, and they're doing it brilliantly right now.
Well, let's see if they can continue this one up for G2. It is looking like that steady approach towards success. 5 and 4. We said after that 5th round timeout, it's because they know that 6th attacking round means everything. If they'd lost that one, we'd be looking the way at things right now. It'd be 5-4 to Wolves, and suddenly you start getting a bit nervous that for Wolves, 1 more attack in the last 3 would be enough to send us through to, at the very least, overtime, where admittedly for G2, they'd probably have the favourable side. They'd start on the defence, I've got 0 doubt. Be very alarmed if they'd chosen to start on the attacking side. So let's see how things shape up from this point forwards. If Wolves can fight their way back, because they need to win 2 of the next 3 rounds, and they are on the attack. Feels like quite a tall order.
It really does. For me, this is a pivotal round now. Like you say, you're staring down the barrel of overtime if you don't get this one. And Wolves, like I say, 3 out of 4 lost in the last 4 rounds. They're going to be starting to feel pretty beat up. So this is a big one. For me, it might just be a big knock to the confidence of G2 as well. They've had a good spell. They've had a struggle of a start to EUL again, and they're thinking, let's not go 3 weeks like we did last time. Let's at least get, the win in the 3rd week this time, and then we can start that climb back towards a major spot. Let's do everything we can. Let's start it early. But if Wolves level this up and it goes 5-5, maybe you start thinking, can we get it over the line? Maybe that mental game comes into play again. For now, Wolves are focusing on that top floor. They're not really too worried about what's going on underneath. Probably right not to. There's not much action down there from G2 at the minute. It's more sort of a spread horizontal defense here. They've pushed out into break room, into bunk, into daycare. Just again, doing what they've done previously. I've commented on it already, making it difficult for Wolves to get inside of the building.
I just love the chaos it sows when our two teams who are top of the last stage in stage 2, Wolves and Rogue. Rogue have already lost. Wolves are on the way there. It just starts to show how open that this EUL stage could end up being. We might have some surprises coming into the major. No surprises to start things off, though. It's Mowgli with a 2K. Fine Citizen, who himself has had some massive rounds, sat at 10 and 6. That's a great way to take out 2 of the sharper players this game. In fact, the 2 top fraggers for G2 get shut down by a C4 off the backside before Rise equalizes onto Virtue. 4v2 for Wolves. It feels like they've done it in this round, Tim.
Exactly what Wolves needed, Des. Exactly what they needed. And that was the 2K opener from Mowgli. I've said that G2 have had the answers. They've had the trades every time they've not allowed Wolves to get an advantage. Wolves take a timeout. They come back in. Mowgli comes in with a big 2K. No answers from G2. And you can see what it did to Wolves. It was like a spark in a powder keg. It was like, right, let's just go and get those kills now. There's 3 of them left. Let's find them. And 15 seconds later, the round's done and dusted. Wolves have got themselves level again. It's 5-5. Whoever wins this round guarantees themselves overtime. So round 11, always a big one if we find ourselves at 5-5. Wolves come in with a little bit of something behind them. They're going to be attacking onto Bunk and Daycare. The last time we saw this was round 8. It was a G2 win. It's not going to be easy for them.
No. Well, let's see if Wolves can have another breakneck round and suddenly it's G2 under pressure, or if G2 can take us up to 6 and 5. Either way, Tim, you get to seal 12, and that's something I know that you normally love saying, but I'm taking that one away from you. Did you hear Em in the last game when they got to the end of round 12? She was like, "We're going to overtime, Des," and I was like, "That's a Tim."
Em can say that whenever she likes.
I mean, at this point, so I
might start licensing it out. We could do it as crossovers, casters can use each other's lines. That might be quite a good one.
Well, the thing is, Hap keeps on using "thank you very much, Milosh," so I'm like, well, that's going to start getting royalty charges against it real soon as well.
Yeah, exactly that. Well, what I'm just going to do it on more of like a quid pro quo basis. So I'll have a listen through M's unbelievable lyrical playbook, and I'm just going to lift a couple of classics out of that.
Get domed. Oh, that's so frustrating. The best moment is when you go to throw the nade like that and there's a teammate behind you and they die to it. That just makes it 10 times better. In terms of comedy value, not so much for your teammate who is clearly frustrated as all hell.
Not ideal. Blur picking up P4 to kick things off. Wolves on the back foot. G2 potentially giving themselves that opportunity to guarantee overtime. There's a bit of work for them to be done, but honestly, Bunk and Daycare, I think they're going to be looking pretty good up here. They were fantastic last time around. Cheeky. Look how Virtue. This is smart from Virtue. Not taking the Selma out. No! What happens there?
He thought he was in melee range, so went for the knife, but was just too far. Gives away a freebie, and really, that should be question marks in the chat. That should have been question marks in all chat, boys. I appreciate the intent, but the execution, the landing, nah.
Definitely gets a 1 for the landing, doesn't he? You know, like when they do diving and you get marked on like different aspects of the dive. Yeah, like how big your splash is, your form through the dive, difficulty of the maneuver. I'm sorry, Virtue, you're hitting a 1 for your landing.
Virtue, my man, learn from your fellow Aussie. Have a word with Mag. Ask his brother for a few tips, and you can stick that landing next time. It's Mowgli trying to do some damage in through Cafe, but just as he goes for it, he saw the Aruni laser gate being reactivated here. Now burnt out by the Gemini. and they can start their push on the way back through. But for now, at least, Alamal's going to say hasn't been forced to move, but forgetting about a nade in the back pocket of the Ana can be lethal. Shield gone, player gone.
Alamo's going to wish that he'd moved at that point, getting absolutely vaporised by that nade, leaving Wolves in a swing around. How many times have we seen this, Des? It's one of Fresh's favourite points about Wolves is it doesn't always matter if they're at a man disadvantage. Somehow they still find the opportunities to corner people and to put them under pressure and in a disadvantage and to turn it around. And that's exactly what they've done now. If Doki gets spotted out through here, it's going to be an easy wall bang. But no, Bibu, he has to go for the melee. And it's an easy pickup for Doki. And once again, this round has turned on its head, Des.
It's just 2 kills, swing it like that. 3v2, bound to a 2v2. And it feels for the most part like site control is actually there for Wolves. But Tim, the clock is not. It becomes the 6th man for G2. But they've managed to find a kill. It's Blur down on the decks. And it's just Doki left standing. Had a wonderful game so far. But he's got to win his one here first. Can he see the man? He sees the head and finds the shot. But the plant is stuck. How close can you get? That was down to microseconds. But Doki goes big. A 3k in the round will get the defuse. And G2 bring us to match points.
What a play. 2 wonderful headshots coming in from Doki there. Truly the flying Scotsman on that play. Managed to get himself Bibu as well. So it was a minimum of 3 kills in the round. He has just grabbed a hold of this game for G2 and guaranteed them overtime.
The clutch factor on this team terrifies me sometimes. Think about Citizens 4K that he wore. We've had that from Doki just now. And the thing is, back in stage 2, I kind of criticised them for this. I said the fact that you're relying on players to... Because you can't say, right, this next round, Citizen, you're going to clutch, you're going to get a 4K, you're going to win us the round. You can't predict those things, which is why it feels like it's out of your control. Now, it's fantastic that you've got players that can do that, but it really concerns me moving forwards if you don't have a really solid structure around it, things can bite you. This is how, like, Rogue almost went on to win the Major thinking about it. They did have clutch rounds, but even the rounds when they weren't clutching out or one player was going massive, they still had some fantastic attacking rounds that made them look absolutely lethal enough that they could win a Major. So for G2, they've kind of got half the picture there. If the rest can build up around it, they could be a real top team, but we've got to see that strength around it. And winning here, getting all 3 points, sends a big statement about their intent for the rest of the stage.
Who did you predict for this one out of interest?
I predicted, you predicted G2, didn't you?
No, I did not.
Oh, I predicted Wolves.
I'm a bit gutted because I was the only one who predicted M&M in the last matchup. I'm going to get that one in there. It was inevitable.
Tim, I already wrote you a lovely response on Twitter. I don't know if you've seen it.
I did see it. There wasn't too many letters in it.
No.
It was a quick one to read.
That's a good thing. Tomorrow's Tuesday, isn't it?
I was staring down the barrel of 100% there, and now G2 come in after 2 losses. I did this all last stage. I just could not predict games against G2 sometimes. It was such a nightmare, but they are doing fantastically well. Maybe going to lock this down. The big bonus for them, they've got Throne as well. It's a site that they've played well so far.
So really, Wolves are the ones here you're looking at and saying, okay, then G2 have shown what they've got. Wolves, what have you got up your sleeves? They've got the Amaru on P4. Not 100% sure on the use case or the intent behind that one, unless it's a rapid take of break room. We've seen the wars going on for control of this room between both teams across both halves really as well. But G2, it feels, have been more successful in keeping Wolves away than maybe Wolves were against their counterparts back in the first half.
Virtue's going to be keeping himself over at top Dragon. The Dokkaebi call does come in, but I don't think anybody's really in a position to hear it. Blur manages to get himself 2 drones taken down. There's an opportunity here for him to keep fighting. He hits the deck, he goes pro, he finds his man, and that's a beautiful play from Blur to get the opener. He's looking for seconds. He's going in for afters, Des.
And Rise is there for the support here now, bringing down Citizen. So now it's okay in a position where things have balanced out, but Blur is still in a fantastic position. I admire Wolves for taking a real square room that's so enclosed and saying, yeah, we want control of that. Let's go and fight for it. But at the end, it's kind of even things out at one apiece. That probably favours G2 here because you've got that early kill onto an attacker. You've taken a couple of nades offline as well that were in the back pocket of Mowgli. What Citizen lost? Probably a C4, but outside of that, you're not going to feel too beat up.
Well, that's it. They've got no clearance of utility anymore, haven't Wolves? You know, beyond going in and actually shooting gadgetry, it's going to be very difficult if there is anything that they need to deal with. That said, you've got no mute on side, you've got no wall denial or anything, so that should still be doable for them. But Blur has managed to get himself back to site. What a round from Blur. Big opener, gets himself back to site. Yes, he's low health, but it doesn't really matter at this point. All he is an extra body. Virtue, I said he'd managed to keep himself away, Des. There was nobody to hear the Dokkaebi call when it came in. He just left it ringing off the hook, and he goes in and takes his man down.
G2 have done such a good job at bringing down the drones from Wolves as well, leaving them blind, leaving them face-checking, and now Bibi realises, I can't get in. There's his army everywhere. Rise finds one, but they've got 15 seconds. It's like how it started back in round 1, Tim, when Blur was stuck outside this wall. It's a similar story. And G2 will bring down Wolves, claim the 3 points themselves, but what a thriller that game has been.
I'm sure we're going to have a very happy demo when we get back into the studio, because
I'm
G2,
gonna get on mute.
I won't say G2 were night and day different, but what I will say is there was improvement from them. Now, we would expect to see it, given they were on Theme Park. We know that it's a map that they like, but still, you've got to get the job done. And they've taken 3 points, not even gone to overtime, a full 3 against Wolves. Great performance.
I think the big thing really, again, was that first half, right? The 3-3 attack inside is probably what impresses us the most. For teams to go 4-2, 5-1, not particularly unheard of. Again, lots of bottlenecks on this map. Thatcher was available, did start to open things up for Wolves a couple of times, but G2 just showed, I think, a better command of the map. They dealt with the drone play coming out of Wolves. They shut them down. They got aggressive and kept them busy. And that's what I said for Wolves. You get up in their face in the early round, they lose out on that execute.
Yeah, I loved the aggression from G2. We commented on it a few times through the game. That's probably one of the key factors for me. You know, if you were to look back at that one, it's how often G2 are right up at a window, right up challenging those players on rappel, just not letting them anywhere near. It worked out. It was really good.
Beautiful stuff, G2. Can you now continue it? Because tonight, we've seen our top 2 teams from last stage lose, which goes to show this stage is still wide open. Let's go to a quick break. When we come back, Milosh and the guys will break it down for you.
Welcome back, friends. Can you believe it? G2 Esports. They won. They got all 3 points. Let's have a chat with our victors. Hello, Doki. Congratulations, man. What's up? It's been a long time since we've seen you here.
What are you trying to say? Come on.
That you've been taking L's for the past 2 weeks, and it's about time, you know, to get all 3 points. What's up?
That's the life of a G2 player, just taking L's. That's just how it goes.
I mean, usually G2 as an organization has been taking L's and grand finals 3-0s for the past, 3 or 4 years. So, you know, at least in best of ones, the expectation is, you know, to get a few points here and there. But you know what? It's happened. Let's talk about things overall, because there's been massive changes in G2. We just now get to talk to you about all of them. And, you know, Fabian now as coach, a couple players, Blur stepping in. How is everything working out with the team?
Oh, Jesus. It's going good. It's going good. It's going good. But
Yeah.
On the topic, Blur's brilliant. Blur's doing great. Love Blur. Don't need to say anything else about him. Fabian, though, is Fresh here? Can Fresh hear me?
Yes. Yeah, he can.
So, Fresh, what do you think about the map choice of today?
Hey, we'd be asking you that question.
Well, I'm going to give my opinion after this interview, Doki. But I thought it was a brave one. That's all I'm going to say.
A brave one? I thought it was a very brave one as well, actually, Fresh.
Fabian did message me during the game saying we didn't prep these maps.
Because Fabian was meant to ban Theme Park, wasn't he? Fabian was meant to ban Theme Park. But he's not banned it, and he's went, we're going to play Theme Park. And we're like, oh? What?
To be fair, you've won. So, is it not genius?
I don't know, Demo. Hi, Demo, by the way. Long time no speak.
How's it going,
you're doing great.
So,
going great.
Okay, you want to say that Fabian, that sat in exactly where Demo is right now, only 2 months ago, that was saying, man, G2 are so dumb for picking this map. Did they mess up the map bans?
He laughed at Shaz when Shaz forgot to ban a map. Do you remember?
Dude, hey, not that much slander.
So no, he did. I mean, they won.
No, keep it going, please. He deserves this. He deserves this. And actually, the best thing is he goes, boys, if you win today in Theme Park, I'll take you all out for a nice meal and buy you a team dinner. So that's a double. That's 2 W's in one game.
Hey, for those that don't know, Doki is an expensive diner.
I am an expensive
diner.
diner.
He is an expensive diner. Steak,
I love my food.
Mussels, this man, he loves himself some good food. So I hope Fabian has some bottomless pockets for this one because
bottomless pits.
Doki's going to fleece him by the end of all of it.
I will.
But you know what? It seems like, you've been fleeced out of points in the first 2 play days. Now you're able to get the 3 points. And I want to talk to you about this. What have been those issues in the first 2 play days? Because, hey, first play day comes in, you're not able to take a win. It's okay. First play day, there's always a lot to work out with. But last play day against Secret raised a lot of questions.
Yeah, I think I'm not really sure what happened against Secret. Like, it started off really well. And, I'm not trying to disrespect anyone, but it felt like one of those games that it's like, we are just going to win this game. Like, that's genuinely how it felt. I was like, we're just going to win this game, it's whatever, because it felt like so comfortable for us. We were on a really great map, and we were playing well. And I think round after round, some stuff happened. Like, there was a bug one round, and I'll just be honest, me personally, it really pissed me off, and I really got in my own head. I think it was like Jake could have planted the bomb and we would have won the round, but it didn't happen. Anyways, so stuff like that happened, and I think they also played it really well. They had some really good clutch rounds, so it's like. It's not the end of the world. I'm not disappointed to lose to them. I think they're a lot better team than what they were. So that is that. I think you'll see a lot of upsets from Secret at this stage, to be honest, against some teams. I think their new players are fitting in quite well.
And I want to ask you about this because you tweeted about this a few days ago, but we're talking about it earlier today, especially when the first round came up on the attack. I was saying, okay, Doki's on the ace. Operator usually is ace as an operator is usually taken as a support operator, right? But then when you actually break it down, the AK-12 is actually one of the best rifles in the game, but his utility is mostly fire and forget, and then you're off. So what is it with the roles in G2, and what is your role?
The roles have stayed the same. Mm-hmm. But when we picked up Byron, we knew that he's a very
blurred,
mechanically blurred. That's blur. Sorry.
Yeah, you just call him Byron because you're good friends like that.
We're friends like that.
Yeah.
Anyways, when we picked up Byron, we know he's a really mechanically gifted player, and we realized whoever we were going to get, we'd have to change something. So we said in the team, guys, we're not going to have roles. We're going to play what we need. We're going to have no entry frag, no support. Everyone in this team can play every role. It's a fact. Everyone can play every role. And although there are some critics, such as the man to your left, there are, I think it's working quite well. Scrims are going very good. I'm enjoying kind of playing free. This, and on Villa, when I tweeted that Ace was bad for my position, I say otherwise because I think I can do a lot of pressure with that operator solo. I don't need to ask help from my other teammates. I can pressure a lot myself. And yeah, you're right. The gun's good, so who cares? It's not as if I'm playing the only hub breach, and if I die, we're fucked. So it's not. Sorry, man. That's every interview. I'm going to get media banned like Fabian. I'm sorry.
No, I think that'll be another level. Well, it's good to have a team full of switches on G2 and everything working out well. But in next Playday, you got up against Rogue. Now, Rogue took an L today in OT against M&M, but you also had that against Secret the week before. So how do you feel that game's going to go?
I mean, I think like Rogue won the major, obviously, so they're great. But I think the game we had in this quarterfinals at the major against them was like, that game really could have went either way. It was like one round between it on both maps. Like, I think anyone can agree that game could have went either way. So it's like, it's going to be a really good game again. I know that they're going maybe through some, they're not at their full potential, I don't think, right now either. So neither are we. We're playing the wrong maps. We're still winning. So
as Fabian just said, trick your own team, so you also trick your opponent, so you trick everyone, and he's Giga Brain, and everyone else are small brains.
Yeah.
That sounds like a Fabian thing to say.
Just sounds like what a 30-year-old would tweet, if you ask me.
He's not 30, actually. He is only a few months younger than me. I'm not 30 yet.
Oh, I didn't mean to offend you there, Miller. Oops, sorry.
Yeah. I mean, look, I've slept in the same bed as Fabian before, so there's all you need to know. Anything you want to say to Rogue out there?
Man.
I am.
Now, last time I said bad stuff about Rogue, they beat me. So get best of luck, guys. Hope you win. Let's go.
Fair enough. Everybody out there, make sure you're tuning in to watch Rogue versus G2. That'll be next Playday on Monday. It'll probably be our match of the day. We'll know by the end of this Playday today. But Doki, anything you want to say to the G2 fans out there?
No, I'm happy we were able to get a win with our new roster to show that we are not just bad. And against a good team as well. It's the first time we've beat Wolves. Well, I've beat Wolves, so I'm happy about that. That's really means something to me. So I'm sure we'll get back to winning ways and stay focused. So that's the plan. Hopefully see you at the major.
You've already had a 4% run one stage this year. Why not another one, right?
What's the percent now? Like 20%? No problem. Walk in the park. Walk in the park, mate. That's 100% in my eyes. See you soon.
At R6 Events is the account that you should tweet this clip to. And on that note, Doki, thank you very much for your interview. As always, we'll see you next Monday. G2 going up against their opponents. Rogue. Till then, bye-bye. Take care.
See you later.
Yeah. Always a pleasure to have Doki on here, especially when it comes to the ability to slander Fabian.
And also his honesty.
Yeah.
You're going to gas up G2. What I'm just going to say is it pains me that they can mess up a map ban strategy so badly that they end up on a map that they don't play and still win it. Fabian texted me during the middle of that game and said, part of banning maps is also to make it make no sense for anybody. And I guess that's what it was.
Not even to yourself.
No. In seriousness, though, what I will say about G2 is I said it up on the telestrator, when they do the cheese plays, I'm not going to go back into who likes what cheeses, but they did 4 direct /cheese play /quick plays in their attack, and they won 3 of them. And that set themselves up to go into their defenses free to go and win the game. That's exactly what they did with that 4-2 split.
Yeah, Doki, I think, shows what he can bring. Obviously, there's questions raised about him for the past 2 Playdays. Didn't have great games. I think that has to be said. Before we get into G2, I want to talk about Wolves. I mean...
No. We get into G2 first. They won the game.
I want to talk about Wolves because, I'll tell you why, Milosh. I think that they should be going out and beating teams like G2. Because I think that G2 at the moment, they're not in the greatest of places to be playing like really strategical, methodical Siege. All G2 can do is really play that one way, which is kind of random, sporadic. Like, we kind of sat there and
watched G2. That's what beat Wolves today, though.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, you sit there and look at G2 in the defense, and you're like, okay, what are they going to do next? Who's jumping out a window next? What's going on? Even on the attacks, okay, Amaru, Ying, these cheese plays. I feel as if Wolves should have been ready for that today.
They should have been better today. That was definitely right. I think they also had a bit of a questionable map strategy to go to Theme Park, to leave it open, because it's one of their permabans as well.
It's true. Well, there's a lot of questions that we need to answer in our next Playday. For Wolves, they'll be going up against M&M, so I'm very excited to see how that matchup actually pans out. Next Monday, for all the fans, will probably be our final matchup, which, speaking of which, Demo Fresh, are ready for this one, because I know you especially were excited for it.
You say I'm excited for every game, which is the way it is.
As long as it involves a UK team, you're buzzing.
No, I'm excited for anybody.
M&M, G2R, you can.
I've enjoyed every game today. I don't know. I'm getting slandered for no reason, all because I have I care. See, I care about this. I care about these games.
Welcome to the desk.
Honestly, these are just like...
Navi versus Team Secret in just a few.
3 points themselves, but what?
Fucking hole coming right up. Fucking hole coming right up. Fucking hole coming right up.
Welcome back, everybody. Our final matchup before today is about to begin. Navi versus Team Secret. And there is a lot on the line for these two teams on here because we've been expecting the two of them to step up, given the transfers going into Stage 3, which is what we're in right now in EUL. And Navi, like Fresh described earlier on in the stage, they probably got the best hand out of everybody in the transfers, but then Team Secret had some major restructuring to how they do things, big surprises that have happened over the past 2 weeks, and we're going to talk about that on the desk. I'm Milosh, it's Fresh, Zed, and Demo. Demo, I'm looking at you for this here. Secret, what can they bring?
Well, I think Secret, they've kind of been seen as a side that there's not really much going for them for the past 2 years, but these two changes, as we know, have really made a big impact. I think Astro has been sitting on the sidelines for far too long in Tier 2, and he comes straight into Tier 1. He looks like he's been here for years, doesn't it? That's why I think you look at Astro, no fear, the confidence is there. I also think, similar story to what we talked about BDS, the older players have had a bit of a resurgence. Kendra, he's back in form, which is good to see.
Not just Kendra, though. Superpower player demo. You said you would sing it for me.
Oh, God,
Sleben has come back to form. He had a massive game last week, and I think genuinely, Secret are a team that are heading in the right direction. You know, if you look at that round performance graph up on the top right of your screen there, look at how big they were getting beaten before they.
Yeah.
You can see that turning point. That game against Heroic and Wolves.
0-4.
Generally, it's been pretty good. And the same coming into this stage. One loss, one win. It's been pretty good. They've been working to good things. I think they've got a little bit of a tendency to overreact and try and make too many plays with each other, but that's certainly not a bad thing.
Game, yeah.
That's not something that you want to like inhibit from your team. I think they're a solid team, and I think sitting around mid-table is where I would expect at the end of this stage. But progressing, looking
That's good for them.
looking forward into next year. Exactly, looking forward into next year. They've got, I think, hopefully going into next year, they've got a nice base to build from.
That's true. And it's been a while since I've been able to say that.
Yeah.
About Team Secret. What about Navi on the other side, Fresh?
Navi are a team that, to be honest, are in a similar vein. Similar position in the table, similar position where they have these wins and quite big losses, again, pointing to that round performance graph. But winners of the transfer window, I think picking up Leader, we know how good and how clutch he was in the Playday 1. Skiddy, youngest average age. There's so many things that you can talk about this team. Another team that generally, you're probably looking towards 2023 as being an unreal team. This stage is all about building that experience within these players, picking up the wins. They're going to lose games, they're going to lose rounds because of some of their inexperience, but it's all about that learning curve for them.
Obviously, Invitational is a bit out of the reach for this side because they haven't done too well in the past few stages. But hey, there's open qualifiers.
Open qual run.
That's a team that I think you have to look at and respect. You can make a really good run going into that competition. But I think the thing about Navi, they just look just as if they're having fun, which I think was something that we didn't see with Navi. I don't think the personality wasn't there. They looked, very mediocre, especially whenever you look at the final few games of their last play. It was a bit sad to watch. And now you see them in Rogue and everything was popping off. They talk about Teb making the food, getting the pasta going and all that. And, I think you can see they're having fun because it's just a bunch of lads playing a bit of Siege.
Between Teb and Naif, who's officially rebranded to Naif with an F-E and not a T-H. And it seems like, as you say, it's a good, healthy environment in the team, and that's something that is difficult to foster, especially when you have so many young players. Usually you need, some support staff and everything around them, but sometimes you hit the lucky coin and it kind of just all falls together.
Yeah, I think so too. I think Navi, they are a good team. We haven't even touched on Skiddy. Skiddy's performance when he came into this team has been incredible. Gets himself in the entries. Really is a very confident player for a guy that's quite unassuming on, socials in terms of his presence. Quite unassuming. You get him in the server and he's an absolute demon.
Does his dock in the server, that's what it is,
Yeah, that's where it all matters. So, what matters on what map today? Let's see which one that will be for our final game of today. It'll be Bank. All right, Navi going for the attacking side. They ban out Theme Park just before, and Team Secret start off on defense. What's it look like?
So Secret obviously played Bank last week against G2, played pretty well. Demo did his celebration on one of their rounds where he thought they could have that little bit more composure that we're looking for today. But for Navi, they've always left it open, but situationally have just not played it over the past 2 or 3 months.
Okay.
So it's a map that they like but have left open.
Just one that we don't really associate them with, but it'll be exciting to see how Navi go into it. I think Bank gets... Both these sides have shown good clutch potential, which I think you didn't used to say about these sides. I don't think you used to look at them and say, they can just pull around out of thin air, which I think you can say for some of the bigger teams who we know they have multiple players who can step up, but you didn't really have that, but now I think you do.
But Demo, you both have been talking about this as these two teams have a lot in common that can actually come down. They faced off against one another in so many ways, so many different iterations. But what sets them apart when you're actually on the server? What will make the difference for a victory for either one of them? What's the victory condition?
I would say I think Navi have... I want to say I think they have the better gun skill. I think they have a bit more firepower. I think just having Skiddy on his own, I think he can be a game changer. I think if he steps up today, can be massive. Whereas I do think that Secret, in terms of the being able to win from depositions and man count is something that Secret, I think, have showcased really well. They could be sitting at 2v5, and he still wouldn't put it past them that they can win that. So I think Secret have a bit more of a bite back whenever things are going wrong.
Yeah, that 2v5, it was Kendra and Grubby, right? On border against BDS, doesn't really phase them the situations. Like I say, this, for Secret, it's a team that, they really want to help each other. They're really trying to make those team-based plays, Twister's influence into that team-based LATAM style. I think if Secret stick to that, I would slightly put them as favourites.
It's a good game. It's going to be a good game.
Yeah, I'm very excited for this.
I'm very excited for this one as well. So, Demo, Fresh, thank you very much. That's Navi versus Team Secret. got Designates to take you through it. Enjoy.
Thank you very much, Milos, here for the last game of the day on Bank. And as the Despot was talking about, Tim, this could shape up to be a real banger. I was looking at the games earlier on, and for me, this was my game of the day. I think it's really hard to call given how these teams have been playing. Looking at the history on Bank, Navi haven't played it since April and obviously have made roster changes since then. Secret too, but they're in a spot where they have already played it. They played it last week against G2. So Navi have a little bit of recency to go off here as well. No doubt some counter prep coming in. But this game, I get the feeling it's not going to be a quick one.
No, I'd agree with you. I think the reason that this one's so exciting as well is both of these teams feel like they're on a little bit of an upward trajectory.
Absolutely.
They're both having a bit of a resurgence. And right now, we're sort of excited to see just how far that can go. You know, how good can these teams be? Can they really surprise us and fight for a top 4 spot even this stage? You know, time will tell. It's, you know, there's games to be played. Let's put it that way. Now, then, Knock is going to come in as our first ban. No surprises whatsoever here on Bank. Next one will be a little bit more variation, I'd have thought. We might have the classic Thatcher, but maybe a Hibana, maybe a Zero. I don't think anybody saw that one coming particularly.
I was looking at the ban rates and pick rates earlier. I think we pointed this out for across stage 2 and 3, how the changes have moved. I think DKB's had the highest pick rate and win rate increase, to be fair, of all operators because she now has those impact EMP grenades. With the Mark 14 on side, with recoils going nuts as well, having a fantastic gadget that we all know can be infuriating to play against, just in a very, very good spot. So you may well see her quite a bit throughout this game. It's not 10 PM plus FPL. The bans, question mark is probably the questions the boys are putting forward there in the chat. But the final ban is going to be the Kaid. So the Thatcher left open, the same as in our last game here, Tim. Does mean that you'll probably see that in some rounds to help the teams move through the map a little bit quicker. But with things like the Zero ban coming in, it's very clear there was some targeted banning coming out.
Yeah, I think so. Zero's just super powerful as well. I don't think necessarily his play rate goes to in line with how flexible an operator he really is. You know, he's got the SAM cams. We know how important information is. He's got the hard breach gadget option. He's got a good gun. You know, there's plenty going for Zero. And we don't see necessarily as much play as that might always suggest. There's just a couple of others that maybe edge him out for other reasons. But Zero going off the board this time. So round number 1, we're going to have Team Secret kicking us off on defense against Navi here on Bank, and it's going to be all the way down in the basement. We're going to lockers this time, and that is going to be our opener. How hard will they try to hold on to opening staff is always the question that we ask. That hatch being open would suggest there will be a presence in there that is going to look to fall back through that hatch as and when the time comes for them to get back to site.
Well, let's see how things shape up then. We've got a few roamers by the looks of it coming out for Secret. Expecting to see Groovy on the Malusi out and about around the map, as well as the Jaeger, potentially Sleben as well. The other two maybe a little bit more dug in. Kendry wielding that Mark 14, as I spoke about. The main justification for why the KB has been increasing in popularity alongside the Impact EMP grenades. Similar story on the defensive side, though. A few teams have still been running things like the Roni. I still wager Mark 14 generally because you can put suppressor on it. The kick isn't all that bad. It's still very controllable versus a lot of other guns in the game right now that have had some pros even having to readjust their sends entirely to be able to deal with that.
Navi straight up for the top floor clearance, where that there's the potential for Team Secret to be out in the map, and that is exactly where they're going to be. We've got Astro on the Jaeger at the top of Marble Stairs, going to drop himself away. Continue playing in Archives and Tellers for the time being. Ooh, takes a little pot shot spray through the soft wall there. Leader, I won't say lucky to come away without any damage, but there's always the possibility when those bullets start flying. But the gods of luck not quite with the defenders today. Navi going to take down Sleben. That's going to be the opener. That's the Mozzie off the board, and that is part of that opening staff clearance. It leaves Groovy in there on their own on the Malusi, and this could be dangerous for Team Secret on the defense.
This is looking dangerous already. Surely he sees the man, but no, just about steps out as well. The long angle's being cut off by Navi here as well. I mean, I think for a second I was going to say Sleben was really close to dropping down to the hatch, but got taken out at the last second. Will Groovy meet the same fate? But no, he finds Nath on the other side, getting rid of that buck and drops himself away. So a pretty good job being done by Secret. They get their 1-for-1. They get themselves back to site. They burn through 1 minute and 45. Not that bad of a roam at all.
No, not terrible. The loss of Nath isn't the end of the world. The book not too useful for a basement attack specifically. There's just not many soft surfaces. There's only the hatches that you can work from any verticality. So once they'd got beyond that top to mid floor clearance going down, at that point, his job was largely done. So that leaves us 4 versus 4. Skiddy's going to be working down Marble Stairs. We often see a player trying to pressure from that side. We've also had one man moving out towards Garage as well. So watching out for the backstab is going to be important for Team Secret here. Going to just collect that diffuser so they've got it in hand. 30 seconds. Need to be thinking about this final execute. And I'm a little bit concerned here because Navi not really in position to do that right now.
They're looking no doubt towards a west side execute here, given the 3 players are executing out towards this side and have got themselves set up, which means server is safe for Team Secret to play inside it. But Navi, for now at least, don't particularly seem to care. We're into that last 15. It's time to step on forward. You've got Kendry holding down inside a Garage as well, but no one's pushing in that way. So in fact, there might be a slight advantage on site, but Kendry finds one, makes it a second as well before Astro and Savage clean up. Navi, you thought there for a second might have something going on, but cannot get away with it. And Secret hold on firm.
Navi just didn't do enough work to soften sight up. Team Secret were well prepared for what was coming. They'd recognised no pressure was coming to server, so all guns were pointed in the direction of vault elevators and main stairs. And ultimately, that's where the kills came from. Kendrew doing a great job down there on the Garage ramp to shut a couple down. And Navi just leaving themselves with too much to do, not enough time, and as I say, just not softening up sight enough. Not clearing out any further defenders. They really could have done with another kill or two before they start that final push. They just didn't really feel like they had any teeth there in round 1.
No, I completely agree. It was... I don't want to say it was bad in terms of their initial clear, because they caught with one of the potential roamers very early on the drop hatch down in towards the hallway. So that in itself was a great start for Navi. And I thought, okay, cool. You've got started with a kill. How can you now close down on Groovy? How can we start getting set up for the site? But as you say, the defenders didn't have to pivot, they didn't have to move. They just kind of pointed their guns in the right way and waited for the play to come through. So for Navi, once you've got that map control, putting pressure onto site is going to be a key part of it. Should be a little bit easier, I feel as well. The windows, obviously, on CEO are super instrumental, so that should be where a lot of the focus comes in for Navi.
Going to be the top floor then. As you say, a lot of window focuses, so much so that the diffuser's just been dropped on the ground out there as well. So that already tells us everything we need to know about this attack. We're going to have Skiddy working in towards Lawn Office potentially. Just going to be working those angles as well up onto Banana. Interesting to see that Leader isn't over in that direction at the minute. Potentially going, there we go, he heads over. Thank you very much. The Hibana going to be looking for that long range open up onto the elevator walls. Will be well placed potentially, because we've of course got one of Team Secret just playing in there. We know it's such a power position. It's going to be Groovy up there on the Jaeger. He's got ADSs, he's got everything he needs to stay in this position, but if there is a flood of utility comes in through that wall, the ADS will only do so much.
Absolutely. It's a matter of time of how much they can burn through, though, and still find the player, right? The Sin teams get creative with things like Twitch drones historically. They have a couple of flashes in the back pocket, a leader to make use of, and the nades that can still be sent sky high. If you're bringing along 4 nades here, really, you do want to see them be heading towards an intended target and getting you a kill, if not taking out several pieces of utility. So we'll keep a close eye on exactly what Tev and Skiddy are looking to do with those.
Teb's going to get himself, for the time being, onto the square skylight rappel. It's just going to prevent Savage from moving any further into the map from Janitor, but to be honest, it's unlikely that he's going to want to push that far. Teb not really applying any pressure directly onto site at this point, and I think recognising that himself is going to be relocated. Secret reasonably comfortable in their inside of conference, inside of CEO at the minute. They're not really being pushed around again, and Skiddy's moved around. He's going to be holding that long angle in through stock window as Kayak looks to get established inside of square skylight now. This is where Navi need to start finding some pressure, and the way to do that is they need to push multiple sides at the same time. So they need Nath just pressuring from the window. They need Ted finding that pressure in through the soft wall, but he's not going to be able to, as Astro absolutely cuts him down at range. Kendrew goes again, and those two are going absolutely huge for Secret at the minute.
Yeah, not the best use of utility here at Navi either. Those 2 impact nades burnt through. The flashes all still in the back pocket of Leader, for example, and not a single nade has come flying out of the two that are wielding for in their back pockets. Navi just not completing the right steps here, and Secret happy to sit still, play behind keeper barriers, of which only one has been destroyed in the round, and then pick off their targets as Navi step forward. It's too soft from Navi. It needs more pressure. It needs more strength, more of that utility usage if they're going to have a strong few rounds coming up. But for now, at least, it looks like it's going to be a Secret 2-0. A nice shot out of Kite, but it's got 5 seconds on the clock, and they should give him absolutely nothing here.
Nope, he's just going to have a little look around. It's ultimately Astro that manages to shut him down. And my only concern for Team Secret right now, Des, is that they don't fall asleep, because they are so comfortable. They are cozy as right now, just sitting inside a site, no pressure, no discomfort for them whatsoever, no room to be forced to move, no disruption from Navi in terms of the site. And that's something that Navi have got to change here, because Team Secret are coming in with a game plan and they are just playing it from minute 1 to the end of the round. They can just continue doing exactly what they set up to do. They're not having to adapt. They're not really having to change anything, because of what Navi are putting in front of them. They just set out their stall, and then they pick up the kills as and when they come to them. And, credit to Team Secret, they're doing fantastically well, but Navi are just not making them move. I want to see some disruption here. I'd even go so far as to say, bring something wild, bring something like a fuse or something. You're attacking mid-floor, get up on top floor, put a few fuse charges down, clear utility, force defenders to move, and just make their lives difficult. I just want to see Team Secret not be able to just sit and hold their angles.
I mean, for Secret, that's a nice thing as well, if they played 2 different styles, right? One where they had a few members out on the roam looking to cause a bit of bother. Another where, for the vast majority of the round, they are all back on site, just waiting to see what Navi do. So we've said it enough. Navi are the ones who've got to pick up the pace a little bit here. Secret, at the minute, it feels, can do no wrong until they are challenged. So here we go then with an assault onto staff and open area. What was, for a time when Bank came back into play, it was the go-to site. This is where most teams would opt to start their defenses. It was the most popular in terms of play rate as well. CEO has often actually been dropped away by most teams, even with Tellers and Archives being favoured in place instead. So I was quite surprised to see in round 2 Secret go there. But it does mean now they have a very favourable site going into round 3. And it's Groovy starting out onto Skiddy, one of the entry players coming in for Navi, who this round will have no impact.
And I think, to be honest, that sentence, Des, unfortunately sums up Navi's attacks so far. No impact.
They got 4 kills, Tim, so...
yeah, ultimately, that just sums it right up. They have to change that, and they need to start winning some gunfights. They've got Skiddy, they've got Leader, they've got these players that we know can go in and just win fight after fight, but it is not happening for them right now. And I'm just wondering if it's one of those games where a team just falls a few rounds behind, and then all of a sudden, round 4 or something, they just wake up. And that's what Navi are going to need, because otherwise, this could be a quick end to the night. Groovy, he's up there. He's just trying to hold on this position. He knows that somebody's coming, but he doesn't know from where. It was a nice pinch there. Teb and Kayak managed to find their man, but Savage has an answer, manages to find Nif. 4 versus 3, still in the advantage of Secret.
What a walk. God, Teb, you're right inside. I thought someone was coming up Marble, then he could have been in deep trouble. But I love from Navi there. Well, I love the play because they all push in at the same time. They all go looking for kills at once, which is great. Obviously, it's not the site, though. And Secret still have now found themselves 2 kills up on that top floor. Of course, Skiddy was dead super early in the round, but they get a 1-for-1 between Groovy and Nath, and then they drop back down to site into very comfortable positions. So it's good movement by Secret to respond. And Kayak here, does he know about his man? Yes, he does. But Sleben, he ain't going to miss those anytime soon. 4v2.
They're the fights you've got to win. If you're aware that the players there, Navi need to be hitting those shots. They're going to be getting the hatch open. That's going to give at least a vertical option into sight. They can start doing a little bit of work with the sledgehammer as well. But the problem that they've got now is they really don't want to be dropping through that hatch, because that's going to be a real Hail Mary at the end of things here. If they just come down to dropping and trying to plant, it's not going to work out. With 35 seconds left to go, they need to find some angles. They need to get a couple of kills. They want to be coming in here 2v2 realistically in the next 15 or 20 seconds, and it looks like that is what they are potentially going to try and do. Leader has moved down into Square Skylight, but I'm just not sure that they've got any ideas here, Des.
At least they've used a couple of frag grenades this time, Tim. Obviously 2 still in the back pocket of Skiddy, who's down and out for the round. 3 flashes still with Leader, 1 now being consumed. Tries to push his way forward, but he's got absolutely no idea where his left from his right is at this point. It's just Teb left standing. Savage for the closeout. Secret once again largely untroubled, and Navi, understandably, after just 3 rounds, call their tactical timeout.
It certainly is an early one. I'll give Navi, I'll give them the do there at the end of the round. It did come down to them trying to split up at least. Leader went in through double door. We had the hatch drop come in at the same time. They just couldn't get anything going because, like I say, at that point, 2 versus 4, dropping into open area and staff, you just don't have the manpower. That's you're going to drop into a crossfire. Ultimately, Team Secret can say, right, these 2 players watch hatch, these 2 players watch double door. Simple as that. And the players watching hatch, they can keep an eye on metal as well because, on beepers, because, arguably a push maybe comes in, but you should be able to challenge either hatch or beepers. It's not too big a distance to cover. So ultimately, it's the easiest hold for Team Secret at that point. And Navi need to be winning those fights early in the round so they're not so much on the back foot like that.
A lot of talking there being done by Nathan. Leaders now started to chip in towards the end. So clearly, ideas being shared back and forth across the team about how they can amend and really get themselves out of this pit that they're starting to dig themselves. So far, it's only 3 rounds deep. But once we start getting down towards that 6 feet deep mark, you then start to worry quite significantly about will they be able to battle their way back in. We go into that second quarter of the game, that concept we love talking about at this point, Tim, and I imagine we're going to see the same 3-site rotation out of Secret. We saw the same earlier on out of Walls when they were on Theme Park as well. Lots of teams opting not really to repeat sites these days and just stick to their rotation they've agreed to. I don't know whether it's to kind of try and get the stigma of, okay, we lost the last round, we might lose it again here unless we get this absolutely perfect. It just helps reset that. They stick to the game plan in their mind of, right, this site, this setup, away we go. Whatever happened 3 rounds ago doesn't matter. For now, though, we'll see what they can do in the basement and just how well Navi can press them.
I love the little bit of extra juice that the shotguns were given for destruction. It was a decent little bit of time ago, and I think it was about 6 months ago that they just got it. But that's exactly where I was going to be looking. That was where it was happening when I thought about it. And now you're blasting through one wall and you're taking out the one across the corridor as well. It really does speed things up in the prep phase, which I think ultimately was the intention because it was focused specifically at destruction.
It's the Bailiff that gets me. Like, Bailiff was like quite small holes before, and it got souped up where you could actually do quite a lot with it. But what frustrates me about it, having used it quite a bit this season so far already, is it's very splintered in terms of the holes that it opens up. So you get the odd plank just still sticking in the way that doesn't open a perfect rotate. So you find yourself going through a couple of clips to get a perfect opening kind of set up. Whereas other shotguns, like you say, I think it was Helby said if you get the right distance with the classic SAS shotgun, you can actually open a rotate in just one blast, which is pretty crazy.
Absolutely. If you want a tip for the Bailiff for opening up rotates, do it whilst moving forwards or backwards, away from the target that you're shooting at. It opens up a bigger hole. There you go. You can take that one with you. Now then, we're going to be heading into round 4. We're back down into those lockers. Navi are making some good progress here, Des. They've got themselves into the mid-floor, but it feels like Secret are just sort of inviting them in a little bit here. They've got Kendrew on the pulse who's just feeding all that information, but I'm just a little bit concerned for Team Secret that maybe they give a bit too much up here, that they give Navi too much time to think and to plan and prep, and that we are going to see that final execution this time from Navi, whereas last time Team Secret have starved them out of time very, very well.
I'd love to know from Ubi how many games now just got spun up in custom one-man game modes with Alibi being picked and the Bailiff now being tested, walking back and forth with everyone wanting to see exactly how well it works. It's Kayak, though, looking to make something work here. Bit of a sidestep into fire there. Groovy, not quite what I had on my agenda for a player to be doing today, as Kayak, inhaling lungfuls of that toxic gas, is down to about 5 HP or so. You can get tickled on at this point, and it'll be done in the round, so no doubt a close eye being kept by the defenders to hold things out, but it's a better start for Navi. They found themselves the start to the round they want with one man going down. Savage now potentially being pushed here. Distance being taken. He's in behind the trolley, but can he get the finishing shot off? Is there a swing from the top side? Not yet. Now he sees the man, but it's just too late. A good close down by Navi, and we're into a 5v3.
The LMG put to great use there. You heard it just going with the suppressing fire, just preventing the shotgun blast coming around the corner there and leaving us now in a 5 versus 3. But there goes Astro. What a game he's had so far. And it just continues 6-0 at the minute. 4 versus 3. Time ticking down. 18 seconds left to go. It might just be rescued for Navi here, Des. But this could be a real problem. In comes Kayak with a little backstab. Manages to get himself in a position to plant as well. Exactly what he's going to do. But he doesn't need to, as Temp manages to find the reverse angle on the hatch. Final kill, and that is going to be Navi taking their first round.
Better from Navi as well. Even down to how they pinched the player on blue stairs. just found the early shutdown. They acted very quickly onto the player that was behind servers as well. Again, for Groovy, first man that died, I'll probably be asking questions there. You're stepping across in towards fire. What do you think is going to happen? Are you hoping to trade out in a 1v1, acknowledging you are basically doomed? Or was that a bit of a misstep there and a bit of a miscalculation? But for Navi, good attack onto players that were isolated, getting themselves into a 5v3. Much better compared to what you saw in the first 3 rounds.
I think what I picked up from Team Secret as well, was probably a part of that. They just stood off Navi a bit too much. Navi so far have struggled with time and they've struggled with disrupting what the defense have set out to do. And I don't feel like Team Secret really lent into that in that last round. As you picked up on in round 1, defending lockers, part of what worked so well was their own, was being out there and making it difficult for Navi to get in the map, just, wasting a lot of time. Whereas this time, they played without it completely. And Navi had about 1 minute 40 to build that execute, to build the pressure, to build the attack, to recognise what was going on. And I think that Team Secret maybe by trying to switch up the game style, I get what they're doing. They don't want to become predictable, but I feel like they took away the elements that worked so well last time.
Absolutely. Let's see if they can keep on layering it in here. As Kendra is now one of the ones out on the roam here on the Mozzie, looking to find what he can in terms of drones left idly scattered around the map. And Tim, I'm looking at this kind of competency in the Oscar and the Sens together and just thinking surely there is something explosive yet to come in this round, assuming, of course, they can deal with the potential danger from down under. That C4 in Kendra's back pocket is one that I'm keeping an eye on.
It's got to be part of the plan, hasn't it?
Absolutely.
You don't bring an Ossa and a Sense along without having a plan for those gadgets. We saw, I think it was potentially last week in APAC, an attempt to use the Sense to get that diffuser down on the ground. It was dumped in through the window, but it was too close to the breach, really, and it just didn't pan out. So that's something that Navi need to be aware of, need to be careful of. Placement of that gadget. Looks like we're going to be seeing it very, very soon. Not supported by the Ying, but still a good opportunity to get in here. Kayak is going to go. He's going to get that shield positioned and look for a plant straight away. I like this.
Oh, Kendrew is in the place where he doesn't need to be right now. He's looking for kills on the window as the plant's going down, and the C4 is the one thing that really could have helped them. The impact comes out a few seconds too late. They do get a kill. They find a second, but now can they have a jump out, potentially looking for the windows? Surely at this point, Kendrew's considering it. He gets a kill out here. It's a whole different ball game, but has got to make this one work. It's a double jump out. Will they find the man? Teb goes down from one side. It's a kill back and forth as Nafe still holds on to 2. They're going to try and stick the defuse here. Is another jump out coming in here? Yes, it is. Savage finds his man, and Secret stick the disable, win round 5.
Well played from Savage there, just recognising that there was a potential opportunity for his man to get back onto the window. So just make sure that that's not possible. Takes him down and the diffuser is disabled. I liked the idea from Navi. We've seen them struggle to get the diffuser down. I've said countless times that they've not been disrupting the defence. So what are we going to do? We're going to disrupt the defence. We're just going to go in. We're going to throw some light screens in there. We're just going to dive in through the windows, try and throw the diffuser down. We'll call it a rush. We'll see what sticks. I sort of like the idea, but the problem with a rush like that is you've got to be prepped for it. You've got to be prepped for the next 45 seconds that comes along, and I don't feel like Navi realistically had an answer. In that situation, if you've got 4 Team Secret players left alive, I can tell you now there's going to be a double jump out. We all know there's going to be a double jump out. And I just don't feel like they were really prepped for that. They didn't have claymores down on the ground. It's not the end of the world if that double jump out comes out. You lose your man on rappel, but both of them die when they hit the ground. That's kind of fine. You get yourself back up on rappel and you're probably fine. They just didn't plan for it, I don't think.
Absolutely. Although overall, no one expects post-plan to see 2, 3 players throwing themselves out of windows like that. It's a fair play for Secret for taking what was ultimately a high-risk yet high-reward play. It got them down to just 1 man left alive in Nathan. They managed to clean that up nice and easy. Kendra there for a second I thought might have to move away, but just blasts out that Rotero drone at the last second. At least now that's the intent communicated by Navi that they want to come pushing in from Prince's side, or at the very least, one of them does.
Just Nerf taking pot shots into stock there, likely to clear out the barricade, but you never know what you might catch on the other side. We saw Groovy in this position last time around, wasn't really able to hold on to it. It was a nicely played pinch by Navi to clear him out. But Team Secret are going to be looking at this point. Last time they ended up getting themselves a nice little kill early in the round. They got 4 back to site, and they just left Navi with very little chance after they got top floor control. If they can do that again and come with a 5-1 half on the defensive bank here, they're going to be absolutely ecstatic. They know that there's 3 points lining up for them at that point. They only need to find one site. The tertiary site will be fine if they can just go in there and get the wins on that each time it comes around. That'll be enough, Groovy, with a beautiful kill to open things up onto leader.
I think we're using that little moment there as well. Kayak kind of sacrificing his teammate to get the play through. It is 1-for-1, and it's the smoke that's gone down, which is the real sticking point here as well. Groovy now taken down after he was in such a good spot, making use of those keeper barriers around Banana to keep himself safe from ATM's lobby and the windows. But Navi have found 2 kills, the 2 they need to try and bring something back in this half, and at the very least, walk away with 2 attacking rounds. Unless, of course, Sleben and Astro, 10 kills between them, have got something to say.
It's not going to be easy for them. This is a complete reverse of what we saw last time around on this site, where it was Navi facing the 2v4. We've got Sleben out just by Copier at the minute. I'm not sure if Navi have picked up on that position or not, so there is the potential for a little bit of a flank from him, but I just think that Skiddy may be in a position... no, he's moving away. I thought he might just be in a position in Archives to be trying to hold on to him. He's seen his man, though. That's a brilliant kill from Skiddy, and that pretty much closes out the round. Sleben can make a move now, but it's going to be too little too late. Skiddy is long gone at this point up into Square Skylight. He's going to be heading for the hatch to support that drop into sight. He's doing exactly that. He's going to be covering off the single window from Copy. Sleben, he's got so much work ahead of him here.
They've all dropped in now and going for the plants. He's going to have to move fast if he wants to make this work, and I think he'll realise in about 2 seconds' time just how dire the situation really is. And there it is. The beeps of doom. They let him know that this round is probably not going to be going his way unless he can pull off an absolute masterpiece. And also he knows very unlikely someone's going to sit on the hatch. What real reason is there to? But what an angle being held by Skiddy. Just holding the long one in case the play did come in from above and gets the easy close down.
4-2 half then for Team Secret. I think that they'll be happy with that. Maybe not so much with that round 6. There was an opportunity there for England, especially when they take leader out to begin with.
Yeah.
For them to get that 5-1 half. So maybe kicking themselves there, but they're going to head on to the attack. Navi will be going straight down to the basement. Teb is on the Oryx, so there's going to be plenty of opportunity. I would expect to see a roam across all 3 floors, maybe supported by somebody like Kayak on the mute, potentially, depending which weapon he's brought with him. No, he's on the shotgun, so he won't be on the roam. Maybe Skiddy on the Legion will be out there with him, just trying to hold on to those top floors for the time being.
Absolutely, that's the starting point. Now we get to see how things play out on the second side of things, though, and see if Secret can employ something a little bit different here. As you say, so with that top floor play, they're not going to come into it here, try and control as much as the map as you can. Probably quite excited to see how Nave plays on at this Echo, mind you. Right now, he's just kind of babysitting them both, just trying to get one tucked up inside that drone hole. That one's for free. Nice little spot to have it, to be fair, and I wonder where the second one goes as well. And if he looks to use the second one potentially to play it more like Deepek does, to give assistance to the roamers up on the top floor whilst being very safely hidden away down in the basement.
Something that we've seen being brought out more and more as Rogue have shown us the power of that now. Look at Groovy here. He's on full sprint with the Ash. This is real Shift W stuff as he tries to get himself into server. He's got the pre-placed drone. This is a full server take coming in from Team Secret. They want early control over that area of the map.
I was going to say, I hope they smash site, but they need to do it together here. One man by himself is not really going to help out. This is a nice little use of the drone, actually, as well. Love this being poked up through the drone hole to feed information on who's on rappel. And Groovy's in a great spot. Finds one. Does he know about the second in gold bars? I don't think he does, but Nath now has an idea that he might be circling around. But Groovy's in a great spot. But again, unsupported is my concern. No one to follow up on the capitalization they found. Sometimes, ape strong together. Act as a group. If you want to throw yourself inside a site, make it 2 or 3 players. Take the diffuser with you. Hell, why the hell not? Because now the whole round's going to slow down, and Navi have a chance to bully you out on the roam.
I get what Groovy's trying to do there. He's on the Ash. It's not the end of the world if he loses his life. But I don't know if that was just a push too far, Des. He gets into sight. He gets his kill. He takes down leader. And it's the smoke, Des. That's your plant denial gone. What a perfect opening kill. Groovy can turn heels. He can run. He can get himself back into server. And he can just support his team. Do a little bit of droning. Help this top floor clearance. They're in a position then whereby they can get that diffuser down for free. 3. There is only Nath on the Yorkais that can possibly do anything about it. What a setup that would have been for them to push forward. Instead, he goes for more, he doubles down, and it doesn't pan out.
I feel bad for Leader. He's been domed at the start of quite a few of these rounds, and Groovy often has been the instigator, the one finding those kills. So even when he's sat on site thinking, yeah, I'm playing safe as can be, nah. Still finding himself losing his life very early inside the round. But as predicted, all these things have now slowed down after that initial bit of excitement right at the very start of the round. Groovy kind of doing his best Mowgli impression. It's the kind of plays that you'd see him look to make for the side of Wolves. Kayak being hit in the deck, and a nade follows over the top. He is done for this world. Good night, my friend. An easy nade kill finish off.
50 seconds left to go, and this is still absolutely doable for Team Secret here. They've got plenty of time. Nath is just checking server. He sees that there's nobody in there. Just going to be hiding the drone away under the desk. That is something that Secret definitely need to be finding. I don't think they're aware of it. Two of them run past. There we go. They've just seen it. Teb manages to get Kendrew, though, with a nice headshot on a very long angle. You can see from the B-bomb site there, able to find the line all the way through. But Savage, he's going to get the diffuser down.
There's no denial. Nace will try and make this play happen, but he won't get the angle in time. And Skitty hits the deck as well. They got away with a real smash and grab there, Tim. Got into the gold vault, taking the bars, and got out. And like this, Teb is the only one left standing against 3. Sleben in for the swing and the closeout. Secret up 5-2.
It's looking good for them at the minute. A great first attack.
Oh, Tim. Who did you predict for this one?
Go. I predicted Navi.
Oh, I predicted Secret.
See, I'm always happy on an EUL day. If I come in with the first 3 games and I get them right, I'm happy because my percentage is going up because I've got 60%, so my overall is going up. So I'm kind of happy with that. So no, not on a 60%. It'd go up slightly with your overall percentage.
If you're at 60% and you win 3 out of 5, that's
no, I'm
60%.
not saying that I'm on. I'm not saying that I'm on 60%. I'm saying if I get 60% on the day today, my overall percentage has to go up a little bit.
I see.
If I go 50-50, then obviously it'd stay the same.
No, I thought you were saying like you were already on 60%, and I was like, yeah, so it doesn't change.
No, it should go up slightly. So yeah, I'm happy. As long as I get 3 out of 5, I end up no worse off overall. But these last 2 have baffled me a little bit, to be honest. I really didn't see G2 winning. And the performances that Navi have shown us so far is just it's not what they've brought to bank, is the honest answer. We did comment in the pre-game. The analyst commented that we haven't really seen Navi play this map in a long time. Not through their own choice necessarily, but they also don't really choose to go here. And I think it's one that they'll be avoiding after this.
I just think overall it's kind of upset Central in a way today. I already mentioned that both Rogue and Wolves have now lost. Our top 2 teams from last stage have fallen short. Admittedly, going towards the very late stages of the game, so it has been close, but it's been M&M and G2 taking those valuable points away from the big teams. So although we have our kind of top 4 teams right now, you can see a Secret win this game, by the way. They jump into 3rd place, which is
It's crazy, isn't it? From 9th.
I tell you what, Tim, look at what's going on here. They're looking to move him from below. I do see Namara actually. I'm a liar. Surely not. Surely we're not going to see a real goon straight up there through the hatch and try and get a plant down when there's potentially players inside. Nath being one of them here as well, sat on the Yokais. If Kendrew gets away with this, I'm convinced they are basically playing Payday.
My problem here is I don't know where the cover's going to come from. That's my big concern. They've got somebody on copy window last I saw, but other than that, they've got Grubby out there on copy window. They're moving into electrical now, but how do they really prevent those shots coming in from around the hatch? I just don't know how that's going to happen. Astro knows that there's one inside of stock. He's going for it, Des.
All Astro's got to do is hold the hatch and stop any kind of support coming in, and they get away with it. Up he goes. Plant's going to go down. They've got Printer as well. They find 2 kills. Groovy, that's what you're looking for. But he's got to cover his man. Will they be there in time? The C4's over the top. Groovy stepped away to reload for a second, and it may have bit them a little bit. But there's more drops coming through. Reinforcements being thrown in by Secret, and we're down to a 3v2.
I get a feeling that Secret might still get away with this if they can get the hands on the diffuser, but in a 2v2, Kayak's challengers are going to be essential, but he can't get back through because of the castle barricade. It's going to be a tough hop through a rotation for him. He's not wanting to move at the minute, isn't Kayak? He's holding that long angle. I think he knows that the diffuser is in position, so he can just hold them as he is from distance behind that bomb chassis at the minute. There's still a minute left on the clock. Kayak. Big kill from Kayak. That's what they needed. Groovy low health. This one's over almost certainly done. Navi somehow managing to hold on, but as I say, the problem for Secret was the lack of cover. They had Groovy on stock hatch. Other than that, there was no way to stop that Nitro.
I feel like, nice from Kayak, so well played. I mean, Keeper barriers being normally used more in the early round, it feels, for the most part, or at least setting up... Where you going, Jackal? Fantastic question. But looking at how things are playing out with the Keeper barriers, just tucked in so tight against them as well, and using it to lean left, lean right, just kind of play through the bomb angle chassis as well. Just also well played. And I love the idea coming out of Secret. They just missed that one crucial detail that no one had admin covered, and it was a free C4 coming in over the top.
That's it. It was just about not having sufficient cover. If you're going to come up the hatch like that, it's a really difficult place to be able to lock down, because if you think about that hatch and where it's located, where are your angles to cover it as an attacker? There's, you know, if you get somebody pushing in from the small office, or you've got somebody in Kayak's position who can get a line of sight through there, it's almost impossible to be able to hold those angles. Kendrew was close to getting it down. It was a heads-up play on the Nitro to get him shut down. But once he does, that diffuser is down in no man's land at that point, and Team Secret just died despite throwing bodies trying to solve the problem. But we're going to have Navi going back down to the basement again. Team Secret, whilst there was a small mistake or two along the way, they still managed to get the job done reasonably easily, I thought. So it's a big gamble, this, for me, Navi, coming back here.
Okay, this is cheeky. Got himself right pressed up with the secondary ready to go, hoping that maybe Groovy was fancying another charge up through sewers, but not to be the case this time at the very least. Instead, he's up on the windows already. Several members, in fact, looking for the rappel on the side of Secret, and Skiddy dropping through this hatch, maybe trying to work his way out towards ATMs here to give a little bit of support, a little bit of a challenge on towards the window.
Team Secret, I think, just need to slow down a little bit. We've had a couple of rounds where they've tried that rush into sight. They've tried to just, you know, cheese themselves onto guaranteed overtime, onto that 6th round. Now is the time for me. Just take your foot off the gas a little bit and just do things properly. Just tick your boxes, move through, get your control, force players away, and just push Navi back onto site to begin with. They've got plenty of plant denial. They've got the Tachanka. You know, they've got the Nitros there. We can see a couple of those on side as well. So they can do something about the plant. So Team Secret, they do need to move kind of quickly. But for me, make sure you're going through that checklist. Make sure you're moving everybody back. You know, find your Vigil, find your Oryx, deal with them, which they haven't, and the Oryx may well just have a freebie in a minute onto Astro.
I'm still working their way through here and feel like they must have most of this control on the ground floor established. It's just like you say, the elevator player of Skiddy that hasn't been moved back down towards site. We're halfway through the round. There comes the drone, and now the indication should be there. Skiddy must know it's time to drop, so he will do so. Now back on site, but the consideration for Oryx is he can hatch hop very freely and get himself back into a dangerous position.
He can. You know, I'm not sure if Skiddy's been aggressive enough there on the defence. The opportunity was potentially there to get onto the flank of Astro before he got to Blue Stairs, but it wasn't to be. He was waiting for that bigger impact later in the round. We can see Team Secret just face checking there, making sure that he's gone. They've got a minute left here. They've got control over the mid and top floor, like you say, so long as they hold down the hatches and the flanks now, so long as they've recognised there's an Oryx, they should be absolutely fine to start thinking about posturing towards that final execution.
I love these long ranges as well. My only concern is we've seen teams employ this before. Teams just run through the fire because it's such a small area that the damage
so unpredictable as well.
Like, you can get it into a great spot like this, but you can just run through it and go behind the bomb chassis. That is arguably where C4s will come into their own. I'm slightly concerned that we've only got 30 seconds left and not a single C4 has been used yet, and we've still got plenty of those Shumikas to come out. This is a little bit concerning for Secret, Tim.
It really is. Kendrew, he manages to run in deep. Nitro misses him and he starts getting that plant down. He's going to stick that. There's no way there's a Nitro going in there. Skiddy gets one onto Sleben. The only concern now is, do Secret have the angles they need to be able to hold on to this? If they've got the hatch in the small office, this should be fine. But Kayak, he finds the first of the retake. He's going to find Kendrew with a headshot and leave us now in a 5 versus 3. This is the position that they need. Astro, nice. He's got the holes. He's got everything that he should require. Groovy is on the cover. He's got to find this kill, Des.
Oh, but he gets taken down as well. Groovy finds one into a second. I was sure that vertical was going to have him down, but no. Leader gets one back, but it's all going pear-shaped. Savage back on site. We're into the last few seconds. They've got to make it work now. It simply cannot be done. It ends with a trade, and Secret move up to match point.
Groovy wins that round for me there. Well, there's a couple of things that happen. Kendrew's plant position is great to get himself away from all that denial, from Nitros, from the Tachanka canisters coming in. He does a great job to get that case down on the ground in difficult circumstances, especially playing into the smoke on the door there, because normally you could never plant in that position. Somebody's going to hit you from elevators or bottom of main stairs, but he manages to get away with it. But then Groovy, that 2K on double door into open area, that wins the round for them at that point, because otherwise Navi almost certainly secure that retake. The vertical kill up through the bars into stock was an absolute beauty. It was. That was the round winning moment.
I mean, probably also a question to ask around Kayak charging into the room with no gun up and ready ADS to go for this kind of fight as well. In a way, Groovy unlucky not to get that kill onto the leader, otherwise he would have cleaned up all three and it would have been, well, nice try, Navi, but no cigar. And the thing is about it, they made the right play. 3 players I thought was like, whoa, that's a real commitment towards retaking the vertical, because they know without it they can't win the round. And even though they lose 2, retain 1, it's just still not enough, because Savage had the long angle from blue stairs as well. So a really good post plant coming out of Secret. Even though they were down on numbers, Groovy really holds the fort down inside of open area and gets the win.
And now this is going to be a tough one. What?
Holds the fort down.
Holds the fort down.
I say it, and every single time I think it, David Mitchell would be so disappointed in me. And the Queen, obviously. That's a heart and soul.
This is going to be a tough one for Navi. They find themselves in round 10 and they're trying to hold on to top floor. So they're going to have to deal with those windows. There's going to be direct pressure onto sides. We can see Secret already opening up stock and square skylight doors. So the push is likely to be coming from that side. And as I said, Savage straight up there on those windows. Navi are not going to get a second to breathe in this round.
No, and that's the way it should be. I guess the pressure coming in is what you're looking for. We saw Navi on the attacking side be a little bit, I don't want to say passive on this side, but I guess on CEO you can't be too aggressive. We had Kendry running around an awful lot when Secret won the defense earlier on. He didn't manage to get underneath with the C4 coming out, and as much at the time I said, oh, why are you at ATMs? That's ain't the place to be. It's with the C4 underneath the Ossa. I think also he'd been droned out, he'd been forced to move away, so that was also a massive part of it. They've got to get rid of this mute jammer, though, that sat here on the elevator wall. Otherwise, it's no dice and you can't move forward. So a nade or 2 chopped up here should be enough.
Yeah, that's it. It's not a massively difficult one to get rid of, but what they do need to be careful of is that Nath doesn't pop up from behind the teller's desk and dish them a deposit out here, because that's what he's going to be looking for. I'm not sure they're aware of his position. It's a freebie. Easy as that. Nath manages to take Astro down. I think they did manage to get the mute jammer first, and that is a good trade. Groovy coming in and managing to get Kayak to keep things level at least. Yes, they have got elevator corridor locked down. So Team Secret, although they shouldn't really be losing that opening kill so easily, it was a bit of sloppy droning, they've not come away too badly.
I can't imagine how many times Navi's voice comms will just be ringing out the word rats when Groovy gets a kill like that as well. Crept out of nowhere. Why the hell is he there? Why is he coming up through the garage and getting a freebie? But it is a freebie as a man crosses. Very fortunate really for Secret. They didn't, sorry, not for Secret, for Navi, they didn't lose 2 on that, because there was 1 rotating back through tellers. And of course, the one that we saw coming across the top of Marble was the one that ultimately did go down. But as it sits, still a 4v4. My concerns once again are that we're getting into this last 30 seconds, which mean the pressure starts to mount on Secret here. You've got to get this plan together. You've got to make the play happen.
This is it. They just seem to be feeling similar to the comment I made about Navi on here, where they've just not really got any teeth in this attack. They've stalled out. They're not really doing anything. Groovy knows that there's somebody inside of here. He hears the Nitro rip, and he takes the opportunity. Kendrew's in. Shield is down, but Leader gets an essential kill. 10 seconds left to go, and Secret have got to make a play here, Des. And the sand is running through the hourglass. They just don't have the time. Teb, he's going to shut down Savage, and this is Navi's round as Teb gets another on the long angle, and they manage to keep themselves fighting. It's 4-6 now.
It's just that one small detail there. Otherwise, that looks so good. But Kendry's deployment of the shield, he was tucked in as far as he could, but the angle was slightly, and understandably, angled out towards the double windows that were out down the corridor. At the same time, not considering the janitor was still soft and a man could swing him, just get the tiniest gap through onto his knees, shut him down, and that is the end of that. Hello.
Well, we're going back down to lockers. Oh, no, we're not.
Was that you in the dark? It was you in the darkness.
Me, I'm in the darkness, yeah.
Yeah, no, it came up on screen for a second. We cut out to what the interview is, but obviously you share the same video link as the interviewees, and I just saw a floating microphone.
if it was me, I would sort of let back a little bit. I turn my lights off or it gets too hot, much as we do in the studio.
Yeah, exactly. Although they are turned on right now. I haven't asked them to go down today because the aircon has been nice.
Oh, that's not too bad then. Initially, they'd chosen lockers here, and I was interested in that choice because they played it twice, lost it twice, and I was a little bit worried for Navi. But instead, they're going to switch it up, and they're going to go for open area, which makes more sense. But the problem is, Team Secret, they're not going to play the same play here. They're not going to go with the Amaru up through the hatch. So we're going to see a different take here. It's likely to be vertical. It's going to be getting hold of that top floor, maybe drop the stock hatch and try and get the diffuser down behind the desks. It might be working through square and get through that double door. We'll see as the round progresses, but Navi, they need to keep fighting. There's no more mistakes for them.
Nope. And they know it as well. 2 rounds on the bounce to send us through to overtime in the first place, which guarantees nothing. I did say I didn't think this would be a short game. It's definitely felt more leaning in towards Secret in terms of how the rounds have played out. No, you had a good few since their tactical timeout. We can't take that away, but I really think that 3-0 start for Secret has limited Navi here. It's forced them to have a really big upward struggle.
Yeah, it's just given Team Secret the breathing space that they needed. You know, no matter what Navi have done, Team Secret have always had that luxury of a couple of rounds. So they've been able to give something a try. They've been able to see how something goes. Now then, Grube, he might just be coming head-to-head with somebody inside a Janitor. I don't think they're aware at the minute. The mute jammer might just have been sufficient to stop them getting a drone in there. But nade goes in. That tells me that they are aware of it. Skiddy is in position with the shotgun, though. And that might just change the plan here. They don't really want to be going and challenging that on that short angle. They know how much of an advantage he's got. He's dropped himself away from Janitor now, so that's well played. No, he hasn't. Sorry.
Now he has.
There you go. Clairvoyant Des had obviously seen ahead of time what was going to come.
You consulted the crystal ball on your noggin, mate, and it told you 2 or 3 seconds time, he's out of there.
And that is Team Secret's job done on the top floor pretty much. It's got them the control that they need. They can get the sledge in there. Gruby can start now doing a little bit of work. We're going to have an impact nade out just to stop that hatch getting open for the time being. But there will be an opportunity for another attempt from Savage, but they need to make sure that they get it done.
That's 1 freebie on towards Teb, mind you. Not the most wonderful start for the roaming agents of Navi here as well. The castle barricades everywhere, offering a bit of cover really to both sides. Actually, from Navi, there's no stabs in towards lobby because of the castle barricade on the double doorway at the end of the hallway. So Secret kind of given a little bit of freedom here to operate and get set up before they look to flood and hit the sites. If they time this right, they could have a very good multi-point push coming in that could just simply overwhelm Navi.
It could do at this point. They've got the man over and they've got the opportunity. 40 seconds left to go. They need to think about the clock and not let it build up to work against them. Sleben does manage to find leader, and that really gives Team Secret everything they need now. Gruby's going to open that angle from electrical as well, so that's going to put Kayak under pressure. That was the position that Navi won this site from last time around. So Team Secret just adapting, making sure that doesn't happen. Yokai drone taken out, although the information will have gone as to the Bucks position above the hatch. And that is why we're going to see Skiddy just locked inside of there. But the challenge comes in. Savage manages to find the kill. Kayak and Nath find 2 back. 3v2. 8 seconds left to go, Des. This is to the wire.
And they've got to be able to get the diffuser as well. Literally 2 seconds left, and there's a Yokai coming out as well. Is this the round ender? Yes, it is! Navi hold on despite being in a 3v1. And again, just seeing the value of those Yokais.
I am honestly not sure how Navi have managed to clung on to that round, because that is absolutely ridiculous from them. Like you say, 1v3, there's 1 kill left to be found, but ultimately those Yokai drones really do come in clutch in the late round. We've seen it so many times. Now, the big question on everybody's lips, of course, Navi, they've played downstairs twice, they've lost downstairs twice. Can they reverse their fortunes to take themselves to overtime?
Whew. Well, you feel with the effort they've made and a couple of these big plays in defensive rounds that maybe they deserve it. Said at the very start, it didn't feel like this would be a game that would be easily cast to one side, that a team would walk away with a comfortable 7-2, 7-3, even 7-4 scoreline. I was thinking maybe 7-5 or overtime, and it feels, well, at this point we are guaranteed one of those 2 scorelines. My heart's saying overtime. I feel like it deserves it. But as we rotate through more and more of these sites, I do get more and more concerned for Navi. That said, we are down in the basement. It's the site where both teams have preferred heading into. So, it could well be that 6-6 scoreline we're looking at, Tim.
My predictions are begging for overtime. I'll tell you that now. Navi really.
Come on.
I thought it was done and dusted. I really did. But Navi fighting their way back into this. I won't say fantastically because at times it hasn't been. It's been scrappy.
It has
but what
to be
I will
sometimes,
say,
right?
Exactly that. That's what I was going to follow on to say. What I will say is that they're the games that great teams, ultimately great teams end up winning are the scrappy ones. It's all right going out and beating somebody 7-1. Yeah, great. What does that tell you about your character or your ability? When you can come out and show great perseverance and win these tough fights, that's when you really find out what you're about as a team.
It's the kind of thing we were commending G2 for in their last game as well, right? In terms of, as they revealed to us, they've gone to a map they hadn't prepped at all. They were leaning very much on the ability of clutching from a couple of their players. They won some dirty rounds, and that's the way it's got to be. You've got to be able to fight dirty. Astro working his way in around square. In fact, 2 or 3 players circling here like sharks, but underneath them there lies a greater threat. In the deep, it is the members of Navi hovering around on these blue stairs. I believe its leader sat there waiting to challenge.
There's a lot of movement going on from Skiddy and Teb as well, so that's something that Secret need to deal with, particularly the Vigil inside of open area. We're going to have the call coming in, which will just disrupt his position and force him back towards that hatch for the time being. But I tell you what, he's not for dipping out of there just yet. He's going to take the Twitch drone out and then still continue to play inside of there as he gets a kill on the fadeaway, Des.
And that's what they want. 2 massive kills coming out. Again, now Secret down in the dumps, 3v5. And for what started looking like a monumental lead, the 3-0 to start up to a 6-3. It feels like just maybe they finally let it slip away here in Navi. Have got their mojo back. They're starting to fight in. Nath, he sees everything through these walls. The all-seeing eye, the pulse cardiac sensor communicates exactly what the intent is coming out of the attackers. How deep does Kendrew go for a plant this time? Time will tell.
Kendrew's just waiting for his opportunity, I think, to try and get a kill there. But Nath manages to step up and find himself an absolute beauty. This could be a flawless round from Navi to keep themselves in it. Skiddy's on half health, but other than that, they are all stacked in terms of hit points at the minute. Astro, he's just trying to battle back. He's trying to do what he can inside a server, but all he's getting is a communication error here as he can't find anything in towards Red Corridor. Diffuser down on the ground. It almost looks like Secret have written this off.
I think slightly there. Astro's just kind of playing it very passively. For them, this is their timeout. This is their time to have a conversation and figure out what the hell can we do to get this game bouncing back in our favor, because they know they're going through to overtime. There's 3 rounds to fix things. So you'd rather use these 45 seconds down a 1 versus 5 to talk about that overtime. Where are we going to? What's got to change, boys? Because we need another timeout, basically.
I like what I'm seeing from Navi here as well. There's absolutely no reason at this point why they can't come and chase this kill, to be honest with you. You get to the last 15, 20 seconds, it's a 1v5, maybe send a couple of players into server, you've got the pulse scan, you know that he's there. Ultimately, it's Nath that finishes him off with a nitro that goes out, but, I like what I'm seeing from Navi. They are resolute in they were not throwing that away. We are going to overtime. They've knuckled down. They know that there's a real job to be done. I like that from them. And they've brought themselves back to 6-6. They've guaranteed themselves at least a point. Wouldn't surprise me to see them take more.
Very good. Very good. A little bit of banter between the two. Nath trying to get in their heads here. Knows that this is what it comes down to. Team Secret timeout before we get into overtime. So a 45-second timeout in the round, technically. Then another one straight after. That's then looking to course correct because they stay on this attack inside. We have seen the attacks in the last 3, arguably 4 rounds, look a little bit ropey at points. Things need to improve. Otherwise, Navi take those 2 points. And Secret, that 3rd place jump that we were talking about, very quickly starts to fall by the wayside. Although it is telling, really, that as a result of Secret falling down into overtime here, they can't jump to 3rd and now currently still sat in 9th. So that's how close the EUL table is right now. Everyone's beating everyone, Tim.
Oh, it is. And this is, we said this last week as well. Coming in here, we really are finding ourselves in a league at the minute where again, it's back to, I won't say EU at its best because it's not back to EU at its best. I think it would still be a big ask for an EU team to turn up and dominate a major at the minute, for example. Rogue had a fantastic performance, but I'm not convinced that, we're quite at that point. I'm not getting carried away yet. But it is back to a very competitive EUL in terms of the way that these teams are going at each other. And there's absolutely no guaranteed results for anybody at the minute. And Navi showing that, despite being 4-2 down and not really being present in that first half, they've fought their way all the way back into this. They're going to be an open area. There's good top floor presence from them as well. So Secret, you've got to do something different here. They just haven't had the answer the last couple of rounds.
Interestingly, a Secret win this in overtime. We have 5 teams set on 4 points, 2 teams on 5 points, and then BDS on 7 and Heroic on 8 at the very top. But again, that's just how close it's going to be. And don't forget, after this game, we are officially a third of the way through the stage. So for things to still be that tight is exciting signs, I think, for the rest of the stage and what could happen in the second third.
Twitch drone just missing its first opportunity on the bulletproof cam there. Will get found out by Teb, but still, those bulletproof cameras are great utility to take out for the defenders. Sorry, for the attackers. You don't want to leave that in the hands of the defenders, especially not with those EMP blasts that were added as well. Nath going to be holding on to stock for the time being. We're a minute in yet, and Secret only just starting to get themselves inside the map. It is going to be on the Ash once again, trying to get in and get something going, but Nath, I just feel like he might be in a perilous position right now.
Just a little bit. Skiddy, I think, feels very, very happy tightened in here behind a mirror window, able to challenge very comfortably onto the CEO windows. And Nath, he's been here under pressure for about 40 seconds, yet to really move his feet. Feels happy that there isn't enough pressure coming in from the outside that he has to yet step away. Astro coming in over the top with the EMP. Now he's stepping straight over the top here, I think, to try and get rid of. I want to say it might have been a bulletproof, maybe out a leader, just to give himself a spot to be able to go in unchallenged. But at this point, Secret are chasing ghosts. He's already dropped away.
Savage just going to be working through across that top floor, as you say, just chasing the ghosts for the time being. Once they've first checked that and they're happy, they will start pushing towards. But 1 minute 10 has been gone. 1 minute 10 remaining. 150 has gone on that clearance. So a lot of work to be done here for Secret in not a huge amount of time. Those seconds start really ticking away from you now. Sleben going to take some damage there, down to nearly half health on the Hibana. The damage done on the side of Navi is a little bit less at the minute, so they're probably a bit more comfortable as Astro gets taken down by Teb. Sleben almost goes as well. Des Navi are really starting to accelerate.
And dig in as well. Yeah, Sleben on 5 HP. Again, you can blow on him and he basically falls over at this point. The question is how much information Secret really have. Only 2 drones left on side. A lot can happen in the space of 20-30 seconds or so. Defenders can readjust. They can adapt to the push that you're bringing in. And they've still got one sat inside of elevators. The Secret could yet be backstabbed, Tim.
Certainly could. He might work his way through tellers and archives. Look at that. Kayak and Teb just combining beautifully there. There's one trade in the middle of it all, but it's not going to be enough for Secret as Nath finds the final kill. And right now, Navi take the lead for the first time.
Beautiful stuff. That's what you want to see. And with that, they have 1 round to do it, Tim. Yes, it's going to be a side swap. Yes, it's them on the attack where they started slow in this game, but they did warm into the second quarter a little bit and show they could pull off some attacks. And I think here in those rounds, you're almost seeing a reverse of how the game started, where Secret look a little bit fragmented, a little bit slow, a little bit unsure of themselves. They were all the same things that we were saying about Navi back at the very start. So that curse has been passed over. Navi are the ones in full swing. I believe that's now 4 rounds in a row they've won.
It is 4 rounds in a row.
They were down 6-3. And obviously all of them on defense. So this is at a point now where, well,
I'm excited to see them attack now, though, because they've got that momentum. I think we're going to see a little bit of a different Navi here.
And hopefully a different Secret as well. I mean, Groovy, he's just truthful. I think Groovy earlier on was what? He was like, I think he was like 9-6 or something. He was really kind of flying. But haven't really seen his presence felt in the last couple of rounds. Admittedly, a lot of his success did come in the defensive half. I think we all remember that round in Open Gaming where he killed the Vigil on the upstairs, then turned and got the Chanka coming in through Bleeper's door at the same time. Where's that Groovy that we saw earlier? Because really, someone on this team has got to step up and go big, and it needs to be now.
Here we go then, round 14, and this could be our last leader. Going to take out that garage cam to begin with, but we see already presence from Navi up on the rooftop, so they're going to be going for that top floor clearance all the way down, and they're going to need to. They've got Sleben in there. They need to be careful of the potential for vertical nades if they do choose with the Dorkaby to go in through CEO. Teb could be in a dangerous position. It looks like Sleben has just moved himself along for the time being. That nade just going to take out a little bit of utility as well below. No, he's still playing for that CEO window. He definitely wants that nitro kill, and he might just get it here if Teb's not careful.
I mean, I dig it. Teams often start out on their push onto the top floor. In fact, Teb's coming in.
He's going to get him.
This is free. This is so free. It's so free, dude! Down goes Teb. So well read. You could see the vertical holes, yet still Navi had no idea that was coming.
Not only could you see the vertical holes, they've obviously not droned Mozzie underneath. He may well have been supported by his own pests. Beautiful kill onto Nath there. What a headshot across the map to take him down. Secret saying we're going all the way to 15, Des. We're having nothing less here. But they've got to face up to that attack again before they can take the lion's share of the points. But yeah, Sleben, I'd like to see it in the replay at some point, the match replay that I'll check out after. He may well have been supported in his position by his own pests to stop the drones getting into him. He could have had 2 or 3. That could have been the plan. Complete blackout of that area so he can get the nitro. But Kayak gets something going for Navi. They're not done yet, Des.
He was so fixated on upstairs that he missed the guy literally moving to the right of his scope. Oh, caught sleeping. Put to bed nice and early. It looks like it could be going this way, though. Things carry on. Secret in slight command here. Round 15, it feels like we'll be heading into, and what a perfect end to the night that would be.
Sleben's just waiting on that hatch there. I don't know if it's, I presume it's open above him, and I think he's just waiting for the potential drop to come in. It's something that Navi have done a couple of times now then. Skiddy, he manages to just avoid the gaze of the Aruni. It's a freebie! He's got himself into garage, and all of a sudden we're at 3-3, but Leader does get taken down by Sleben, as I suggested. Gruby in onto Kayak, and all of a sudden Team Secret have managed to swing it in their favour once again. 30 seconds left to go. It's 3v1.
Now, what can Skiddy get away with? A bit of a bounce on the nade that I don't think was intended. We'll find ourselves swung here from 1 of 3 positions as long as Team Secret play this smartly, and it feels like they've got the right sort of idea. One inside of elevators, but he's got to worry about the man inside of site. Sees the head, nearly finds the man, gets a little bit of damage down, but it's not enough. Savage is out for the swing, and Tim, say the line.
We're going all the way to 15, Des.
That's what I wanted to hear, and it's a game that deserves it. I said at the start again, I just had a feeling this would be game of the day. It would be an absolute screamer from start to finish. We've seen ebbs and flows in terms of team strengths. We've seen a lot of success overall on the defensive side, but it's Navi who get that side in the very last round of the game. Can Secret break that streak that we've seen Navi have on the defensive side? 4 rounds in a row they've had.
Now then, 5 rounds defensively. Was it 1, 2,
5 rounds
3,
in total?
4? No, yeah, 5 rounds in total.
But 4 defensively.
4 defensively. So far, now, interestingly, CEO, we only saw Navi play this defensively once. And now they are resting everything on getting it done here in this site. Of course, Kendrew tried to get in, tried to get that diffuser down behind the Ossa shield. It was unsuccessful. It looks like that could be the play again.
A lot of dancing around stock. I just think back to Nathan, the work he was doing around there. Really burned through a lot of time up here.
We've seen the Ossa brought twice on this site. Kayak tried it, Kendrew tried it. It was unsuccessful both times. So I'm not. It may be a different play. Maybe that's not what they're ultimately going for. We're going to see the Ossa used in a different way. I'm not sure. I kind of hope we do, because it really hasn't worked so far. And if it doesn't, if they just do the same thing, rinse and repeat, and it doesn't work again, I feel like it'll leave Secret kicking themselves.
The thing is, I think the ideation has been great, but the execution has been what's been left lacking a little bit. For Kendrew, it was a slightly off angle for the shield that exposed him towards Janitor and gave away an absolute freebie. On the other side, when it was Navi on the attacking side with the Ossa, they managed to get the plant down, but Secret responded really well with 3 players throwing themselves out of windows after they killed the Ossa player. So both teams showing right idea, just not quite the perfect execution to close the round out. Navi certainly got a little bit further with it. Kendrew here clearly feeling okay. We know that Janitor was where it all went wrong last time. Either I'm changing my angle or one of you guys are going to help me keep that covered off. So let's see what their adaptation is going to be.
Could this be the round with the perfect execution? Then we will see. Sleben is going to get the elevator walls open, so that's going to give the long angle all the way down to Janitor, making it very difficult now for defenders to rotate from one side to the other. Also difficult for them to hold on to stock. I said it might be different, Des. Kendrew comes in through loan office. He's going to be going up spiral stairs by the looks of things with the Ossa here, and this could be difficult if Navi are not prepped and ready for it.
Bit of a rush coming in here as well, going at the ready, and it's an easy freebie on towards Teb. Down he goes, needs a second one through the soft wall, but can't finish him off. Skinny, he's on 1 HP. If he wins on the round on this kind of HP, that is going to be something special. Kendrew sees the gun, though, and finishes him off. 2 big kills from the experienced Secret player here that may have just won it for them.
It really might. They just needed somebody to get a hold of this game.
They know.
Astro, he's ready. He's ready. Nath is coming underneath, potentially looking for a nitro, but it's going to have to be a big play. Oh, I don't know. Astro's just missed him here. Savage is coming in as well. He's going to get him surely here. Nath's already got away with this one. You see his head, but he just can't quite catch him. And Nath somehow finds the kill. But Astro, he's there. He's there to trade him out. That just shuts down Nath and what he was attempting from underneath. And it's 4v2 to Secret. They can win this by attrition now.
Oh, unless Kayak can bring it back as well. 1 kill at least. Sleben looking in for a second, sees his man and gets the shutdown. It's Kayak left 1 versus 3. Secret with the smash and grab if they can pull this off, but there's only 25 seconds left.
That's it. There's a lot of work for Navi here. It's all up to Kayak. He's underneath. He's going to try and get something going. I'm not sure if he's got any yokai drones left that are usable at this point. Kendrew is going to be putting the diffuser down.
One.
Kayak manages to get one. A 1v2. It's definitely doable, Des. Although the problem is that he's gone out of the window. He's got Groovy on the rappel, and this is not going to be easy. He can't get both of these on a jump out, and you can see that is exactly why Kendrew is lead prone on the ground. The only hope that Kayak has got here is to get both of these shot from inside of the building whilst they're on the rappel.
He won't be able to get away with that is the battle. He can try,
There's no way.
But it's going to be a massive bait back and forth between the two. He's going to have to get some really crazy angle on this one. He's going to try and see what he can do, but I think we all know exactly how this is going. It's going to be Secret walking away with the 2 points, but it was a very, very valiant effort from Navi, and the point well deserved.
What a game we've just seen. That was absolute wall-to-wall entertainment between those two teams on Bank. What a performance they've just put on for us. There was mistakes, there were great plays. It had it all, really, and I thoroughly enjoyed it. Team Secret coming away with a well-deserved 2 points. Ultimately, for me, Navi... I'm not going to say that Team Secret didn't win it. They did. Their adaptation was great in that last round, but Navi just didn't respond to it. They weren't ready for the push from Spiral Stairs. It was like it just hadn't occurred to them, Des.
It hadn't, and honestly, I just think those first 3 rounds were the real difference maker there. If Navi had been warmed up from round 1 and were here fighting, this could have been a very different game. It may not have even made it into overtime, but ultimately, Secret started faster. They kept the pace up throughout most of the game. Navi battled back. They got the 4-round win, 5 rounds in a row, really. But fundamentally, Navi just couldn't hold on until the very end.
I think they just looked a bit tired in that last round as well. How many kills did they give away where it was just... It was Sleben coming into Square Skylight when he killed the Alibi at the end that just summed it up for me. So many kills were like that where they just got a free glance onto somebody, stepped out, got the kill, done, easy. And they were just overexposing themselves.
Absolutely. Still, really promising signs. 5 teams now sat on 4 points means that EUL is starting to look very, very spicy, just 1/3 of the way through. We'll go to a quick break. When we come back, the desk will break it down for you.
back, everybody, and what a way to end our EUL Playday number 3. Honestly, this game was as good as we expected it to be. Navi versus Secret down to the wire. What are your thoughts on it, Jack?
I've got a case of the giggles.
Composure.
I can't.
Compose yourself.
That was a good game. That was a really energetic, really good game, full of teams that have an incredible amount of resilience each, right? You know, Navi with the comeback not starting off too well, and then Secret to actually have the resilience. Sure, it went to overtime, but then to go on to win it.
Demo. Because this was so close, we're going to have a chat of things on Telestrator, but I just got the call that our interview is ready. So you're going to hold on to it. When we come back, we'll go right into it. We got Team Secret on the line. Hello, Kendrew.
Hello.
Congratulations on your victory. How are you feeling tonight?
I think that's the third 8-7 win that we've got in Bank in a row. I don't know if I can take it any longer. I think we're going to have to start banning Bank. Like, I'm going to have a heart attack, I think.
Look, it's okay. You can switch around maps. I mean, were you surprised? Because this is the first question. You know, you went up against G2 in the last Playday on the same map, and then you go at it again against Secret. That's also an 8-7, like you were mentioning. Was this the plan all along?
I mean, we have a couple of maps that we didn't want to play today, so we knew that it was a case of that it could be Bank again. We know that Navi like to go into a lot of like counter stratting and do a lot of like prep. You saw the zero ban. That was something that we ran a lot of on last Monday versus G2. So we tried to change a lot of our stuff up just in case. And I think we caught them off guard a couple of rounds with some early aggression that we decided to bring. So, like I said, we knew it was a possibility. We didn't expect to go to Bank specifically, but we knew it was something that could have happened.
Well, you talk about early aggression. Like, it seems like a lot of these rounds were an early bit of aggression, getting a pick here and there, and then following up with the Ossa, something that we saw you playing today again, especially in that final round. So was that the plan all along? Because that take from the main stairs is not always successful.
Well, we do have a couple of other pushes for that bomb set, but we found that like the most comfortable one for us is that one, and the Ossa really helps to do that specific push. It's just it's obviously me playing it, so I'm like, guys, I'll just take the EMP grenades. We can get the canto wall off. I can push up with a shield and not just get instantly killed the moment I poke my head up the spiral stairs. It just helps for the push, obviously, as well, planting the bomb. So it was just a comfort pick for me and to get the bomb down realistically.
One thing I saw when you went into CEO, still having the shield with you, you dropped an impact EMP on the floor. And then you went back.
I thought I had smokes. I forgot I had EMPs. I wanted to smoke myself. A complete brain fart moment, not going to lie. I even said it. I was like, oh my God.
Okay, well, there you go. We always try to make it look as good as possible, but even the best out there do make mistakes. But in the end, it looked great. I'm thinking like, oh, he chucked that EMP impact down so he can disable a yokai drone that might have been, hiding around. Nope.
Just complete brain fart.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Well, it was a close game today, close game in the last Playday against G2, but next time you'll go against outsiders. You said no more Bank, but is it going to be another Max OT?
I hope not. I really hope not. I don't know if I can take another one. I really don't.
You and me both, buddy. Honestly, at this point, I think there's been so many overtimes over the past couple Playdays. I'm honestly surprised because it's not something we get often in EUL in the past, or we didn't get often in the past. And it seems like a lot of the teams are very close. Now, going into this, we're talking about Navi and Secret, two teams that made a lot of changes to the rosters, the play styles, yada yada, but also are similar in so many ways. Do you believe that that was the case when you were going into this game? Because you know the players on Navi quite well.
Yeah. I mean, I think we have maybe a similar playstyle a little bit, but I don't think we're the same, but we're kind of different, because we're in the
same, but kind of different.
Yeah, we're both at like the bottom end of the table. We're both trying to progress ourselves higher. We both don't want to be at the bottom of the table, so like that's why changes are happening, different playstyles, different players, etc. I think this stage is very interesting to see like both teams' progression, because I feel like both teams have progressed definitely. I mean, this time last stage we had zero wins, 0 points, and now we have 4. 4 is like, it's nice, but obviously there's room for improvement. Same with Navi. I think they've gone overtime 3 times maybe now. So there's
yes,
definite progression on both of our ends, and I think it showed in the game today, where maybe there was a little bit of trolling some rounds here and there, but that's always going to happen.
Yeah, it's kind of, a few bants with the lads, as they say. But, you go against the Outsiders next Playday. That'll be game number 2. What do you think we should expect out of that game?
Just some Russian siege. We'll see what we can do against it. The same old Russian siege. We'll see what we can do.
Fair enough. I mean, they really pulled a close one today against BDS, taking BDS to overtime. So who knows how this next match will go. Kendrew, thank you again so very much. Anything you want to say to the fans out there?
Nothing to the fans, but to you, congratulations on your engagement.
Thank you very much, Kenny. I really appreciate it. It was a fun time.
Nice. I'd hope it would be.
I mean, look, it was a success, and then I got hit on twice in the evening afterwards. I'm like, sorry, no.
You get to pull the engagement card now.
No, but I don't get a ring myself, which I'm like, well, I also want to have a nice ring, but.
Eventually.
Anyways, Kenny, thank you so very much, and thank you for the interview. Congratulations on the victory. We will see you next Playday against Outsiders. So all the fans out there, make sure you're tuning in for the game to see Secret versus Outsiders. Till then,
thank you very much.
Bye-bye, Kenny.
Bye-bye.
I still can't believe it. I'm very good. But that was very good to talk to Kendrew and also talk about what are similarities between Secret and Navi and what are those similarities that people, either analysts or fans, get to draw and kind of try to see what the difference is between the two.
I think he put it perfectly. It's a similar narrative arc of the two teams and their ambitions and where they currently are and where they want to be. And I think Kendrew put it perfectly. And, we thought that this game was going to be a banger. We thought it was going to be close. Then we thought it might be a breakaway. And then it went all the way to 15.
They each got the same amount of kills.
What?
The same total of kills that Navi got is the same total of kills that Secret got.
How did you just do maths that fast?
Because there's 2 13s, there's a 14 there. Take the 14 away, that leaves you a 13. Add the 1 onto the 10
That's
equals
true,
the 11.
the 11.
So 2 11s, a 5, and 2 13s.
The 11 compensates for it.
Exactly.
No, he's completely right.
That is insane.
Other than the 11 that goes up, it's pretty much the same. It's the exact same.
Crazy.
Damn. You're the...
Yeah, but I have a calculator for most of these things. I could not have calculated that.
You need to
in my head as quick. No, but like in my head as quick as Demo did, just looking at a scoreboard.
Aren't you supposed to be an ex-accountant as well?
First of all, yeah, I have a calculator.
What ex-accountant?
First of all, I don't have my glasses on, so I can't see.
Excuse. You're starting to sound like G2. Anyways.
What, excuses?
Yeah.
Oh.
It'd be like how
that's on. They won today. You can't slander G2. They won today. Hold on a minute.
All right. Telestrator, you had something about Secret and Navi? Go ahead.
I was ecstatic with this. You used to all know I was bouncing out my chair because everything that I talked about during the pre-show with Secret, all of the improvements that they could have made came true. And it was so good to see. So the round we're looking at is round number 5. It's a top floor defense for Secret. I'm going to be going through both teams. I think both teams deserved of points either side. Really could have went either way, but I think both teams played absolutely brilliantly today. So what we're going to be looking at is this top floor. You can see, very classic what you expect to see during the meta. You have the Osa coming in the windows. You have the Sans gameplay, which is probably more interesting. And you're just going to see this kind of classic sweep across, use the Sens as a bit of cover. And one thing that you have to keep in mind with a little bit of a difference, and we're going to see comparison between the two teams, is this reinforced wall, hopefully we can get a better angle off it actually, this double wall is reinforced. So this is, you'll see later on whenever we go into the Navi and how they defended it. Reinforcing both of these walls basically gives Kayak, who as you can see is tucked in the corner, he's going to try and get a plant down. There's theoretically nothing that's going to be able to stop Navi getting the defuse down. And I think Secret, to be honest, I think they realize that. You see the Sens comes in, you see it covers off, you know there's going to be an Osa, a quick and easy plant for Secret, or for Navi. So Secret now, they're going to have to retake. And I mentioned before that maybe against BDS, Secret, they made a couple of decisions that didn't really work out for them. They were hesitant, but I think today they got it absolutely bang on, right on the money. Diffuser going down, 35 seconds, and just look at this from Secret. All of them pretty much stalling out, all of them knowing what they want to do, and you can blatantly see Kendrew and Grubby communicating with one another, and it is just a 3-2-1 jump out. And straight away, There's nothing Navi can do. Teb is gone. Then they get the information to exactly where Nathan's going to be. It's a 1v2, and you just knew that Savage was going to come out, and it was a brilliant retake, brilliant stuff from Secret. Exactly what I wanted them to see. Slow down the pace. Think about what you want to do. You have that extra 30 seconds. Take the time and execute it well, and a great retake. And then if we actually move over then to see what Navi did, because it's very similar. Again, it's going to be Secret on the windows for the top floor attack. We see the Ossa. No sends this time, which is, of course, a bit of a difference maker. But remember I mentioned about the double reinforced wall, and Secret, they kind of got caught out because they did double reinforce Janner, and it caused them some issues. If you look right here where Leader is, he has that right side wall open. So that basically means that Secret, they can't really go for that push anymore. And you'll see what I mean, because they're going to try and go below. You see Nathan was trying to go with the C4, read beautifully by Secret. But look, this is what I'm talking about. It's clear as day. Easy angle, because that wall is not being smoked off, and because that wall is going to be opened up, and Leader can just sit there, happy as Larry, picks him off, and from there, the round's pretty much dead. So just those little minute, I would say, decision-makings from Secret are still improvements, but I think, Navi being able to read into that top floor just a little bit better. But both teams, you can see one which is more control-orientated, which, of course, was Navi, and then you had, of course, Secret with taking the time, going for that retake, the jump outs, everything. I just love that round specifically from Secret today.
It was very good flexibility in the moment, that split-second decision-making that it takes to kind of say, okay, boys, we're going to do this. We have to react now or else the round's lost. And you saw with this game how close everything was. So those decisions to actually react this way, they matter so much.
Yeah, I think it was especially impressive when we'd set the scene, when Demo would, set the scene at the start of the day, going through Secret and saying, it's just these small things that they need to improve to get over the line. Their decisions in the retakes, being, committing to,
I'm still picking stuff.
Committing to the retake, going for it. They did, might be the round, well, potentially was one of the contributing factors. They won by one round.
So now, how did our Playday look like? Here's what's Playday 3 of Stage 3 is in for. 7-5 Heroic versus TT9, 8-6 BDS versus Outsiders, 8-7 M&M versus Rogue, or match of the day. Excellent matchup, by the way. Highly recommend you go and check out the VOD, including the pre-desk and the interview with Nello afterwards on the YouTube VOD channel. This R6 Esports VODs out there. G2 versus Wolves, 7-5, and then 8-7 Secret versus Navi. So many overtimes, and I'm loving every bit of it, because it means that our teams are incredibly competitive, and you are never safe. If you're in EU League, you are never guaranteed a top 4 spot, and that's what I love. Going into day 3, we're a third of the way through, only 6 more play days. It's pretty crazy, actually. It feels like we just started the stage. But what does it look like for the rankings afterwards? Because, like I said, the big fight is who is in the top 4 by that end of Playday number 9. Heroic are 8 points, 6 points for BDS, 5 points for M&M and Rogue and Outsiders, 4 points for Wolves, Secret, Navi, and G2, and none for TT9 at the bottom of the rankings. Gentlemen, your thoughts before we talk about next player.
Who's in the goddamn race for top 4? Oh, everybody.
Everybody. Everybody's within biting range.
Oh my god. 12 rounds was played in every game today, and we've had overtimes, and we talk about how competitive this could be. If this carries on, we could be getting to a stage of the season where we're at Playday 8-9 and we're thinking, we still don't know a single team confirmed.
Good, just like last stage.
I can't remember last time an EUL play stage was as good as what this has been today.
It was excellent today. The quality stage was excellent today.
So far, it's been all down to the wire, and that's exactly what we want. Upsets, yes, but then when you look at the grand scheme of things and how the matches actually went down, you couldn't have really predicted it, because one round here, one mistake there, and then your predictions flip completely, which is something we'll talk about in just a moment. But first, for our next Playday number 4, what is our schedule? First up, Navi versus TT9, Team Secret versus Outsiders, our match of the day, and I'm very excited for this one. Rogue versus G2. Can Rogue get a win? Come on, it's gotta happen. Has it been a blip? What's the story? And can G2 keep up with what they've succeeded at doing today? BDS versus Heroic is game 4, and that is also gonna be a great one, followed by Wolves versus M&M. which is going to be another great one. Honestly, I'm very excited. At least 3 of those 5 games. But then again, I'm looking forward to Outsiders. I'm looking forward to TT9 really showing us getting the points. They haven't been able to win the games or take it to OT, but that doesn't mean that they can't bite back.
The thing is, at some point, TT9, they're just going to pop up. Just have a result out of nowhere.
They're going to ruin somebody's top 4.
They screwed somebody's season completely over.
You know it's going to happen.
Yeah.
Our predictions for today, what did they look like? I absolutely bombed them, but it doesn't matter because I don't care. There it is. Heroic BDS. Everybody else also went, down the.
Fair play to Tim and Demo, though.
The Demo, I have to say, Demo, very well done.
He came in today and
bloody genius.
And he actually said, I don't know why, because it doesn't make any sense, but I've got a feeling G2 are going to win.
Yeah, in the 2 games where it literally went down to like the wire.
Yeah, Max OT, yeah.
A coin toss, as we called it last week. Could have been either or. But yes, those are our predictions, and that's what we got so far. Let us know what you guys got in your predictions, either in Twitch chat or on socials. We always want to hear from you at home. Though I think it's time for us to wrap up our day, gentlemen. Demo, thank you so very much for joining us overall. I mean, you'll still be here for Wednesday. We got Demo and APAC. For all the Demo fans out there, make sure you're tuning in for APAC, because we have 2 more guests that are coming up to the stage.
Fan, he's right beside me.
Hey.
It's Demo's last EUL for this stage.
Yeah, I know. You're really playing the violin for this one.
Yeah.
All right. Well, make sure you're tuning in if you're a Demo
Unlucky
fan.
G2. There's no more support for you on the desk.
If you want to watch him go absolutely mental on CAG on Wednesday, make sure you're tuning in for that. Jack, thank you very much. As always here. Thank you, Milos.
Thank you, Milos.
Congratulations, Milos.
And congratulations again, Milos.
Thank you very much. Thank you. She now has to deal with me forever. That sounds actually fantastic. There's no one I would like to spend my life with. What?
Nothing. No.
Oh, you don't have to deal
I'd
with me
love to
forever.
spend the rest of my life with you, Mr. Losh. Can I Fed wheel? No, okay.
I think your missus,
I get the message.
I think your missus will have some questions about that.
That's true. I think, Jack, sometimes you forget.
Yeah, probably.
You need somebody else to keep happy.
It's all the co-streams. They really get to your head at some point.
Yeah.
Let's chance your wife.
To be fair, I do just keep myself to myself. I'll just co-stream and off I go.
Oh, yeah. Yourself with yourself. That's always what happens. Though, let's end our day. Des, Tim, thank you very much. And thank you very much, Emmy and Hap, Medics, and Easy, and our entire production team here in Ubisoft. We love you so very much. We'll see you on Wednesday for more APAC North and EUL next Monday. Till then, take care. We love you. Good night.
Outsiders at least scrape 1. They will.
themselves. This is going. It's going to be Secret walking away with the 2 points, but it was a very...